I drove into the driveway of the rental house in the middle of rural Pennsylvania around dusk. The heavy August air wrapped thickly around the car as I turned off the engine. A crooked mailbox at the road bore the name of the property the listing had used. Something unassuming like Maplewood Cottage. But as I stepped out of the car, I noticed the tall maples overhead casting long shadows. The house was older than the photos suggested. A two-story white clapboard building with an enclosed veranda, a sagging roof, and a faint smell of damp straw and old wood drifting from the shaded lawn. I grabbed my bags from the back seat and pulled the front door key from the envelope the host had left on the kitchen table through their remote check-in instructions. Inside, the house felt quiet and still, more still than I expected. I dropped my bag on the floor of the small foyer and flipped on the lights. They buzzed softly, and I could hear the hum of the air conditioner through the vents, despite there being no daylight left. The living room was sparsely furnished with mission-style furniture and a heavy Persian rug that felt thick under bare feet. I went straight to the kitchen, where the host had written that everything I might need, coffee, basic cooking utensils, linens, was available. The cabinets smelled lightly of pine cleaner, and there were fresh towels neatly folded on a rack. I felt comfortable, relieved to have arrived. I poured myself a small glass of wine and sat on the porch facing the lawn. The dusk light faded and the maples whispered with the breeze. The house creaked and settled. Somewhere inside, a floorboard squeaked, and I told myself I was imagining it. I'd taken a long drive up from the city for a quiet weekend away from work. It felt like it was going well. After dinner, I turned on the television, flipped through a few channels, then turned it off. The stillness returned. I climbed the stairs to the second floor, where the listing had described 2 bedrooms and a small bathroom. My suitcase sat in the smaller of the 2 bedrooms, the one at the front of the house with 2 windows that overlooked the gravel driveway. I changed into pajamas and slid into bed. The sheets smelled clean but old linen fresh, and I plugged in my phone charger on the side table. It was about 11 p.m. when I heard it, the sound of footsteps downstairs. I froze. The sound came in a light shuffle, barely audible over the air conditioner. I held my breath and listened. The sound stopped. I waited 5 minutes and heard nothing more. My heart pounded. After a moment, I told myself it must be the house settling, the old wood contracting in the cool night air. I rolled over and tried to sleep. At around 1 a.m., I woke to the feeling that something was watching. I kept a lamp turned on at the foot of the bed. The room seemed to glow dimly in the early morning darkness, but the air felt charged. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I raised myself on one arm and glanced at the door. It was slightly ajar. I had closed it when I went to bed. Did I leave it open? I swung my legs to the floor and stood, pulling on a light robe. I walked to the door and quietly pushed it shut, then leaned against it. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. This time it was upstairs, in the guest bedroom that I wasn't using, across the hallway. The sound of a heel or maybe a hard-soled shoe tapping lightly, then sliding across the wooden floor. I squeezed my eyes shut and told myself it was dream logic. I went back and sat on the bed, pulled the covers up to my chin, and didn't move for the rest of the night. Morning came with a pale gray light through the windows. I made coffee and walked into the living room. I noticed something odd. Near the baseboard of the wall opposite the porch door, there were a few fresh scuff marks in the painted wood, small dark red smears that looked like dried blood. My stomach dropped. I knelt, stared at them, and traced them with my fingertip. The texture was sticky. How had I not seen them the night before? I wiped one away with a paper towel from the kitchen and watched the rag go pink. I realized I needed to leave. It didn't feel safe, but I told myself I should stay and check with the host if it was something I misinterpreted. I found the listing email on the kitchen table and sent a message. Hi, I noticed some red stains in the living room. Are these from previous guests? Just curious. I waited. No reply. I spent most of the morning pacing the house, checking the closets, the basement door, which was locked, listing said for remodeling. I glanced out the living room windows. The maples swayed, the lawn untouched, the gravel driveway empty. I decided to go for a walk. As I locked the front door, I glanced up at the roofline. A long gutter bent down near the middle, as if someone had leaned over it. My mind replayed the crawl of footsteps, the blood stains. Probably nothing, I told myself. Keep calm. I walked down the long driveway to the road. After about half an hour, I returned, feeling a little better. I sat on the porch and watched the shadows lengthen. When night came again, I tried to sleep early, but the noises returned, tapping in the living room, a soft, dragging sound. This time I heard a whisper, low and indistinct, like someone waking from a dream, although I cannot swear I heard actual words. I pulled the bed covers over my head. I didn't sleep well. At around 2 a.m., I woke to the abrupt sound of the doorknob downstairs turning. My body froze. I listened as the latch clicked. A heavy door, the back door that led to a tiny side porch, creaked inward. My heart slammed and my vision tunneled. I didn't move. Seconds later, I heard the slow footsteps across the floorboards, directly below me. My bedroom was on the second floor, hall across from the guest room and above the living room. The footsteps moved to the living room. I didn't know what to do. I sat very still, phone in hand, but I didn't dare call anyone. I told myself they were a trespass-passer. I envisioned them coming up the stairs. I held my breath, squeezed the phone tight, and then heard the steps stop. Then they retraced back. The latch clicked again as the door closed. The silence returned. The house felt empty, but suffocated. At dawn, I packed my bags. I left a note on the kitchen table. I'm sorry, but I'm checking out early. There was unauthorized entry last night, and I'm not staying. I walked to my car, heart pounding, and left without looking back. I drove for about an hour, the highway monotonous. I tried to reassure myself it was nothing. Maybe the wind knocked something. Maybe I was imagining. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting headlights behind me, but there were none. Later that afternoon, curiosity pulled me to message the host again. Just wanted to inform you that I left early due to security concerns. Please refund me accordingly. The host replied quickly, I'm sorry you felt unsafe. Please send the checkout photo and I'll see about a partial refund. I sent. Then I asked, any idea about the stains I saw and how someone might have entered the back door? The host's reply came, no one else had booked during your stay. The door is used by the cleaning crew between bookings, but we had none scheduled. I'll have a maintenance look tomorrow. My mind spun. That meant someone without authorization. That night, I ordered a motel 20 miles away and tried to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling someone might still be near the property. They could have watched me leave. 2 weeks later, I returned to the listing page and found it marked as inactive. The listing description had been removed and replaced with a note. This property is not available at this time. I wondered why. I found the host's name and searched for reviews on a local forum. I discovered someone else mentioned the same house had been booked a few weeks before me, and they reported disorientation, lost items, and weird noises at night. The comments were vague but consistent. Don't stay after dark. Was woken by someone standing by the door. Saw shadows in the window. My heart sank. I decided to go back to the property 6 weeks later, under daylight and with a friend, just to be sure. We approached the driveway. The house looked the same from the outside. We walked up to the porch. I tried the front door, unlocked. The key I had used earlier still worked. Inside, the same heavy hush. The living room still carried the smell of old wood and slightly damp air. We inspected the baseboard. The red smears had been wiped clean, but the wall still carried small dark marks. My friend pressed against it and found it sticky. We checked the back porch door. No new scratches on the latch, but the hinge side looked worn, like someone forced it open recently. We went upstairs. The guest room across the hall where I had heard footsteps, its floorboards had slight gouges near the windowsill. The window overlooked the side yard. I noticed the side yard grass was overgrown, crates and old lawn chairs stacked half hidden. In the attic hatch above the guest room's closet, we found the hatch security screws had been removed, barely secured, and the wood around it was slightly splintered. My breath caught. Whoever had entered might have used the attic to access the floor above. Then I found it. A small camera lens tucked behind a board in the attic crawl space facing the guest room window. The lens was tiny, no obvious wires visible. It might have been battery-powered or piggybacked off the house wiring. I shivered. We documented everything with photos. I messaged the host. We found a hidden camera in the attic, aimed at one of the bedrooms. Please refund me fully and inform me what you intend to do with this property. The host did not reply. I contacted the booking platform support and reported the listing. The platform removed the listing entirely and told me they were investigating. I discovered from public records the house had changed ownership 3 times in the past 2 years, each time under slightly different names. Previous listing photos were identical, but the titles and hosts changed. I suspected the property had been used discreetly for surveillance of guests, or worse, and the bloodstains I saw were not wine or paint. Weeks later, I received an email. The platform closed the investigation, couldn't confirm anything about the camera or entry. They refunded half my stay and offered credit for future booking, but said they couldn't guarantee the host would be banned. I never returned, and I never booked anything remotely similar in a rural location again. Occasionally, I check the property's tax records and zoning office. The house still sits, still empty, awaiting the next guest. To this day, when I sit in the dark, I think of those footsteps downstairs, of the quiet latch turning, of the camera lens in the attic. I think of the fragile safety we assume when we book into a home away from home, and how it can be violated in one instant. I wonder what I missed in the night. I wonder who watched. I wonder if they came back after I left, walked through the same house, and found what I discovered. Story the end. It started simply enough. A weekend getaway. I'd been looking forward to this, a small, charming cottage outside of Asheville, North Carolina, listed on Airbnb. Everything looked perfect in the photos. Wood-paneled walls, flickering fireplaces, a back veranda overlooking dense trees, and a stream beyond. My partner Mark and I arrived late on a Friday evening after the drive. The sky was still light, and stalking the highway signs amidst the rolling Appalachian foothills felt soothing. We found the place tucked off a gravel lane, just one neighbor's house away, nothing else visible. It felt remote in a comforting way. The house's front porch welcomed us with gently swinging chairs and string lights overhead. I remember the host's message, "You're welcome anytime after 4 p.m., just text me if you need anything." His name was Sam. We'd never met. Checking in was easy. Keypad code, door unlocked, shoes off, and there we were. Inside was as the listing described: warm pine walls, antique furniture, a large stone tile kitchen, a mantel above a fireplace with logs, and a note on the counter. "Welcome. Firewood in the garage. Please set thermostat to 68 when you leave. A bowl of apples and a bottle of local white wine. That was nice." We unpacked our bags, popped the wine, sat by the fire. Outside, though, the woods looked thicker at dusk than they had from the highway. The stream rustled quietly. By 10:30 p.m., we were ready for bed. We had the upstairs loft bedroom. Sloped ceiling, big window facing the woods. Mark made a joke, "Let's hope no ghost in the woods." And I laughed, though I felt a little trickle of unease looking out the window into black trees, silhouettes of branches like skeletal arms. We drifted off. Around 1:17 a.m., I woke with a start. It felt like something moved in the room, just the slightest shift in air, a gentle but definite whoosh. I glanced at the clock. The veranda door was closed. The room was still. I lay there for a few minutes and figured it was nothing. House settling, wind through eaves. I turned over and slept again. Morning, bright, crisp air through the open windows. We made coffee, breakfast of eggs and toast. Mark stretched and said, "This place is awesome." I felt better in daylight. Stream outside was visible, glistening. We decided to go hike for a few hours up the nearby trail. Host message, "Hope you enjoy the trail. Beautiful this time of year." We locked up, set the thermostat, left the key code. I texted Sam that we were off. Returning around 5 p.m., the house looked the same as we left. We lit the fire again and settled in. Dinner prepped. After eating, we played cards by the fire. The ambiance was perfect, but as the evening wore on, a heavy silence settled outside. The forest seemed to hush. The stream's gurgle diminished. At about 9:45 p.m., I walked to the veranda to get fresh air. The night was cold and clear with stars, but one thing unsettled me: the sound of someone's footstep on the back stair. The cottage had a small external stair to the lower level that led down to the stream area. I thought I heard a single tread creak, but when I looked, nothing. Mark was in the living room playing cards. I shrugged, came inside. Later, at about 11:50 p.m., I again woke in the upstairs loft. This time I heard a whisper, or thought I did. It was faint, like someone calling, "Hey." I sat up, heart pounding. "Mark," I whispered. No answer. I flipped on the lamp. Weirdly, the fireplace grate was empty. No logs burning. I distinctly remembered putting 3 logs in earlier. I frowned and walked the loft floor softly to the mantel. No fire, no warmth. "Did you turn it off?" I asked downstairs. Mark said he didn't. We looked downstairs, hearth cold, no embers. The wood we had stacked was still by the doorway. How did the fire go out? The house was quiet. No draft, no windows open, none of the doors ajar. I felt cold. We relit the fire, but I couldn't shake the feeling something wasn't right. The next morning, I made mention of the whisper and the staircase creak and the fire. Mark brushed it off. "We're in an old house, creaks, wind, wood chills." But I watched the woods outside, feeling eyes on the window. I tried to enjoy the morning. Fresh air, breakfast, but an uneasy sense shadowed me. Later that day, we visited a small local town for lunch, crafts, and a brewery trip. On the way back, I glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed a dark shape in the driveway when we pulled back in. A man standing there, leaning on the passenger side of our car. My stomach flipped. We immediately turned off the engine. Mark grabbed me, and I flicked on the headlights. The man straightened, raised a hand, and walked away quickly into the woods. The gravel crunch under his boots faded. I yelled at Mark to drive. We left the car parked in front of the cottage and ran inside, locked the door, and called Sam. He answered within seconds and said quietly, "We don't have any other guests today? Are you sure someone was there?" I told him yes. He said, "Lock the doors and don't leave the property tonight. I'll be by in the morning." My heart hammered. We stayed upstairs in bed watching the door. No more noises. Mark held me. Sleep avoided me. Morning arrived slow. Mark refused to stay any longer. I texted Sam, "We're leaving today." He replied, "Understood. Let me know when you're out." We packed in tense silence. But before we started the car, I noticed footprints in the grass leading from the woods to the veranda steps. Big boots, muddy, about 8 inches wide. Not ours. I shouted to Mark. He ran down, took photos. We left immediately. Back home, I reported to Airbnb. They said they'd open an investigation. I never heard further, though. That should have been the end, but I couldn't shake it. A week later, late evening, my phone buzzed with a message supposedly from Sam. "Hope you're doing okay. Forgot this note in cabin, need your help. Please open the PDF attached." I froze. I never gave him my personal email. The message came from the email listed in the Airbnb listing. With trembling fingers, I opened the PDF. It was pictures. 3 photos of the cottage interior, taken at night. The fire grate cold again, the veranda door slightly ajar, the stairs out back, and worse, a photo of Mark and I asleep in the loft bed. The timestamp read 1:19 a.m. I slammed the laptop shut, my hands shaking. The email's body: "We took extra photos for your protection. Then, please delete when received." My blood ran cold. I called Airbnb again, but by the time I dialed, the email vanished from my inbox. Gone. I told Mark, "We need to go to the police." He agreed. We reported it. They asked for files, screenshots, logs. The investigator said, "Your host had remote access to the listing account. He may also have had access to your confirmation email. We can't confirm who took those photos yet, but we'd like the cabin's CCTV records if they exist." I realized I never saw cameras, but maybe hidden. The host responded via email, "There are no cameras. Sorry if you got distressed. The email was sent accidentally." This didn't feel like an apology. A tension grew between us. Sleep evaded me. I dreamt of the woods outside that cottage, felt rustling in branches and those boot prints and that figure in the driveway. I kept imagining a tall man, step by step, moving closer at midnight, watching. A month after our stay, I received a parcel at my home address, unexpected. Inside, a plain, thin paper envelope. No return address. It contained one small photograph. It was a printed, crumpled picture of that veranda at night. Porch chairs, string lights dim, the veranda door open, a pair of footprints visible in the soft spotlight of the porch light, and in the reflection of the glass door behind the veranda, you could faintly see my face pressed against it, eyes wide open, unaware. On the back in shaky hand, "Thank you for visiting. You're always welcome." That's when I realized it was never just an isolated incident. The host knew exactly when we slept and when we were awake, and someone watched. Mark insisted we downplay it for our own safety. We changed our locks, deep cleaned our home, installed surveillance outside our windows. I stopped leaving the upstairs bedroom door open. We hired a private security consultation. I changed my email. The host listing disappeared from Airbnb 3 weeks after we reported to police. I believe he deleted evidence. Then one night I had a vivid dream. I was back in that cottage. The fire had died. I walked to the veranda. In the dark woods, a woman stood watching me, pale, hair dark, dress limp. She drifted forward, then the ground cracked under her feet, her face blurred. I screamed, but no sound came. I woke to the noise of rain hitting my window, soaked in sweat. The time, 1:07 a.m. I froze. I had heard that same gentle whoosh again, as though someone exhaled beside me. Mark still slept. I stared at the ceiling, saw shadow movement in the hallway. I tiptoed to the bedroom door and flicked on the hall light. Nothing. But outside my bedroom window, I glimpsed a figure moving across the yard, disappearing behind the trees. My phone on the nightstand glowed with one missed notification. Look outside now. But there was no sender name. My heart pounded. I stayed awake the rest of the night. The next morning, I called the police again. They logged everything, said they'd patrol the area. I also reported it to Airbnb's safety line. They wrote back, "We regret your experience, and we will reimburse your stay and offer credit for future use." I declined the credit. It's been 6 months since the weekend. I rarely sleep through the night. I check the locks. If I wake and feel movement in the house, I press the panic light on my phone. I look at Mark sometimes and imagine him asleep in that loft, the unseen camera capturing every minute. I keep the photo that arrived mailed to us in a locked drawer. I haven't shared it with friends for fear of the host seeing it, or worse. I researched the property address. It's now privately owned, sold. The neighborhood association says no crimes were ever reported there. But I don't believe that. I believe it was intentional. The remote gravel lane, the old house, the late-night figure, the footstep on the stairs, the snapshot sent, the parcel. And I think, what if we had arrived earlier? What if someone had stayed in the downstairs room? What might we have woken to? I try to rationalize it. Maybe cabin prank, maybe ideal location for someone to monitor guests, maybe something worse. My trust shattered. Sometimes, in the stillness of early morning, I swear I hear soft creaks around our house, the settling sounds of wood. But I recognize the pattern now. One step, pause, one step. I shut my eyes. Wait, nothing happens. Maybe the figure's caught somewhere in the woods outside, waiting. Maybe it's gone. But the sleep chills remain. I try to live normally. We talk about booking another getaway, but I can't. Every time I rotate through possible destinations, I remember the veranda footprints and the unknown man. Mark says, maybe we choose a hotel next time. Probably we will. Airbnb stay? Check. Firewood in garage? Check. Footprints? Check. Email showing our worst vulnerable moment? Check. We never met Sam. We apologized to each other for letting our guard down. We were so excited for a quiet escape that we overlooked signs. Remote location, night silence charged, no other guests. Host not present. The host maybe went missing online, but the memory remains. The cottage had charm, yes, but the charm was a trap. When friends ask if I'd stay in an Airbnb again, I pause and say maybe, but not without thorough vetting. Photos can lie. Old houses hold secrets. A remote location means no one hears if something is wrong. Lock codes don't grant safety. And more chilling, someone can watch and wait. I still have dreams. Tonight I woke at 1:19 a.m., sweat, again hearing the soft breath near the veranda door. I pressed my phone's flashlight. It revealed muddy boot prints inside the screen of my window if I hold it just right. I blinked. They vanished. But the fear remained. Story the end. I drove into the gravel driveway just after dusk, radio static in the air and the sky a deep violet shade. The cottage sat at the edge of the woods in rural Vermont, an old farmhouse listed on Airbnb under the name Maplewood Retreat. I'd accepted the weekend getaway after a year of nonstop work, a chance to escape the flashing screen glare and the banal hum of city life. The listing promised quiet, isolation, and a true New England farmhouse experience. And at first glance, the house delivered. The porch light flicked on as I pulled up, and I stepped onto the weathered wooden steps, luggage in hand. Inside, the smell of old pine and faint cooking spices met me, as though someone had been here baking just before I arrived. The furniture looked old but comfortable, cushions slightly worn, and the kitchen stocked with a kettle and mugs. The hosts, an older couple named Anne and Lawrence, had left a handwritten note. Welcome. Help yourself to tea. Let us know if anything needs fixing. Hope you enjoy your stay. After unpacking, I made myself tea and settled into a large armchair by the window, watching the woods behind the house deepen into shadows. A thin breeze stirred the curtains. I thought I heard something. Wood creaking maybe, or branches brushing against the window. But the faint sound drifted off. I accepted it as nature settling in. Night moved in. I let the kettle dry, turned off the light, and climbed into bed. The mattress creaked a little, but after the long drive, I was exhausted. As I drifted towards sleep, I heard a knock. Soft, gentle. At first I thought it might be the wind. Then again, confident, deliberate. 3 taps. I sat up, heart doing something weird in my chest. I reached for the bedside lamp and clicked it on. The room glowed dimly. The door was closed. I stared at it, wondering if I should call out. Hello? I whispered. No answer. I got up and opened the door, nothing but the hallway, dimly lit by a sconce. The floorboards behind me seemed to sigh, and I imagined someone strolling silently just outside. But I found nothing. The house was still, quiet. I shrugged it off as my mind playing tricks. The next morning I met Anne and Lawrence briefly over coffee. They were warm and friendly, gave me suggestions for nearby hikes and a local diner. They told me the house had been theirs for decades, originally built in the 1800s. We've had many renters, rarely run into anything odd, Anne said with a wink they intended as humorous. Old houses creak, whistles from the wind, you know how it goes. I thanked her, paid the rest of my stay in cash as they asked. They claimed the Wi-Fi wasn't stable for card services, and they left me to my weekend. I decided to hike a nearby trail that afternoon. The woods were deep and green, the kind of place where silence falls heavy and birds seem shy. I took pictures of ferns and tall trees, breathing the clean air, and by evening returned to the cottage feeling relaxed, triumphant in my escape. Back at the house, I lit the fireplace and cooked a modest meal. The wind had picked up, rain threatened, pattering softly on the windows. I pulled a blanket over my knees and curled into the armchair again. The house felt larger in the dark, rooms around me opening like shuttered eyes. I heard the gentle drip of rain, the whine of wind, then from somewhere a footstep. Earlobes splitting loud in the hush. It sounded like someone walking across the hardwood floor in the room next to me. I froze. Hello? I said again, louder this time. I stood up, went toward the sound. The room next door, a sitting room, had no one. I flicked the light on and off, clear, empty. But on the floor, I noticed a small smear of something dark red. My mind froze. I crouched to inspect. It looked like a spatter of paint. Blood? The color was wrong for blood. Too deep. I flicked the lights on again. Nothing else. I stood, breathing hard, and looked back into the hall. The lights flickered. My throat dry, I went back to the armchair, shut the book, and left the room. That night, I slept with the bedside lamp on. But around 3 a.m, I awoke to a whisper. Why did you come here? Soft, broken, like an old radio station playing 2 wires shorted together. I sat up, heart racing, and I felt the bed shift. Someone pressed a hand down beside mine, gently, not hard, more like a weight. I jerked around, nothing, but the sheets were wrinkled as if someone had been lying there. My body locked in fear. I pulled the covers and ran into the hallway, past the open windows where wind tore at the curtains. In the hallway, I reached for the kitchen to phone the hosts, but found the phone dead. No dial tone. I flicked switches. The main lights blinked and died. Outside, the wind burst through the windows, rain slashing the panes. Every tree branch hit the siding like a fist. I pressed my back against the door of the kitchen and just waited. Morning arrived bleary. I had not slept. When I finally forced myself downstairs, I found the notepad on the kitchen counter open to a new entry. You shouldn't have come here. In scrawled handwriting, not theirs. My stomach dropped. I looked at the note closely. The handwriting was shaky, thin, the letters elongated. It looked like the sort of wheat-thin scrawl someone might make when trembling. I stared at it for a long moment, then crumpled it and threw it in the bin. No point calling the police. They were far away, cell service patchy. I emailed Airbnb, and the network blip confirmed my suspicion. There was no Wi-Fi, and the mobile signal was borderline. The hosts had said it couldn't be guaranteed, but now it felt deliberate. That afternoon, I decided to finish early. I packed my bag, planned to leave by lunchtime and stay last night's booking, come home early. As I loaded the car, I glanced back at the porch. A figure stood there across the lawn under the trees, just beyond the light's reach. A silhouette. I froze. The person didn't wave, didn't call out, just stood. I rubbed my eyes, the shape vanished. Heart pounding, I climbed in and left. Back in my city apartment, I barely slept for 3 nights. Then I received an unexpected message through Airbnb. Thanks for staying. Hope you had a nice time. Ann and Lawrence. I stared at it, cold dread rising. I called them. Their voicemail picked up, greeting in friendly tones. Hi, this is Ann. Please leave a message. I hung up. Weeks passed. I tried blocking the memory, rationalized it. But I remained uneasy, especially because I never got a refund. The host's message implied everything was fine. The platform confirmed the stay as completed, payment processed. Months later, I got curious. I searched the cottage name on the internet and found a local forum where someone posted that the farmhouse had been abandoned for years after a family had lived there decades ago. The property owner had died of mysterious circumstances. Someone claimed the hosts had acquired it cheaply. Another poster said, "Some say the woods hide something." I found old newspaper clippings. A woman died in the house after falling down cellar stairs. The case closed as accidental, but neighbors whispered of screaming at night. The listing never mentioned that. One autumn evening, I got a package from a forwarding service, not addressed to me, but with my name on it. Inside, a Polaroid photo of me in the armchair of the cottage taken the night I arrived. I recognized the left-hand arm slung casually over the chair's arm, my mug on the side table. I had never taken that picture. On the back, someone had scrawled, "See you next time." I froze. I threw the photo in the trash. But then I retrieved it, photographed it with my phone for evidence. Then I deleted the photo. Something in me refused to keep it. I looked it up. The tracking number pointed to a post office box with no name. I considered calling the police, but again, jurisdiction murky. I lived in another state. I just left it. Then last week I received an email from the account I used to book the stay. "We hope you enjoyed Maplewood. We've done some renovations. Will you stay again?" My stomach flipped. I deleted the mail and blocked the sender. I now avoid vacation houses in remote areas. Every time the wind howls, every time a tree branch taps a window, I remember that house. I remember the scratching in the walls at night, the whisper in the dark, the hand pressing the bed beside me. I still wonder, was it a prank by the hosts or something more ancient in the walls? Either way, I did not return. I deleted the listing from my memory, swore never to book unique getaways. But sometimes I wake up just after dawn and I feel a weight on the bed beside me, even though I sleep alone. And I hear a voice faint whispering, "Welcome back." Story the end. It was supposed to be the vacation of a lifetime. When my partner, Marta, and I began planning a week on the Oregon coast, we searched for something off the beaten path, somewhere quiet, remote, adjacent to nature, something with a bit of character. After hours of scrolling through listings on the site, we zeroed in on a rustic cabin perched on a bluff overlooking the Pacific. The host, a man named Glenn, had glowing reviews, all 5 stars, with praise for his hospitality and the views. The photos showed a cozy, timber frame house, expansive windows facing the sea, and a narrow gravel road winding up from the main highway. It was exactly what we wanted: solitude, wind-blasted ocean, forests. We booked it and couldn't wait. The drive out from Portland was gorgeous and long. The further we went, the fewer other cars. By the time we turned off the highway onto the gravel access road, we were alone. The sky had darkened to slate gray, and a brisk wind was rolling in from the ocean, carrying a scent of salt and pine. When we arrived, the cabin sat like a sentinel above the waves, silent, except for distant surf and the occasional gull. The house itself looked exactly like the photos: warm wood, big windows, and a deck that jutted out over the cliffside. The host met us there in person, introduced himself, showed us around, told us of the local trails, the tide pools, the lobsters in season. He was friendly, even charming, but there was something about his tone that made Marta and me glance at each other just slightly. Not alarmed, just uneasy. "Wi-Fi is spotty here," Glenn said casually. "Once you get out on the deck, you're more or less disconnected. Kind of the point, right?" We nodded and smiled. We had agreed to that compromise. One thing, he added and leaned in slightly, as if sharing a secret. Last week, a storm rolled through. A tree came down near the guest trail. You're fine, but just watch your step on the path to the tide pools at dusk. The lights may flicker. Later, after he left, we unpacked. The cabin had 2 bedrooms, one upstairs, one down, full kitchen, big stone fireplace, and that expansive deck. We opened wine, stepped outside. Wind hammered, ocean roared, waves crashing countless feet below. We felt alive and content. The first night passed easily. We slept with the windows cracked, the sound of surf lulling us. In the morning, we had coffee while watching fog roll in over the ocean. Then we set out on the trail Glenn had mentioned, down a steep, narrow path through the forest to tide pools. Everything seemed fine. We took photos, we talked, we laughed. Then dusk approached. We climbed back up. The lights did flicker for a moment, as Glenn warned, but resolved themselves. No big deal. At dinner, Marta made fish from the local market, boiled corn, poured wine, and we sat on the deck watching the clouds glow pink, then purple. I remember thinking, this is perfect. This is what we wanted. On the second night, we explored a little more. We brought flashlights, we walked a nearby old logging road. Then back at the cabin, we lit the fireplace, poured whiskey, and sat listening to the wind. The power went out unexpectedly, the house black. Cold, the roaring sea felt closer. We scrambled for candles. I found the fuse box. It tripped. I flipped it back and lamps came on. Marta smiled and leaned into me. We sat by the fire for a while, felt safe. But later, as we drifted into sleep, I thought I heard something like footsteps on the deck. I raised the headboard of the bed, looked out the upstairs window into darkness. Nothing obvious. I dismissed it. The third morning, everything seemed normal. Coffee, quiet, trail walk. But as we returned, we found something odd. One of the deck chairs was tilted, leaning slightly toward the edge of the bluff. I don't remember leaving it like that. I moved it upright and thought maybe I'd set it down unsteadily the night before. Marta didn't mention it. At dinner, she said she felt a draft near the fireplace, though the windows seemed closed. I said maybe the chimney was sucking air. I tried to ignore a small, creeping fear that we were not completely alone here, even though we thought we were. That night, we heard scratching. Shortly after midnight, I woke. The wind had died and the sea's crash sounded distant. On the deck, faint but distinct, I heard scratching at the wood planks, just one repeated sound. I nudged Marta. She stirred but didn't wake. I pulled on my bathrobe and went to the deck door. I hesitated, twinnied. Was it a branch moving in the wind? I turned the light on outside and slid the door quietly. The deck was empty. Then I realized the noise came from the underside of the deck, from support beams. I shone the flashlight to the underside and saw 2 vague shapes. Rats? Maybe. But as I watched, one shape elongated, and I could have sworn I saw something crouch and disappear beneath the crawl space. My heart racing, I shut the door, locked it, and returned to the bed. I didn't say anything. Marta asked if I needed water. I said no. Eventually, I slept fitfully. In the morning, I inspected the underside of the deck from the bluff-side break in the woods. There was no sign of human footprints, just animal tracks, maybe raccoons, but one looked like a boot sole. I felt silly. We drove into town for supplies and coffee, tried to blink away the creeping unease. At the cafe, the server asked where we were staying. When I mentioned the cabin, she paused. Glenn's place? Up on the bluff? Beautiful spot, but you know it used to be owned by a man who went missing 20 years ago. They say the cliff swallowed him. I froze. What do you mean? Oh, just local rumor. Back in the 90s, a homeowner there vanished after the storm hit. They found the house empty. The man was gone. The house eventually sold. The new owner built the cabin you're in, but folks still call it the missing man house. I thanked her politely, but the color drained from my face. I told Marta on the drive back, and she looked at me, concerned. We agreed we'd keep an eye out, maybe leave a bit early. But the remainder of the day passed relatively uneventfully, pleasant even. Tide pooling, beach fires, wine on the deck. Yet the unease lingered. That evening, the wind picked up again. I suggested we bring the chairs inside so they wouldn't topple. Marta agreed. After dinner, I stepped outside to bring the chairs in, flashlight in hand. As I approached the deck, I saw a figure. Barely visible, thin, standing near the cliff's edge beneath an old spruce. My breath stopped. The ocean thundered far below. The figure seemed motionless, head turned toward the cabin. I called out, "Hey!" and the figure disappeared in an instant behind the tree. My skin crawled, adrenaline rushed. I ran back inside and locked the door. Marta was waiting, a look of alarm on her face. "I saw someone," I whispered. "At the bluff, near the spruce tree." She grabbed the flashlight and we shone it outside together. No one, just wood, trees, darkness, the ocean crash. She said maybe it was her imagination. I agreed we should call the host, ask if anyone else had been by, maybe cleanup staff or something. I dialed Glenn's number, but no answer. I texted, "Hi, Glenn. We saw someone near the bluff just now. Thought maybe you had staff coming by? Thanks." No response. That night, we both slept poorly. Morning came. We packed and decided to leave later in the day instead of the next morning. We'd spend one more sunset there, then head back. I said I'd inspect the outdoor area. As I stepped outside, I noticed footprints, large boot prints, possibly men's size 11 to 12, leading from the deck door across the gravel, disappearing into the woods toward the cliff edge. I called Marta. She came out. We took photos. We shouted into the woods. No answer. Our hearts pounded. The print pattern suggested heavy boots, maybe two distinct pairs, one bigger than the other. Neither had been there the evening before. I felt guilty for not locking the deck sliding door earlier. We debated calling local authorities, but we were rural, remote, no guarantee of rapid response. And if we called, we'd maybe ruin our vacation and also potentially create drama with the host. We decided to drive into the nearest town and call the sheriff anonymously. But then I found Glenn's contact again. I left a voicemail. "We found strange, large boot prints outside the deck door. We're concerned. Can you let us know if anyone has been on the property? Thanks." We went out anyway, distracted. That night we sat very close inside, lights on, windows drawn, wind howled. I kept glancing at the door, hearing the ocean but not the scratching. At 1 a.m., the power flickered and went out again. The wind screamed. We heard something crashing against the house. I leapt up, grabbed flashlight beam bouncing around. A large metal deck chair had tumbled across the deck, flat into the glass door. That was impossible. Earlier we had carried in all chairs. I went to the door and looked outside. Nothing. On the deck, just one chair. No footprints. The chair looked like it had been thrown, not just tumbled. I backed away. Marta asked what it was. I said I didn't know. She insisted we leave right now. I packed bags. Rain had started, a cold drizzle blowing in. We drove away in the dark, the cabin behind us like a silhouette. We stayed the night at a motel in the town. The next morning I went back to the cabin to collect remaining things. I knocked on the door. No answer. I opened the door. Interior was intact, but the kitchen light was on. We left it off. On the fireplace mantel I found a pair of heavy boots size 12 placed side by side. They were dusty, scuffed, and new. Neither Marta nor I had brought boots that size. They weren't ours. I called Marta. "Get out." I closed up quickly, locked the door, and as I left, I swore I saw movement at the upstairs window. A shadow lurked. I didn't stop to look. We drove home. A few days later, I called the host again. Finally, he answered. I described the boots, the prints, the figure, and asked if he had housekeepers or staff with boots. He stuttered. Then he said no one should have been there. I live 2 hours away. I come once a month. I said, "Have you changed the locks? Do you check for trespassers?" He said, Yes, all is fine." I said I found boots inside. He paused, then apologized and said he would refund our stay and we should never come back. That felt hollow. I never forgot that. The heavy boots inside the cabin, the prints across the gravel to the woods, the figure by the bluff at dusk watching us. Sometimes I wonder if the boots belonged to the vanished 20 years earlier. Sometimes I think about the endless spray of the waves, the wind in the spruce trees. And I still feel that someone was there, living beneath the deck, waiting. Story the end. I arrived at the house just as dusk settled like a tired blanket over the quiet Midwestern town. The air was still. My road-weary Honda Civic rattled over the gravel driveway, tires crunching as it carried me up to the rental property I'd booked last minute. The listing promised a cozy, remote cabin near the woods, just the kind of getaway I was craving. After the year I'd had working long hours, sharing a cramped apartment with roommates, I wanted solitude, silence, just me and the trees. The driveway curved between towering pines, and I caught only glimpses of the house. Dark windows, a porch swing hanging motionless in the faint breeze. I cut the engine and sat for a moment, the only sound a distant rustle of leaves. I pulled out the listing on my phone. The host name, arrival instructions, you'll see the green lantern hanging by the front door. That's the key. I nodded to myself and stepped out into the humid evening air, my bag slung over one shoulder. The green lantern did hang, flickering ever so slightly, though I didn't know if it was on a timer or simply swaying in the breeze. I found the key under the flower pot just as the listing instructed. The house gave off a pleasant, if slightly too quiet, vibe. A warm light spilled from inside, and the smell of wood, old polished wood, greeted me when I pushed open the door. I snapped pictures of the interior, texted my friends that I had arrived and would be offline for the weekend. The host's response had been cheerful. Hope you have a restful stay. Inside, there was an open floor plan, a living room with a big stone fireplace, a dining table with chairs that looked hand-carved, and a kitchen with old brass fixtures. I loved it. But as I wandered through the space, moving slowly so as to unpack and settle in, a slight unease crept into me. The windows, large as they were, seemed to reflect the darkness outside back at me. I could faintly see trees pressing against the glass as the light inside cast my silhouette outward. I told myself it was nothing, just my tired brain playing tricks. I hung my jacket on a rack by the entrance, unzipped my bag and pulled out my laptop, chargers, and a book I'd picked up at the last minute. I placed my bag on the dining table and walked to the kitchen to get some water. The tap whined faintly as I turned it on, the hollow sound echoing just a little too loud in the stillness. I filled my bottle, took a long drink, and leaned back against the counter. That's when I noticed the framed photograph hanging near the stove. It was black and white, slightly faded, and portrayed a family, father, mother, 2 children, standing in front of a house that looked remarkably similar to the one I was in. I frowned. The house looked older in the photo, the windows different, more traditional. The mother clasped the father's arm, the father's face serious but proud. The children's eyes seemed to bore into the camera, something off about their smiles, the kind of smile that doesn't reach the eyes. A prickle crawled up my spine. I tried to shake it, telling myself that many cabins are repurposed homes. Maybe the host liked old photographs and family heritage. I set the water bottle down and looked out the window at the darkening woods. The trees moved as though breathing. My mind jumped at every bending limb, every rustle. I turned back to the photograph and suddenly felt very alone. I carried my bag into the bedroom. It was on the opposite end of the house, quieter, windows overlooking the forest. The bed had crisp white sheets. A thick wool blanket lay folded at the foot. I placed my laptop on a small desk by the window and turned the lamp on, bright against the gloom outside. I changed into sweatpants and a t-shirt, set my book down, and stretched. A sigh escaped me. This was what I needed. Then I heard it, a faint creaking above my head. The ceiling beam groaned as if someone stepped across a floor. I froze, listening. Silence. I told myself it was the house settling. Old houses do that, especially in cold night air. But it was warm out. Not that warm, but warmer than I'd expected in the woods. The notion of old houses settling didn't entirely fit. Still, I shrugged it off, crawled into bed, and pulled the blanket up to my chin. I read my book for a while. Soon the lights outside dimmed as darkness deepened. I closed the book, switched off the lamp, and watched the night beyond the window. I felt like the woods were watching me back, the blackness unliving, waiting. I drifted off eventually, lulled by the isolation and the background hum of insects. Then I woke. The room was black except for the pale light from the moon filtering in through the curtains. I sat up, heart pounding. The silence seemed unnatural. I glanced at the clock, 3:14 a.m. My phone lay on the desk, blinking a new text notification, but when I reached for it, I noticed the screen flickered, then died. The battery was full when I checked last evening. Strange. I clicked it on again. Nothing. The room's only sound was the faint moan of wind outside, the trees scratching the siding of the house. Then I heard it, footsteps again. This time, slow, deliberate, pacing above the ceiling. Something heavy shifting. I froze, listened. My heart hammered. I rubbed my eyes, tried to rationalize. The house is old, maybe the upstairs attic floorboards expand or a raccoon in the attic, but I could feel it, the weight in the next room above me. The pattern, step pause, coming from roughly the ceiling beam just above the bedroom. I gathered my courage, swung my legs over the side of the bed, and grabbed the lamp near me, switched it on. The beam of light danced across the ceiling and around the room. I crept to the door and slowly pushed it open. The hallway was dark except for that moonlight sliver at the end. I took a step out, listening. At the far end there was a narrow door, maybe to a storage closet or attic access. The door was slightly ajar. I hadn't noticed it before. I moved closer. The creaking paused. I stopped mid-step. Just me, the hooting of an owl in the distance and the wind lamenting through pine needles. Then the door swung gently outward as if pushed by an air current. I flinched, nerves jangling. I crept to it. Inside, a small stairway leading up into complete darkness. I flicked on my phone's flashlight. Nothing visible except dust motes in the beam. I saw a low door halfway up the stairs, perhaps to the attic. The stairs seemed worn. I steadied myself and climbed 3 steps. Just then my phone slipped from my hand and clattered to the floor, light extinguished. I scrambled to pick it up. The beam flickered back on. My eyes adjusted. At the top of the stairs was a narrow corridor shrouded in darkness. I heard something, a faint whisper. I froze and listened. Then the lights in the downstairs living room turned on. Not the hallway, but the living room. I heard the latch click and the front door open. I panicked. I dropped the phone back to the floor and fumbled for the stairs, descending 2 at a time, my heart racing. Downstairs, I grabbed the heavy candlestick on the mantelpiece, just in case. The front door lay wide open, the cool forest breeze flowing in. I covered my mouth with my hand to stop the scream of relief. The lantern by the door was still lit. A faint silhouette of someone standing outside the open doorway in the gloom of wood beyond. I froze. The figure stepped forward into the porch light. It was tall, dressed in a long coat, shoulders stooped slightly. The face I couldn't see, shadow swallowed it. I raised the candlestick, hands trembling. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. The figure didn't answer. It moved toward me, slow. The woods behind it were still. It stopped about 5 feet away. I forced myself to step outside, though I didn't know why. As soon as I stepped onto the porch, the figure turned and walked away into the trees, disappearing among the trunks. I stared, my hands still clutching the candlestick. I closed and locked the front door, bolted it, then backed away, shaking. My phone still flickered erratically. I sat on the couch, hugging the candlestick like a shield while my blood pounded. I texted the host. "Someone entered my house." I locked the door. "Are you around?" No response. I tried calling. No answer. I didn't know what to do. After what felt like an hour, I forced myself to stand, grabbed my bag, and went outside to the car. I left the house unlocked, as far as an escape, but the driveway seemed far, and the woods felt too close. My mind raced. Stay here and wait for the host, or drive back to town? The nearest police station was over 20 minutes away on these lonely roads. I got in my car, locked the doors, and sat for a moment. My body rattled with adrenaline. I thought about my options. I could go back to town, notify the host tomorrow, but that seemed weak. I reasoned maybe it was just someone checking the property or a neighbor. But then, what if not? I started the engine and drove out, headlights sweeping the woods. When I looked in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw the figure standing on the porch, watching me. I blinked, and it was gone. I huffed. I turned off into the road toward town, but the car felt like it was heating too quickly. The dashboard light blinked. I pulled over onto a gravel shoulder, killed the engine, reopened the hood. Everything looked normal. I got back in, started the engine again, and made it out safely, adrenaline still coursing. I spent the night in a motel closer to town, too shaken to return. The next morning, I packed and returned to this cabin to retrieve my belongings, but I drove with company. 2 friends arriving to check on me. One of them, Lisa, took a photo of the house as we pulled in. In the bright morning light, the house seemed less ominous, but still intimidating. The green lantern still hung by the door. Inside, everything looked untouched, but I noticed the photograph in the kitchen, the black and white family portrait. Lisa asked, "Does this place have a history? That photo looks old." I shrugged. No idea. We decided to collect my stuff and leave immediately. As I gathered my suitcase, I noticed something scratched into the baseboard near the kitchen floor, something I hadn't seen last night. It looked intentional, an incised figure like a stick drawing. A house, 3 windows, a door, and underneath 2 small circles. I shone my phone light on it. It was subtle, but there. Weird. I took a photo. Lisa moved toward the living room and gasped. Carving there, too, a deeper one, the same house shape but larger and clumsier. Beside it, the letters "Stay" etched faintly. I felt panic. "We're leaving now," I said. I moved faster, zipped up suitcases, and we got into the car. As we pulled away, I glanced back at the cabin. Standing at the front porch was the tall figure again. My friends didn't see it. I stared, heart pounding, until we exited the driveway. Then I exhaled. Back home, I tried to figure out what had happened. I emailed the host asking for explanation and refund. He answered after 5 hours, "There is no one else on the property. Hope you had a restful stay." I raged. I checked the listing thoroughly. The host's profile said he owned multiple properties, but the recent reviews, all positive, wonderful stay, beautiful house, etc. None mentioned anything odd. I dug into public property records for the address. The house had been built in the 1940s. Former owner, a family named the Carsons. The father had died in 1962. The house then was vacant for years, sold in 1980 to someone who converted it into an Airbnb-type rental. The Carsons had 2 children, aged 6 and 8, in the photograph in the cabin. I found an old newspaper clipping. 1949, 2 siblings reported missing in the forest near that very property. No trace ever found. Their parents were deeply grief-stricken. Permanent mystery. A shiver cut through me. Was that photograph really of them? And what of the figure? I remembered the host's cheerful message. "Hope you have a restful stay," as though he expected disturbance. Then I started receiving weird messages from the host account. "Hope you are okay. Thank you for staying." On the Airbnb platform, I left a 1-star review with details of the incident. The host replied to the review publicly, "We appreciate feedback. Guest misunderstood nature of property." I felt sick. I later discovered the host's account had been suspended for other complaints of weird guests reporting odd sounds, footsteps in attic, weird carvings. I found 2 other listings under his name, identical remote properties, similar Green Lantern mention. Weeks later, I still woke up at 3:14 with a start, sweating. I avoided remote cabins for a while until I felt strong enough, but I never forgot the carved word "stay" and the house that looked almost like the photo and the figure in the night the host never explained. The commenters on forums speculated maybe former owner's spirit returned, maybe a trespasser using Airbnb as lure, maybe something else. Then I started noticing changes in my house, 2 small circles scratched behind my bedroom door. I dismissed it until one morning I found a faint stick figure house carved into the underside of my coffee table. I sold the table. The incident stopped. But even now, in safe daylight, I peer into the backyard, trees, and wonder if someone is watching. Story the end. I arrived at the property just after dark. The sky was already ink black overhead, and the woods around the house rustled in the wind. My ride pulled into the gravel driveway, its headlights revealing an old Victorian tucked between high pines. The air was cold for late spring, one of those unexpected nights when the temperature drops and you feel it. I should have felt welcome, arriving at the house I'd booked through the rental app. It had seemed perfect in the photos. High ceilings, wide windows, secluded but safe, the description promised. I shrugged off the creeping feeling in my chest and swung my suitcase out of the car. The host, named Catherine, met me at the door. She was smiling, carrying a tray of fresh-baked cookies and a large thermos of hot chocolate. "Welcome," she said. Her voice was cheery, the sort of warmth you notice when you're a little on edge. She showed me around as I followed behind, past a grand fireplace, the living room with antique furniture, a dining table that looked like it might have come out of a steamboat, but polished and clean. "This is the guest bedroom," she said as she opened a door. The room was spacious, with a 4-poster bed and large windows looking out at the forest. "I'll leave you here. If you need anything, just give me a call." She handed me a paper with her number. I nodded and thanked her. Inside the house's hallways, the floorboards creaked quietly, even though everything seemed well maintained. After Catherine left, I unpacked my things, changing out of travel clothes into something comfortable. I stepped outside onto the small porch and looked out at the surrounding darkness. The trees seemed to lean in. I shivered and went indoors, closing the door behind me. For a moment, I considered how isolated I was. No other houses in sight, and the only road I'd come in on was narrow and unlit. I made my hot chocolate, pouring the drink into a big mug, and sat by the fireplace with the logs crackling. I tried to relax, watching the flames dance. One of the windows reflected the living room, and for a moment I thought I saw someone standing behind me in the reflection. I turned, but of course there was no one. I laughed at myself for being jumpy. After all, I told myself, I'm just a single woman traveling alone. I'd stayed in rentals before, had always felt safe. But tonight felt different. Later, I decided I'd take a shower. The bathroom was large, with clawfoot tub and separate glass door shower. I switched on the light and the ceiling fan hummed above. I undressed, stepped into the shower, and as the water began streaming down, I heard another soft creak outside the door. The house was old. Perhaps the floors shifted. I ignored it. But then the creak again, louder this time, maybe the floor next to the bathroom door. I froze mid-shower. The water pelted my back. I turned off the shower and wrapped a towel around myself. I quietly eased toward the door, peered out. Nothing. The hallway was dark, the lights off. Did I leave the living room light on? Maybe the house was simply settling. I returned to the shower, finished and toweled off. I pulled on pajamas, then slipped back into the living room. I tried to steady my heart. I relit the fire and sank into the sofa. My phone sat on the coffee table. I looked at the time. It was past 11. I told myself I'd read a few chapters, then go to bed. While I read, I kept hearing faint sounds. The wind, branches scratching the window panes, maybe a squirrel or an owl outside. No big deal. But then I heard what sounded like footsteps upstairs. My room was downstairs. I paused and listened. The footfalls weren't heavy. They were the soft tap of bare feet, maybe someone wandering. I checked the stairs. Yes, there were stairs leading to the upper level, going from the living area up to what seemed like a loft and some other rooms. But Catherine said the upper floor was locked off. Those rooms were off limits. I remember her saying something about needing to finish some renovation next week. I shrugged. Maybe the house had old settling noises echoing, maybe an animal up above. I crept to the base of the stairs, looked upward into darkness. No light, just the silhouette of the landing. I heard the footsteps again, a single footfall, then a pause, then another. My breath caught. Could it be someone else in the house? I turned on the flashlight app on my phone and walked slowly up the stairs. The wood groaned under my weight. At the landing, I stopped. The upper hallway was lit only by moonlight filtering through a small window. The doors along the hallway were shut. I reached the first door nearest to me. It looked closed. I placed my hand on the doorknob. It was unlocked. The door swung open silently, and I shone my flashlight in quickly. The room was empty. Hardwood floor, drywall, tools stacked along one wall, a tarp draped over some furniture. I exhaled. Then I heard a voice, whispered, soft and immediate. "Why are you here?" It jolted me so much I dropped the phone. It fell with a sharp clatter. I scrambled, picked it up, beam shining. I spun quickly. There was no one. I shut the door and bolted down the stairs, nearly tripping on my robe. I didn't look back. I landed on the living room floor like I'd landed a parachute. I pressed the phone against my chest. My heart pounded. I told myself I'd been foolish. There's no one here. I'm alone. It's the wind. Maybe a tree branch knocked something. I didn't sleep well. Every rustle became a footstep. Every floorboard groan became someone walking. I woke once to the fan above the shower still humming, though I'd turned it off. I reached over and switched it off. When I drifted into half sleep, I saw someone standing at the foot of my bed. I shut my eyes hard, and when I opened them again, nothing. I forced myself to breathe steadily. I actually got a few hours of sleep. The next morning dawned cold and gray. I made coffee and sat on the porch in a rocking chair trying to shake the fear. The air felt heavy. The queen-sized bed I'd slept in felt smaller now. The house bigger. I texted Catherine to ask whether I could check out a little later today. She responded quickly, "Of course, there's no rush." Her words should have reassured me, but instead I felt more exposed, more vulnerable. I decided to go for a short walk to clear my head. I grabbed the house key and stepped onto the driveway. I followed a narrow path into the woods for maybe 10 minutes, the trees closing around me. When I stopped, I turned back. I thought I saw movement, white in the distance. I squinted. It was nothing, probably the birch bark of a fallen tree. I walked faster, headed back to the house. When I got inside, I noticed something. The front door latch was unlatched. It should have been locked when I returned. My nausea tickled. I locked it again, checked windows. Nothing else seemed out of place. I sat on the couch with my phone in hand, considering leaving early. I texted Catherine, "Is there a lock on the second floor door you mentioned? The one you said was under renovation?" She answered, "Yes, it's supposed to be locked at all times. I'll come by tonight and check." I exhaled. So I wasn't hallucinating the footsteps then. I decided to spend the afternoon out, go into the nearby small town, maybe get lunch and get busier. I did. I came back in early evening with a sandwich and soda. I fixed dinner in the kitchen, pasta with sauce. I heard the door then. I froze. It was the front door. Someone opened it from the outside. I thought maybe Catherine returning. I walked toward the living room window. The porch light cast weak yellow over the driveway. I saw Catherine walking up, carrying a watering can. She smiled and waved. I sighed relief. She entered. I told her about lunch, about the shaky feeling I'd had. "Everything okay up there?" she asked, nodding toward the upstairs. I tasked to feel the color drain. "I heard something up there last night," I admitted. "Footsteps." She's paused. "Old houses make sounds," she said lightly. "But if you were uncomfortable, you can come downstairs, or if you prefer, I can unlock one of the other bedrooms so you're not alone." I said no. I was fine. I just wanted to relax. After dinner, we chatted a bit about the woods, about the town, about the old home's history. She said the house had been built in 1893, been in her family for generations, only recently converted into a rental. That seemed legit. I thanked her. She left me for the night, said she'd lock up downstairs, and I would not need to turn on the upstairs circuit. I went to bed again earlier. I placed the phone on a table near the bed so I could hear it if something happened. I tried to fall asleep. I woke at maybe 2 a.m. I heard that voice again, the same whisper, even quieter. "Hello." My chest froze. I sat up. The moonlight through the curtains cast shadows across the bed. I looked toward the door. The hallway beyond was dark, but I thought I saw a figure standing there. Tall, thin, maybe a man. The blood drained from my face. I grabbed the phone, turned flashlight on, pointed it. The figure was gone. My breath heavy, I threw back the covers and scrambled out of bed, phone in hand, flashlight blazing. I stumbled into the hallway, checked every corner. I felt tears begin to stream. I was alone. I was trembling. I went back to my room, locked the door, and climbed under the covers. I had the flashlight on the nightstand. I tried to power through until dawn. When the light peeked through the curtains, I got up. I felt haggard, exhausted, and very afraid. I packed my things quietly, threw on clothes. I shivered, grabbed my luggage. I turned to the nightstand. My phone, battery dead. I didn't recall plugging it in. I reached the porch, locked the house, and left. I didn't say goodbye to Catherine. I just got into my car and drove toward the highway. The next week, safe at home, I couldn't stop thinking about that night. Something haunted me about the house. I searched the internet. I found old records. The house had a tragic past. The previous owner, a recluse, died in the upstairs room. Rumor was that his body was undiscovered for days. Some locals claim the upstairs is where objects move on their own. Others said they heard whispering at night. I had experienced the whisper. It wasn't until much later that I realized one detail. I didn't see the host leave the house the morning of my earliest walk. I just assumed she did. That door latch being unlatched when I returned, it wasn't a mistake. It was a warning, maybe. Maybe the figure I saw in the hallway wasn't the landlord's shadow. Maybe it was the previous inhabitant, restless. I never booked that rental again. I wouldn't stay in a house isolated like that, where the trees feel like they watch you. The memory of the whisper, "Why are you here?" still echoes, late at night when the wind blows and the dark feels too deep. Story the end. I arrived at the house just as dusk was turning the sky a bruise blue. The address on the listing matched the one on my rental app, and the driveway was dark, the only light spilling outward a yellow porch lamp that flickered like a weak breath. I stepped out of my car and looked up. 2 stories, siding peeling, the windows reflected a dull gray, and there was something off. The listing said charming and secluded, and yes, it certainly was secluded. There were no neighbors visible, no streetlights, nothing but trees stretching back into shadow. A long walk from the main road had led me here. I carried my bags inside. The door opened easily. The lock mechanism seemed old, and the key provided by the host had a thick metal ring. Inside, the air felt cold, despite the evening warmth outside. The paint in the entryway had cracks, and the carpet in the staircase was stained. Yet the listing had looked good. Big living room, a fireplace, Wi-Fi available, ideal for the few days I planned to stay and work remotely. That night, I slept with the curtains open, wanting to catch the nighttime forest's quiet hum. But around 3 in the morning, something woke me. I sat up. In the darkness, I thought I heard breathing outside the bedroom window. The window faced the tree line. Maybe it was wind. But the breath sounded less like wind and more like a drawn-out exhalation, like someone standing just beyond the glass. I told myself it was nothing, got dressed, and opened the window slightly. Outside, I saw nothing but black. I closed it and returned to bed, telling myself I was imagining things. The next morning, I made coffee in the kitchen. The windowsills were cluttered. Dust, little fragments of what looked like old drywall, maybe tiny bits of insects. The cast iron skillet was rusty in spots. I thought, okay, maybe this one's a little tired, but still acceptable. The host had mentioned the house had been in the family for years, but recently listed for guests. I hoped they'd fix the essentials. Later in the day, I sat in the living room working, laptop open, headphones out, tapping away. Around noon, I heard a creak upstairs, the floorboards shifting. I froze. It wasn't sudden like a thump. It was slow, deliberate. I lifted my head. Silence. I shrugged. The floorboards are old, right? I kept working. After a while, I felt a chill. My screen trembled with the reflection of the lamp behind me, and I looked up. The fireplace had logs stacked but unlit, and I felt suddenly uneasy. The feeling intensified when I realized I was not alone in the room. I heard something behind the couch, maybe a soft shuffle of fabric, a small sliding sound. I turned quickly, stared into the shadow. Nothing. But the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight. I told myself to breathe. It was probably an animal. Maybe a raccoon got inside. I went to check the back door. I hadn't locked it yet. The door was closed, but the deadbolt wasn't engaged. I locked it, secured the door, and returned, then sat down again. But the house seemed different now. Weightier. The shadows deeper. The windows darker. The trees outside seemed to press forward. That evening, I tried to relax. I lit the fireplace, though the chimney smoked and the room filled with salt and pepper ash. I opened the living room door to let it vent. I cooked pasta. I turned on the TV, muted. But every time I looked up, the living room felt watched. Not just by windows or trees, but something intangible, something observing. Either I was getting paranoid or something was wrong. I brushed the thought aside. I drank wine. I'd brought a bottle, watched the coals in the fireplace die. Around 9, I heard a knock. 3 quick taps. I froze. This house is in the woods. Who knocks at this hour? I stood still, heart thumping. I looked toward the front door through the narrow glass pane in it. Nothing outside. I waited. Then there was another knock, softer. I approached the door slowly and looked out. No one. I unlocked it, opened it a crack, only darkness. I exhaled. I locked it. Back inside, I felt uneasy. I thought maybe the host sent a message. Maybe he'd come by. I checked my phone. No messages. The listing said host lives in town, doesn't stay here. I told myself to relax. The night would pass. I climbed the stairs to my bedroom. I shut the door behind me, locked it, collapsed into bed, and slept fitfully. In the morning, I found something odd. On the bedside table, a small scrap of paper, folded haphazardly. I didn't remember leaving anything. I opened it. A single line, "You're not alone." The ink was bluish. The paper creased. My heart sank. I must have dropped something and someone used it to leave this. I tapped the host on the app. Found a note on the bedside table. "Did anyone stop by last night?" He replied within minutes. "No. I don't live there. That shouldn't be there. If you feel uncomfortable, you can leave early for a refund of remaining nights." I felt partially relieved, but mostly panicked. I packed up some things, thinking I'd check out that afternoon. Before I left, I wanted to collect my things. I went downstairs into the living room. Something made a noise, a soft dragging sound, like something being dragged across wood coming from the door to the utility room at the back of the house. I walked toward the door. It was closed. I reached for the knob. It turned slightly and then stopped. I jerked it. It swung open to reveal a dark room. I flicked the light switch. Nothing. I opened the utility room door fully and momentarily stood in a threshold. Something moved at the far end of the room. My eyes adjusted. I saw the legs of a tall figure, crouched beside a large shelf. He looked up at me, lit by the weak light behind me, his face in shadow. He jumped up and dashed away toward the back door and out into the yard. My mind exploded in fear. I shouted, "Hey!" But he was gone. I ran outside, locking the door behind me. My mind raced. Was the host lying? Was someone staying here? I needed to leave. I grabbed my bags from inside quickly, locked every door I could find, and got into my car. As I pulled out, I noticed something lying on the driveway, a limp silhouette that looked like a coat or a body. I slowed, heart pounding. It moved. I slammed my foot on the gas and sped away. My rearview mirror showed nothing but the dark house receding. Back at home, I couldn't sleep. I kept dreaming of the figure in that room. I kept waking up to the feeling of someone sitting on the edge of the bed, staring just out of my vision, breathing slow and heavy. I thought maybe I'd overreacted. Maybe the scrap of paper had been left by a prankster. But the figure I saw in the utility room was real. A week later, I contacted the rental platform and shared my experience and the host's message. They investigated and told me they found multiple complaints about the host's property. Unauthorized access by unknown individuals, items missing from previous guests, odd noises. The listing was eventually deactivated. I felt some closure, but the fear stayed. Months later, I met someone who had rented the same house a year earlier. She told me she heard footsteps in the attic, scratched at the ceiling above her bed, and one morning found muddy footprints on the floor near her room where none should have been. She left in the middle of the night. After that, I blocked the memory, but every so often I wondered if the house still stood there. Windows staring out like eyes, someone moving inside when the world slept. The memory of the breath at the window, the drag in the living room, the figure in the utility room, all of it haunted me. Eventually I moved, changed cities. But on certain nights when the wind was just right, I'd wake and swear I heard a faint knock, 3 taps on a door, and I'd want to get up and check, but I didn't. Story the end. I could feel the tires crunching over gravel as we drove deeper into the woods, the kind of unease you only notice when the headlights throw long, trembling shadows across the pine trunks. My girlfriend Mara had booked this remote cabin through an Airbnb listing, a rustic escape away from city life in northern Michigan. The ad promised seclusion, a crackling fireplace, and no neighbors for miles. The thought was appealing. Just the 2 of us, unplugged from our lives, tucked away under canopy and sky. At least that's what we told ourselves. The listing, which I still wish I'd taken a screenshot of, claimed the cabin was newly renovated but preserved original wood beams and stonework. It described the setting as totally private, a 15-minute drive to town, but what wasn't mentioned was how rapidly the wind picks up at dusk in that forest, like nature's exhale, or how the cabin perches on a slight rise that makes it visible from the road when headlights sweep by. The drive there was uneventful until the last half mile, narrow, winding, and unmarked, except for a single weather-worn sign tied to a tree reading Cedar Ridge Retreat. We passed it and had to back up on a strip of gravel until we recognized the cabin's dim outline in the clearing. The first 2 hours were magical. We unloaded our bags into a squeaky old door. The interior smelled of pine and something faintly chemical, a residual of remodeling, I told myself. Outside, dusk settled in, the fireplace's low orange flicker casting dancing shapes on the ceiling. We cracked open beers, talked and laughed, listened to the wind outside and the occasional snap of what might have been a branch, or perhaps a deer. Mara leaned against me on the couch, and for a moment I felt relief. But when the night deepened, odd things began to happen. Shortly after midnight, I woke as though someone nudged my consciousness. I tried to shrug it off. Sound, maybe? From the loft bedroom I was in, I heard a faint creak from the floor below, a slow step, then a pause. I sat up, heart pounding, listening. Mara was asleep beside me, breathing even. I got dressed quietly and went to the staircase leading to the main floor. I peered down into the dimness. The fireplace had died, embers glowing weakly. There was no one in the living room, no light on. I shook my head and returned upstairs, convinced I dreamed it. In the morning, we discovered what looked like footprints in the dust on the coffee table. The cabin hadn't been cleaned very thoroughly, we admitted, but the prints looked small, maybe 8-inch soles, leading from the couch toward the staircase and stopping where the wood meets the open loft space. Mara said she didn't hear anything. We chalked it up to animal intrusion. Maybe a raccoon got in through an open window vent. We searched and found one screen slightly bent, but the frame seemed locked. Still, the house felt off. One fireplace log was moved from the stack when we'd left it untouched. We laughed it off as one of us sliding it earlier. We spent the day hiking into the woods and near a nearby lake. The cabin had Wi-Fi, but weak, and cell service was near zero. We accepted it. The remoteness was part of the charm. But at night, beyond sounds, came lights. I woke again later to the glow of headlights sweeping through woods outside the large front window. A car, moving slowly down the drive, engine off or barely idling, beam dragging along tree trunks. I watched. No turn signal, no parking, just beam shining into the clearing for a moment, then disappearing. I jolted Mara awake and pointed it out. She stared, wide-eyed, and we both moved to the window, but the beam was gone. The sky was clear, stars visible. We shut the curtains and tried to sleep again. She offered it was someone lost in woods or looking for the cabin next door. I accepted that explanation, though uneasily. The next morning, the host, a man named Donald, texted with a friendly tone asking if everything was fine and reminding us the checkout was 2 days later. We thanked him and said yes. He seemed nice. Nothing about him in reviews jumped out as bad. But I began reviewing past guest comments more closely. One mention of hearing voices outside the window at night, then a vague house creaked like someone was upstairs. I had dismissed these as isolated. On our second night, we watched a movie on the couch under the flickering fireplace. Sometime after midnight, Mara finally drifted to sleep. I heard what sounded like someone whispering my name. Matt, a soft hiss carried faintly across the loft. I froze, heart racing. Matt, again closer. I thought I recognized that voice. Someone calling me by name casually as if standing next to the bed. I flipped on the light and searched the room. Nothing. I tossed the covers aside and walked downstairs. The living room was dark, the fire reduced to pale ash. I paused in the center of the room, and then I saw a figure, thin, hunched, back to me, standing by the window, looking out at the woods, pale face turned slightly so the beam of moonlight faced it. I gasped. It jerked and turned toward me. Its features were too vague to make out clearly, but the heads seemed too large for the body and the arms hung at odd angles. I flicked the light switch. Nothing happened, the living room lights dead. I backed up. The figure remained. I shut my eyes and shut them tight, waited a moment, and when I opened them, the figure had vanished. The window curtain ragged, rustling, my pulse hammered. I rushed upstairs, shook Mara awake. "Someone's downstairs," I whispered. Her eyes were blurred with sleep, but she believed me immediately. We gathered our things and decided to leave at dawn. But as good fortune, or lack thereof, would have it, the car wouldn't start. The electric key fob did nothing. I tried the manual, opened the hood. Spark plug cables looked normal. I had little auto smarts, but the battery seemed drained. We could hike out. The listing said 15 minutes to town, but in daylight maybe 30 via narrow forest roads. Nothing else open at midnight. We debated. Then the bedroom door clicked shut, not locked from the outside. I watched. But the handle turned with deliberate creak, and the door locked itself. We pounded on it. I pulled the electronic key fob. Nothing. I searched for release. No cell signal, Wi-Fi patchy. The door handle stayed still, locked from the hallway. We screamed. We thudded the wood. I shook the knob. It wouldn't open. Mara sobbed, whispering, "Go downstairs. Check the car again." I nodded. I sprinted down the stairs, flashlight in hand. I tiptoed around the living room. The fireplace died, the chimney quiet. I moved to the front door. It looked normal. I turned the knob. Locked. It hadn't locked before. My heart sank. I pulled harder. Kicked. Nothing. From the kitchen, I heard a soft smack like a hand of glove hitting wood. I spun. All the lights off. I grabbed the phone for service. No bars. The window by the door, heavy glass, looks tough. I glanced outside. The woods looked still, the car not visible in headlights since no beam. But I noticed footprints. Bare footprints, small, maybe child-size, but wet mud leading from the back of the house to the front and toward the window. My mind reeled. We were trapped. I shouted upstairs, "Mara, I can't open anything. We're locked in." Silence. Then a voice answered upstairs. "Let us in." Low, rhythmic, and cold. That word, us. My head spun. I rushed back. The footprints had rushed toward the back door. I looked outside. No porch light, only moon. I counted dozens of footprints now, all converging. Then the low whisper again, "We've been watching." The voice came from the hallway behind me now. I turned. No one. Just shadows. The door to the basement, there was a door marked utility I hadn't noticed, stood ajar. The basement light flickered as if someone switched it. I ran across the hall and yanked it closed. Time slowed. Each thump upstairs sounded like two. We continued trying to force the door, but nothing budged. The voice, multiple voices echoed, "Friends, you're our friends." Soft laughter scattered, almost childlike, innocent and wrong. Mara started hyperventilating. I held her, told her to calm, rationalize, someone playing a prank. But the footprints, the voices. The house used to be a hunting lodge. I remembered reading in the listing after we arrived. It had a long history of being mostly unused. We waited until dawn. Light seeped in. I checked the front and back doors. They were unlocked now. I rushed to the car. Oddly, the battery fine now, and we jumped in. I looked into the cabin one final time. Something glimmered in a window upstairs. A pale face, a small boy maybe, watching us leave. We sped off. When we returned to town, we told the host, Donald. He said he was sorry, but he'd never had privilege issues. Maybe raccoons or deer got in. He seemed unsure. He refunded our stay. We drove to the airport and flew home. I tried to put it behind me. Months later, I found out the cabin had been a place for a children's camp back in the 60s. A fire had taken lives. Local paperwork referenced it became abandoned, then repurposed. I dug deeper. One blog said children's laughter heard in the woods. Another wrote of strangers paying full price for solo experiences and never returning. I looked at old photographs, grainy black and white, kids in cabin bunks. Some pictures had little boy faces blurred, scratched out. One small clipped note, Cabin 9, Cedar Ridge Retreat, 4 children missing, 1963. I haven't gone back. Mara won't stay alone in any cabin. Sometimes I wake in the middle of the night, hear a whisper. Matt. I bolt upright, heart pounding, flashlight on. Nothing there, just shadows and memories. Story, the end. I pulled into the driveway of the little cottage on the outskirts of a small town in northern Georgia around 8:30 in the evening, the sun low and amber in the west behind the trees. My phone told me I was at 342 Sequoia Way, though I'd printed out the address just in case. I was tired after a long day driving from Atlanta, where I'd spoken at a tech conference, then hopped rental car and made the last few hours of the trek. I'd booked the place on a whim, cheap enough to justify, rural enough to feel like a getaway, and surprising close to a little hiking trail I'd wanted to try the next morning. The listing said cozy, secluded cabin with forest views. What I didn't expect was the creeping sense of wrongness that waited for me behind those windows. The house looked fine from the outside. A one-story wood-clad cottage, porch lights on, smooth bricks under the bottom eaves. I parked, hoisted my overnight bag into the porch, and paused a moment beneath the yellow glow of a porch lamp, the air mild, a light breeze rustling the pine needles overhead. It felt peaceful. The host, someone named Jessica, had texted earlier instructions on how to unlock the door. Keypad code, then key on the inside slot. I punched in the code, which was exactly what she'd said, heard the latch click, and stepped inside. The place smelled faintly of cedar and something else, maybe damp carpet or old wood. It was well decorated, simple, tasteful, rustic chairs, a coffee table with a few magazines, framed nature prints on the wall, a small kitchen along the side with stainless fridge, stove, kettle. I set my bag down, flipped the lights on, and the house went bright. I looked at the little note on the table. Welcome. We hope you enjoy your stay. Please treat the home with care. Jay. I thought of the host as someone who loved this home and opened it for guests. I pulled out my laptop, made a cup of tea, and settled into one of the chairs to relax. It was quiet enough that I could hear the airflow from the HVAC register and the faint hum of the refrigerator. Outside, trees whispered. Inside, all was calm. But the calm didn't last. A little after 10 o'clock, I yawned, stretched, and thought I'd take a quick walk around the property to enjoy the night air. I grabbed my jacket, stepped onto the porch, the door swinging closed behind me. The night was cool, even for late May, and the sky overhead was dim with clouds. The pine trees traced dark lines against the gray, brooding sky. I walked toward the edge of the lawn where it met the forest, looked out over nothing but trees and wind shadows. A few yards from the porch, I caught a glimpse of something. White. At first, I thought it was a bird flying past, but as I turned, it paused. Something about the shape didn't feel right. It was a pair of trousers, or sheets maybe, caught on a branch. I moved in to inspect it, but the wind shifted and it tore away, leaving me staring at deeply dark pines where nothing was visible. Shrugging, I walked back. The porch light glowed softly. I stepped back inside and locked the door. As I sat back down with my tea, I heard it, a creak, like a floorboard deliberately depressed. I thought the house might be settling, or maybe a neighbor's dog or something in the wood outside. I glanced at the hallway. There was a narrow corridor and 2 bedrooms beyond. I didn't expect anyone else to be here, and I'd locked the door behind me. I told myself I was being silly. Around midnight, I finally decided to go to bed. The bedroom was comfortable. Queen bed, nice linens, a window looking out into the trees. I drifted off. The next thing I remember is waking up in darkness around 2:17 a.m. I sat up, looked at my phone. 2:17. My heart beat fast. I tried to remember what woke me. Nothing at first. Then I heard it. The soft thud of something landing on the porch roof. I froze. Outside, I could just make the shape of the roof's edge. But then I heard another thud, and then a scraping, like someone dragging a foot along shingles. I quietly got out of bed, flipped open the flashlight on my phone, and tiptoed to the window. I parted the curtain just enough. Yes, there was movement. A dark figure, crouched, maybe on the other side of the roof. The porch light's glow cast shadows. The figure paused. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. The figure's head turned, toward the house maybe. It held perfectly still for a moment, then dropped, vanished from view. My mind raced. What could I do? I didn't want to confront anyone outside. I didn't even know if someone was outside. My bag was near the door. I debated grabbing it and heading to the car. But I didn't want to tip off whatever it was that I was aware. I crept back to bed, pulled the covers over my head, and stayed awake until dawn, trying to listen for any further movement. When morning came, I only half slept. Daylight made everything calmer. I went into the kitchen, made coffee. I looked at the porch roof from the vantage inside, then outside, peering up. No footprints, no droppings, nothing obviously wrong. I told myself maybe it was a raccoon or possum, maybe I imagined it in a half-dream. The host's listing emphasized wildlife wasn't uncommon. I decided I'd stay the day, go for the hike as planned, let myself relax. At around 11, I drove the rental car to the trailhead. The forest was expansive and quiet. I wandered through ferns, moss-covered logs, birds calling above. It felt like reprieve. On the way back, I stopped at a small cafe in town for lunch, got a sandwich, and sat outside in the sunshine. I realized how anxious I still was, and I decided I'd check out of the rental tonight rather than stay another night. I texted Jessica, "Thanks for letting me stay. Something came up, and I'll head out tonight rather than tomorrow. Is that okay?" She replied promptly, "No problem at all. Glad you enjoyed the forest. Do you need anything before you go?" I felt relief. The host was easygoing. I told her I'd leave before noon tomorrow. She said fine. Back at the cottage in the afternoon, I tried to relax. I sat on the porch, read a bit. A light rain came on, pattering the roof. The trees swayed in the wind. The house felt cozy by contrast. But as evening approached, the light under the porch turned golden again and shadows fell long. At around 7, I made dinner, simple pasta, and watched a movie on my laptop. At 9:30, I brushed teeth and prepared for bed early, wanting to leave by first light. Despite my resolution, I awoke again at around 1:02 a.m. This time it was different. I heard the door to the outside, the main front door, click open. It was such a tiny sound but distinct. The doorknob didn't spin, but the click could be the latch releasing. My pulse jumped. I froze. I didn't move. I listened. Then I heard the door creak open and a soft step on the wood floor of the hallway outside my bedroom. A hand on the wall, maybe, sliding. I sat rigid. The figure came into view through the sliver of light seeping from the hallway into the dark room. I couldn't see details, just a silhouette. The figure moved slowly, direction to my room. I swallowed. My phone was on the nightstand, within reach. I dialed the police number, not yet, but placed my thumb on the call button. The figure stood just outside the bedroom door for a long moment, side-lit as if listening. Then it turned and headed away, back the way it came. I listened until I heard the door click shut. The house grew silent, the only sound my heavy breathing. I didn't sleep again. At dawn, I packed quickly, checked everything off, left a short note on the kitchen table. Thanks, I had to leave early. I locked the door behind me and got in the car. I didn't tell the host about what happened. I felt uneasy about confronting someone I never met. Maybe she wouldn't believe me. I headed to the airport and flew home. In the week that passed, I told a friend. We shrugged, joked about it. I told myself it was probably an intruder, maybe someone living nearby, maybe curious. I changed my locks at home, felt a little jump at any night sound, but I assumed it was done. About 2 weeks later, I got an email from Airbnb, the platform, with a review request for that stay. I opened the listing. It looked exactly the same as I remember. I glimpsed the host's profile. I then opened the photos I'd taken for memory's sake. Living room, bedroom. Then I noticed something odd. In the living room shelf photo, behind the bouquet of wildflowers on the coffee table, there was a very faint footprint inked on the rug. Uh, I hadn't noticed it at the time. I enlarged the image. The print was clear. A sole, 5 toes pointed the shape of a child's foot. I zoomed into the bigger photo of the porch roof. There was a small smear of brownish discoloration on the wood near the edge. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing. I found the listing's address on Google Maps and looked at the street view, though the view was months old. The cottage sat alone, and the forest just behind and to the side. The host's profile said she owned it and lived elsewhere. I emailed Airbnb support saying, during my stay, someone entered the house in the night, and I had to leave early. I have photos of the interior that show additional signs. They asked for timestamps, images, details. I sent them the photo of the footprint, pointed out the porch roof smear. I asked them to check other guest reviews to see if there were similar reports. A few days later, I received a reply. We reviewed your case. There have been no reports consistent with your concern for this listing. We cannot confirm unauthorized access occurred, so no refund is possible. I felt frustrated and small. I deleted the listing from my saved items, but curiosity gnawed. I returned home, but the memory lingered. I checked my credit cards, no unauthorized charges. I ordered a home security system. I started sleeping with the door locked even in the daytime. Months passed. I almost forgot until one evening I got a message through the Airbnb app. Hi there, we're texting to ask if you'd be okay changing your review from 4 stars to 5. Thank you. The host's name popped up. I didn't respond. Then, 6 months later, I discovered something in the news feed at my hometown's newspaper website. A short article. Authorities arrest man in rural Georgia murder sexual assault case. Victim's body found in forest near Sequoia Way. I clicked through. The cottage address was listed as the victim's apartment, though the description could be generic. The address, 342 Sequoia Road. It was almost the same. My heart sank. I dug further. I found court filings showing that a woman had been murdered in May the previous year at 340 or 344 Sequoia Way, the adjacent residence to the cabin I stayed in. The investigators noted that the suspect, when arrested, had confessed that he had used the wooded property around the cabin to hide the body temporarily before moving it. I felt a wave of nausea. I wondered, had I stayed in the adjacent home to a scene of a murder the year before? The cabin listing made no mention of anything. Had somebody been using the place while I was there? Had the figure I saw on the roof been the same person? My head spun with possibilities. I contacted Airbnb support again, linking the case. They responded, because property is not part of a chain and listing is privately managed, we cannot act further at this time. They encouraged me to reconsider submitting a police report, though I'd long since filed none. I was angry at myself for not doing so earlier. I never returned to that area. I couldn't look at the photos without replaying the sense of being watched. The idea that someone might have had access to the cabin while I slept still gives me chills. I can't prove it, but I know what I saw, or at least what I felt, and I haven't camped out in isolated lodgings since. I still remember the first night's breathless heart and the second night's slow creaking door, and when the figure stood outside my bedroom in silence. I remember the rust-colored smear near the roof's edge that I only noticed weeks later. I remember the tiny footprint by the coffee table when I enlarged the photo. I remember the forest's hush that threatened something unseen in the trees. Now, I travel often, still on Airbnb and similar platforms, but I double-check local crime stats. I read every review carefully for weird comments about odd noises. I ask hosts directly whether the property is part of a multi-unit dwelling or near older structures. And at night, I sleep with a floor lamp on. People often ask, "Why didn't you leave earlier?" Good question. Fear is tricky. In the moment, the brain freezes. You tell yourself you'll stay calm, you'll wait. You don't want to believe it's real. And you hope the sun will rise and bring clarity. It did for me enough to get out, but not enough to forget. If you're going to rent a secluded place, know this. Isolation can be what draws you in, and also what hides what you didn't expect. Stay alert. If you hear a latch click in the middle of the night, don't dismiss it. If you spot movement on the roof or outside your window, take a picture or call someone. Keep your doors locked. Keep your wits about you. Because I can't say what exactly happened at 342 Sequoia Way that night and the next. But I can say this, something was there, and it kept me awake, and when I left in the morning, I never felt safe the same way again. Story the end. I arrived at the house at dusk. The address I'd rented via Airbnb was tucked away on a long gravel road outside a small rural town in Michigan. The listing described a cozy, rustic getaway with forest views and easy access to a lake. It sounded perfect for a weekend of escape from my daily grind in Detroit. I pulled up in my compact rental car, headlights illuminating the faded white siding of a two-story house set back from the road. It looked quiet, except for the dense trees around it whispering in the wind. I grabbed my bags and unlocked the front door with the code provided. Inside, the air smelled faintly of pine and something else I couldn't quite identify. The wood floors creaked beneath my feet as I entered the living room. A worn couch and a small coffee table, a modest kitchen, and a staircase leading up. There were no other guests listed in the booking, and I'd expected solitude. That was part of the appeal. My phone had spotty reception there, but I made a call to let my friend know I'd arrived and would check in once I was settled. As I unpacked some clothes in the upstairs bedroom and set up my laptop on the small table in the corner, I heard a noise downstairs. Metal scraping. Soft, almost like a chair being moved. I paused, listening. The sound came again. I stepped quietly to the edge of the stairs and looked down. Nothing was visible. The living room was empty and dark, except for the halogen light over the kitchen sink. I shrugged it off. Maybe just the wind making the tree branches knock against the house, or perhaps a trap door I hadn't noticed. I went back to finishing my setup. I only planned to stay 2 nights, just enough to have peace, to write, to maybe go for a morning swim in the lake. Later, after dinner, I sat on the couch reading. The house was warm and quiet, but the heavy darkness outside the windows made the indoor lights feel isolated. I looked across at the window facing the forest and noticed there was a faint glow. Not from a street lamp, there were none around, but maybe a reflection or passing car. I watched. The glow pulsed, then disappeared. I leaned forward. Was that movement just beyond the trees? A silhouette? My phone buzzed. My friend sending a message asking how things were. I typed a quick reply and glanced back at the forest-facing window. I thought I saw a figure standing still, just inside the tree line. It wasn't moving. I assumed again, probably my imagination and shadows playing tricks. That night, I slept fitfully. The house's old foundation creaked with the wind. In the middle of the night, I woke to the sound of soft footsteps from downstairs. I froze. The house's only occupant should be me. I held my breath. The footsteps paused. For a short time, nothing. Then a soft thump. I choked back a gasp and sat up in bed. I strained to hear more. The sound ended abruptly. I waited until morning, heart pounding. When the light came, I crept down the stairs. The living room looked normal, but the front door was cracked. I hadn't been out since arriving, and I was sure I'd locked it. I walked to it, touched the cold metal knob. The crack allowed a sliver of light into the dark room. I felt uneasy. Did I forget to lock it? Possibly. But why would something move a chair in the kitchen, scrape metal, then open the door? My phone didn't show any calls or texts between when I fell asleep and morning, except a single message from Airbnb asking if I needed assistance. I responded, "No, thank you." I went outside to the lake path as I'd planned. The light morning air and the forest birds helped settle my nerves. I walked slowly toward the water. The path was narrow, overgrown. At the shoreline, the water looked calm and still. I paused, the fog of morning rising off the surface. I decided not to swim, better safe than risking something unknown in the dense forest. I collected some sticks and sketched a little in my journal. Returning to the house, I found something odd in the kitchen. One cabinet door slightly ajar. I was sure I'd closed it. Inside, things seemed the same, but something felt off. A mug not quite lined up, a spoon out of place. I rubbed my temples. Maybe I was just tired. I closed the cabinet, locked the door, and decided I wouldn't use that space again. That evening, I cooked myself dinner and poured a glass of wine. The forest outside was dark and still, except for the occasional flicker of light from my phone as I received notifications. I sat on the porch to drink, the forest pressing in around me. I heard a sound behind me. Branches cracked. I turned slowly. The moonlight filtered through the trees, but I couldn't make out anything. A disturbance of foliage, a rustle. I told myself, it's deer. It's wind. It's nothing. But when I went back inside, the front door was open again. The deadbolt was undone. My blood turned cold. I had definitely locked it earlier when I came in. I fumbled for my phone to call someone, my friend, the Airbnb host. I texted the host, "The front door is open. I locked it this afternoon. Did you or someone else enter the house?" I waited. No response. I stood by the door, looking out into the darkness. I closed the door, locked it again, and for the rest of the night kept a chair against it. Tried to sleep, kept the light on, kept hearing things. At about 2 a.m., I heard a low moaning sound from upstairs. My heart hammered. The moan was deep and prolonged, like someone exhaling in pain or sorrow. I sat up in bed, each second stretched. It stopped. Then footsteps again on the wooden floor upstairs, moving slowly, then pausing, then slowly going down. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. I got up, grabbed my wallet and my bag, ready to bolt. I went downstairs in half dark, flashlight app on. Nothing visible, no figure. The living room was still. Then I noticed fresh footprints in the dust on the floor near the fireplace. I gasped. They seemed large, adult male size. The fireplace wasn't used, the dust undisturbed when I arrived, I was sure. At that moment, my phone rang. "Host calling?" I answered. A recorded voice, "No service." The host didn't pick up. I said, "I'm leaving." I got into my car, turned it on. The headlights illuminated the gravel path ahead. But as I looked back at the house through the rearview mirror, I swear I saw a figure standing in the window upstairs. I drove away without looking again. I didn't plan to return. I messaged Airbnb, reported the incident. They replied with apologies and a refund offer. I accepted. Back in Detroit, I tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe a trespasser, maybe the host had accidentally entered, maybe it was just my mind. Weeks later, I received an email from the host with pictures taken by the security camera covering the living room. I hadn't known there was a camera. The pictures showed me inside the house. Yes, but also a dark figure looming in the corner of one photo, behind me, indistinct, its face obscured. I stared at it. Something tall stood with unnatural posture in the shadow. I replied, asking for explanation. Host said the figure appeared in multiple images across nights. They'd assumed it was a trick of light. But after I messaged, they'd contacted a local person to inspect the house. He found no hidden rooms, no crawl space. They apologized. I tried to sleep as I read the email, stared at the picture. The next morning, I deleted the email. But sleeping became harder. I kept imagining movement in my apartment in Detroit. I replayed that weekend. I looked up the property's history. I found a short news mention. A young woman had disappeared a decade earlier in those woods. Her car was found on that same gravel road, and the house was searched in connection, but nothing was ever found. I didn't know if the listing was connected to that event, but the address was the same. On a Thursday evening, only days after returning, I got a call from Airbnb again. They said to expect an email from local law enforcement. They were reviewing the listing. The host's name matched someone who had owned the property many years ago, but there was inconsistent documentation. Airbnb included a bulletin. If you stayed at this property between June 2018 and September 2024 and experienced any unauthorized entry or safety incident, please contact us. My stay was in October 2024. I felt a chill. I woke up that night to a vibration, my phone, a message from an unknown number. "You left the chair in front of the door wrong." I stared. My phone's location showed Detroit. A prank? A hacker? A stalker? I sat up. The message was brief and ominous. I called the number. No answer. I blocked it. But the door of my apartment felt slightly ajar when I got up to check. I screamed. I locked it again. I told friends. They advised me to report it. I did. The police came, logged the complaint for attempted break-in. Nothing found. I moved apartments soon after. But the memory haunted me. The figure in that image, the footsteps, the unlocked door, the groan. I told myself, I'm safe now. But sometimes late at night, I wake hearing a distant scratching, the sound of pressure on a window, something breathing just beyond the glass. My dreams take me back to that house on the gravel road, the forest encroaching, the figure watching me from the window. I think about what I didn't ask the host. Why the camera? How did someone get in? Who was the figure? And above all, was I ever really alone? Story, the end. The sky was an angry shade of gray as Madison and her boyfriend Kyle drove the 2 hours from Boston to the quaint coastal town of Rockport. They had found a seemingly perfect Airbnb, a historic Victorian house perched on a cliff overlooking the Atlantic. The listing boasted sweeping ocean views, rustic charm, and a price so reasonable it almost seemed suspicious. But Madison had been working overtime for weeks, and this was supposed to be a relaxing getaway. Just the two of them, away from the city, away from work, away from their lives for a few days. The house came into view as they rounded a bend in the road, a tall, weather-beaten structure with peeling white paint and a wraparound porch that creaked in the wind. The ocean beyond was a dark, restless slate gray, waves smashing against jagged rocks. Kyle parked the car on a gravel driveway, like stepping out and letting the wind whip his hair around. Kind of eerie, he said, squinting at the house. Yeah, but in a cool way, right? Like romantic but dramatic, Madison replied, already fumbling with her phone to text the host, a woman named Carla, for the door code. The keypad on the door read, "Welcome," in faded letters. Madison typed in the code, and the lock clicked open. Inside, the air was cold, damp, and smelled faintly of mildew and old wood. The house had clearly been unoccupied for a while, though it was furnished in a way that suggested someone had tried to make it welcoming. Lace curtains, an old piano in the corner, a dusty Victorian armchair. This place is huge, Kyle muttered as he set his bag down. Yeah, it's perfect for a weekend. Let's just settle in, Madison brushing off dust from the coffee table and flipping the lights on. The bulbs flickered weakly, giving the room a strobe-like effect that made the shadows dance along the walls. They explored the main floor, a kitchen with old appliances, a dining room with a long, scratched wooden table, and a sitting room with a fireplace that hadn't seen a fire in years. Upstairs, they found 3 bedrooms. One, the master, had a massive canopy bed with a sagging mattress. The other 2 were smaller, with narrow beds and wardrobes with broken hinges. Okay, this is charmingly creepy, Kyle said, peering into one of the smaller rooms. Exactly. It's like stepping back in time, Madison said, half joking. By nightfall, a storm rolled in. Rain pelted the windows, and the wind rattled the old wooden frame of the house. Madison and Kyle were curled up on the couch, watching the storm through the rain-streaked glass. It was when they heard the first knock that things started to feel off. At first, they thought it was the wind, but the knock came again, sharp, deliberate, 3 times. Kyle frowned. Maybe it's the host? Let me check the door, he said, walking to the front. Madison followed cautiously. The porch was empty, slick with rain, no footprints, no sign of anyone having been there. They shrugged it off as their imagination. That night, they slept fitfully. The house seemed alive with creaks and groans, floorboards shifting as if under invisible weight. Madison thought she heard whispers at one point, but dismissed them as the wind. The next morning, Madison woke to find Kyle gone. Panic surged through her. She called his name, then checked the bedrooms. He wasn't there. Then she noticed the kitchen window, cracked open, curtains flapping wildly, despite her being sure she closed it the night before. Kyle stumbled in moments later, soaked from the rain. "Where were you?" Madison demanded. "I went outside to see if the storm was clearing. There's a path down to the rocks. I wanted to get a closer look," he said, his teeth chattering. Madison's heart didn't settle. The house had a back door that led to a narrow cliffside path that was slick and dangerous. She hadn't expected him to go alone. As the day went on, more strange things happened. Objects moved on their own. Madison would place a mug on the counter, and later it would be on the floor. Doors that had been closed were wide open. Kyle swore he had locked the front door the night before, yet it would swing open by itself. They tried to call Carla, the host, but the phone had no signal. Kyle's phone wouldn't connect to Wi-Fi either. It was like the house existed in a bubble, completely cut off from the world. By the second night, the atmosphere was suffocating. Shadows stretched across the rooms unnaturally, and the sound of footsteps above them made them freeze in place. Madison suggested they leave, but Kyle, stubborn as ever, insisted on staying one more night. Around midnight, the whispers returned, this time clearly audible. They seemed to come from the walls themselves. Madison tried to ignore them, but the whispers coalesced into words. Leave now, leave. Suddenly, the bedroom door slammed shut. They were trapped. The air grew colder, and a heavy, oppressive feeling settled over them. Kyle tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Madison screamed, pounding on the wood. Then, from the corner of the room, they saw it. A figure, black and shapeless, lay standing in the shadows. It moved silently toward them, and the temperature dropped further. Their phones flickered, displaying static, then a message, "Get out, or stay forever." The panic made Kyle forget about the storm outside. He grabbed Madison's hand, trying to push the door open together. The figure hovered closer, and a deep, hollow voice whispered from the darkness, "You shouldn't be here." Suddenly, the power cut out. Absolute darkness. They could hear the storm outside, like the house groaning, the whispering growing louder, closer, surrounding them. Heart racing, Madison remembered the front door. They sprinted through the darkness, tripping over furniture, and flung it open. The rain hit them immediately, and the wind was so strong it nearly threw them off their feet. They ran down the cliffside path, mud sucking at their shoes, waves crashing below. Behind them, the house loomed, windows dark, but for a brief flicker of light, a candle, or something worse, glowing in the master bedroom window. They didn't stop until they reached the main road, where a few headlights illuminated the rain-soaked asphalt. They flagged down a passing car, and the driver gave them a wide-eyed look as they scrambled in, shivering and drenched. The next morning, they tried to report the incident to the local authorities. But when they returned to the Airbnb during daylight, the house was gone. Nothing remained on the cliff but jagged rocks and overgrown grass, as if it had never existed. No traces of a path, no driveway, no sign that anyone had been there. They contacted Airbnb, but the listing had vanished, along with Carla's account. Their bank statements showed the charge, but there was no way to contact anyone, no reviews, no listing, no history. Months later, they found a news article about a similar Victorian house in Rockport that had been abandoned decades ago. It had a reputation for mysterious disappearances and ghostly sightings. Some locals claimed the house appeared only to lure people in, feeding off their fear. Madison and Kyle never stayed in an Airbnb again. Every time they drove along the coast, they scanned the cliffs for that house, but it never appeared. Sometimes at night, Madison swore she could hear the whispering again, carried on the wind, warning her, never return. They moved on with their lives, but the memory of that weekend haunted them. Every shadow, every creak, every flicker of light reminded them of the Victorian house on the cliff, the house that should not exist, the house that had almost claimed them. Years later, Kyle tried to rationalize it. Sleep deprivation, stress, overactive imagination. Madison couldn't agree. She had seen the figure. She had felt the cold presence. And she would never forget the way the house had watched them, had known they were there, but had wanted them to stay forever. Even now, when they spoke of it, they both shivered, though Kyle never admitted how close they had come to never leaving. Some nights, Madison dreams of the cliffside house, standing alone against the gray sky, waiting for the next visitor to wander too close, waiting to show them what the wind whispers, waiting to make them stay forever. Story the end. I arrived after dark in a small Pennsylvania town that I'd never heard of, but booked anyway because the price for the weekend flat on Airbnb looked irresistible. It was an 1800s farmhouse out in the woods. Fewer neighbors, fewer distractions, less to do, admittedly, but I favored solitude. Ever since my divorce, I'd been craving something quiet, a change of scenery. I'd given myself 2 nights and a chance to reset. The drive into the place turned eerie even before I arrived. The narrow road snaked through deep woods, strips of fog catching the high-beam headlights. At one point, the road forked unexpectedly. I saw no sign, no streetlight, just two dark branches in the forest. I chose one direction based on the map, and 10 more minutes passed until the lights of the house finally came into view. At first glance, it looked picturesque: weathered white wood siding, a wraparound porch, a front door lit by a lantern. But something about the silence, not even a car passed, no distant hum of civilization, made it feel isolated in a way I hadn't anticipated. I nearly turned back, but I'd already booked. I parked under an old oak. The branches scraped the roof as I stepped out. Inside, the house smelled faintly of damp wood and old smoke. The host, a soft-spoken man named Harold, greeted me, had me glance around, handed me keys and some handwritten instructions, the Wi-Fi password, an emergency number, his cell, and please lock all doors when you leave. He asked if I needed anything else. I said no, thanks, and he left with a quiet wave. That first night, I slept poorly. I kept waking at odd hours, hearing what sounded like distant footsteps, perhaps someone walking in the hallway upstairs. The only bedroom was upstairs. But when I opened my eyes, the hall was empty. I rationalized it. Old houses creak. At night, you hear everything. I turned the fan on, but that buzz didn't help. The next morning, I made coffee and looked out the window. The forest behind the house was denser than I realized, like walls of trees. I took a walk down a path behind the house, but after a few minutes I lost track of the trail. The woods were so thick I turned back. Back at the porch, I noticed something odd. Footprints in the dirt near the edge of the porch. Fresh. I couldn't tell if they were mine from the walk or something else. They were deep and seemed oversized. I shrugged, chalked it up to the rain-making prints. The day was quiet. I tried to read, take pictures of the old beams, relax. But by afternoon, clouds gathered and the light in the woods dimmed earlier than I expected. I turned on lamps inside. That's when I discovered the first locked door I hadn't noticed before. On the ground floor, behind some boxes, there was a door painted the same color as wall that I didn't recall from the listing photos. The handle was tarnished brass and the door was shut. I wondered, was this the old cellar? I tried the knob. It was locked. I shrugged it off. Figured maybe it led to storage or an old root cellar deemed unsafe. That evening, I made dinner in the modest kitchen and sat by the fireplace for ambiance. The lantern on the mantel flickered, though. There was no breeze. At about 9 p.m., I heard it. A low moan, almost like someone exhaling quietly. I froze. I thought maybe the house settling. I listened. Then a second moan, more like a soft cry coming from upstairs. My throat tightened. I told myself it was nothing, the wind through the chimney, the old structure shifting. I closed my book, pumped the fireplace, and went to bed early. I again woke in the night. This time the hallway light was off, but there was a flickering at the end of the hall where the attic stairs were. The attic door was closed, but I swear it flickered low amber light behind it. I lay still, staring. The sound of scratching, light but urgent, came from within the attic door. I thought maybe it was animals, raccoon, squirrel, but the noise felt human, staggered, something scratching and shifting. I closed my eyes, tried to breathe slowly, replayed the instructions from Harold about locking doors and being safe. In the morning, I told myself I'd not mentioned the noises yet. Maybe I'm tired. Staying alone in the woods, old uneasy, yes. I made breakfast, eggs, toast, coffee. But I skipped the walk today. The rain had started, sheets of water dripping from the eaves into puddles around the porch. The footprints from yesterday were gone, washed away. I thought I glimpsed a figure standing in the woods, across a clearing maybe 150 feet away. At first I thought it was a tree branch set weird, but then I realized it was a man. Tall, thin, gray jacket, and he just stood, motionless. I froze and stared. He didn't move. After 10 seconds, I exhaled, blinked, and when I looked again, he was gone. Just trees. My pulse raced. I called Harold. I asked casually, "Hey, I thought I saw someone outside this morning?" He sounded mildly surprised and said, "I don't think anyone should be out there. Room is only for you right now. Let me know if you feel unsafe." I said I'd stay inside the rest of the day. Thanks. That evening, I heard again the moaning and scratching, this time from both the attic and the locked door downstairs. I couldn't sleep. I paced through the old wooden floors, dragging a chair to block the attic door. I locked all accessible doors and windows. I turned on all lights. At midnight, I sat in the living room, stomach in knots, listening for anything. A thump, a creak, a shadow in the corner. It came, slow footsteps creaking on the second-floor hallway, then a distinct knock of a heavy object against the attic door, then scurrying footsteps descending the stairs. My heart hammered. I flung open the front door into rain and swore I would leave right then, storm or not, but the driveway was flooded and the woods black. I ran back inside, locked the door, grabbed my phone. Just as I was about to call Harold, the lantern on the mantel burst, flame, then pop, then plunging me into total darkness aside from the lightning flashing outside. Rain rattled the windows. I sat rigid until the storm passed. Then finally dawn came. In the morning I told Harold that I needed to leave early. I felt unsafe. He sounded unexpectedly calm and said he'd come for the key later when I left, but you're welcome to stay until you feel ready. I said I was ready now. He offered a refund for the unused night. I accepted. I packed quickly, left the house, hopped in my car, turned on the heater, and decided to drive straight through to avoid the woods at night. On my way out, I wanted to glance back at the farmhouse. But when I reached the fork in the road where I turned in, the road sign was gone. I paused. In the daylight, the woods seemed heavier, the forest edge thicker, cold. I hadn't noticed earlier how thick the trees hugged the road. I backed up, pulled onto a side path, and made my way back to civilization. That evening, in a motel several miles away, I tried to calm down. The house had triggered something primal in me. I searched online for the address. I discovered something alarming. The house had been vacant for long stretches, and in an old local newspaper article, I found mention that the previous tenant left mid-stay, complaining of noises and something upstairs. Another article from decades ago mentioned a handyman who had grown frustrated with the host about repairing that locked door in the attic. He quit after finding what he described as strange symbols carved behind the cellar door. I didn't know if I believed in ghosts or spirits, but I do believe now that something was in that house. Something that knew I was there. I slept better that second night in the motel, but I kept glancing at my phone, at shadows outside the window, eyes open until morning. Weeks later, I told friends about the stay. They laughed it off. It's an old house, they said. You let your imagination do the work. Maybe. But I still think of that porch light flickering, the large heavy door I couldn't open, the figure in the woods that melted into trees. Months passed, and I forgot some of the smaller details. But recently I received an email from the host. I hope you got home safely. Please let me know if everything left behind was recovered. My heart sank. I didn't realize I'd forgotten something. I checked my bag. Wallet, phone, keys, all there. I replied saying everything was okay. He answered, "We've noticed something odd. The attic light was on after you left, the door unlocked. Please stay safe." I didn't ask for clarification. I didn't reply. Then a week later, I had a package on my doorstep. Brown box, no return address. Inside, one photograph, creased. It was the farmhouse porch, nighttime, the lantern glowing. And standing in the doorway, barely visible, was the same tall figure I'd seen in the woods. I froze. My stomach dropped. I flipped the photo over. No writing, just the picture. I put it on the table and stared at it for days. I never asked how the host got a print. I never asked why he sent it. I didn't go back. I never want to. I paid for the weekend to reset. What I got was something else. Something watching. Story the end. It was supposed to be the perfect weekend escape. Kyle and his sister Megan wanted to get out of Chicago for a few days and booked an Airbnb cabin in the Smoky Mountains. The listing promised peaceful seclusion, rustic charm, and a true escape from city life. The photos showed a modern cabin tucked into dense forest, a wooden deck overlooking a creek, and huge windows letting in sunlight. It looked perfect. They arrived late Friday afternoon after a long drive. The road narrowed into a twisting dirt path lined with towering pines. By the time they saw the cabin, dusk was settling over the mountains. The place looked like the photos, a wooden cabin, porch swing gently swaying, but something about the air felt off, heavy and quiet. The host, a man named Gregor, met them at the door. He was tall, thin, and pale, with a stiff smile and eyes that seemed to linger too long. "Welcome," he said, holding the door open. "Make yourselves at home. If you need anything, I'm just down the road." His voice was calm, but there was a strange edge to it. Inside, the cabin was cozy but smelled faintly of damp wood. The living room had a stone fireplace, and the kitchen was well equipped. Upstairs were 2 bedrooms, each with heavy quilts and thick curtains. The first night, everything seemed fine. Kyle and Megan unpacked, had a quick dinner, and went to bed. Around 2 a.m., Kyle woke to the sound of a door creaking. At first, he thought it was the wind. Then came footsteps, slow, pacing, upstairs in the bedroom he and Megan weren't in. He nudged Megan. "Did you hear that?" She groaned. "It's an old cabin, Kyle. Go back to sleep." He tried, but the footsteps continued, circling above their heads. Eventually, they stopped. In the morning, Megan joked, "Old cabins have weird noises. Probably just settling." Kyle wasn't so sure. That afternoon, they went for a hike along a narrow trail, and the forest was quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no wind, just the crunch of their shoes on leaves. Kyle noticed footprints in the mud along the path, small and human, leading toward the cabin. But there were no other hikers around. When they returned, something felt wrong. The cabin door was slightly ajar, though they were sure they had locked it. Inside, a chair was overturned, and on the kitchen counter sat a folded note in messy handwriting. "I see you. Don't leave." Kyle and Megan froze. Megan laughed nervously. Probably a prank? They didn't know who would be pranking them, but they cleaned up and tried to ignore it. That night, the activity escalated. The lights flickered on and off. Doors opened and closed on their own. They heard whispering from the hallway and saw shadows moving along the walls. Kyle tried to call Gregor, but there was no cell signal. At 3 a.m., they heard heavy breathing outside the bedroom window. Megan pulled the covers over her head, terrified. Kyle peeked through the curtains. Nothing, just dark forest. Then he saw it. A figure standing among the trees, unnervingly still. Its face was obscured by shadows, but its stance made Kyle's stomach twist. Suddenly, the cabin's front door slammed shut. They tried to leave, but the locks wouldn't budge. Windows, too. It was as if the cabin itself refused to let them escape. Desperate, they searched the cabin. Upstairs, they found a door that hadn't been there before. Inside was a small attic room, bare except for a dusty mirror and several jars filled with water. In each jar floated a small object, nails, coins, insects. The air felt thick and suffocating. Then the whispering returned, louder this time, coming from behind the mirror. Kyle lifted it, revealing scratches on the wall, names, dates, and the initials GH, some recent, some old. Megan screamed, "We have to get out!" They ran back downstairs, but the figure from outside was now in the living room, Gregor, or someone who looked like him. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stared at them with an unnerving calm. Kyle grabbed Megan and ran, crashing through a back window into the forest. They ran blindly through the trees, branches clawing at their clothes, leaves slapping their faces. Hours, or maybe minutes, later, they stumbled onto a road. A passing car stopped and picked them up. When the police investigated the cabin, it was empty. No footprints outside, no evidence of anyone else having been there. The attic room didn't exist. Gregor couldn't be located, and locals said the cabin had been abandoned for years. Rumors told of disappearances, people who had stayed in the cabin and never returned. Kyle and Megan never spoke of the trip publicly. They moved to another state, changed numbers, and avoided rural rentals. But at night, Kyle dreamed of the jars, the mirror, and Gregor's still figure. Megan woke screaming, sometimes pointing at empty corners. Months later, a small package arrived at Kyle's new apartment. No return address. Inside was a single jar filled with murky water. Floating inside was a tiny dark object Kyle couldn't identify. From then on, whenever he traveled or stayed in a rental, he felt it, the sensation of being watched, of someone always lingering just beyond sight. And he knew deep down that the cabin, the forest, and Gregor were patient. They waited. Years later, while browsing Airbnb listings online, Kyle froze. There it was, a newly restored cabin in the Smoky Mountains, rustic charm, secluded. The host's name, Gregor. He shut his laptop and didn't speak of it again. But sometimes late at night, he hears whispers outside his window, faint and insistent, reminding him that some places never truly let you go. Story the end. It was early fall when my sister Lauren and I booked the Airbnb in Maine. She had just finalized her divorce, and I'd recently quit my job. We both needed to escape for a while, to breathe somewhere quiet, away from the city and the people who knew us. The listing was called the Old Whitaker House, a 19th century Victorian near the coast. The photos showed weathered gray shingles, tall windows, and a view of the Atlantic from a high bluff. The description promised historic charm with modern amenities and the perfect spot for reflection. The host's name was Edith Whitaker. Her profile said she was a lifelong Mainer, lover of antiques, and local historian. She had a kind-looking face in her photo, white hair in a neat bun, soft eyes, and a wide smile. The reviews were few, but glowing. People said things like, "It feels like home," or "I've never slept so well in my life." That last one stuck with me. The drive there was long. By the time we reached the coast, the sun was low and mist rolled in from the ocean, making the world seem hazy and dreamlike. When we pulled up, the house looked just like the photos, but colder. The paint peeled in places, the windows seemed clouded from within, and the front yard was overgrown. Edith met us on the porch. She was older than I expected, her back slightly hunched, her skin papery and pale, but her voice was warm when she greeted us. "You made it," she said, smiling that too wide smile. "It's been too long since I've had company." She gave us a tour of the house. Every room was filled with old furniture, lace curtains, and oil paintings of stern-looking people. There were clocks everywhere, mantel clocks, wall clocks, even one sitting on a shelf above the fireplace. They all ticked softly, but none of them showed the same time. When we asked about it, Edith just said, "Oh, they each keep their own rhythm," like it was something charming instead of deeply unsettling. After the tour, she told us she lived in the guest house behind the main property and that we should call if we needed anything. "But after dark," she added, "it's best to stay inside. The fog gets thick, and it's easy to lose your way." We nodded, even though something in her tone made me uneasy. That night, I couldn't sleep. The ocean was loud, crashing below the cliffs, but beneath that sound was something else, a faint knocking, rhythmic and hollow, like someone gently tapping on the walls. I thought maybe it was the pipes. Old houses made strange noises. But around 2 a.m., Lauren came into my room, pale and shaking. "Do you hear it?" she whispered. I nodded. The knocking grew louder. It was coming from the hallway. We crept out together, flashlights in hand. The air was freezing, and our breath came out in thin white clouds. Down the hall, one of the clocks chimed, 3 slow, deliberate notes. And then we heard footsteps, soft, dragging footsteps like bare feet on wood. They came from the end of the hall where the staircase led up to the attic. We froze. Lauren's hand gripped mine tightly. "Maybe it's Edith," she whispered, but something about the sound, slow, uneven, deliberate, told me it wasn't Edith. The steps stopped just before the attic door. Then the knocking started again, louder this time, echoing down the hallway. I wanted to scream, but I forced myself to move. I stepped closer, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The attic door was old, with peeling paint and a small, rusted lock. The sound stopped when I reached it. I pressed my ear to the wood. Nothing. Then, faintly, a whisper. My name. I jumped back, heart pounding. Lauren grabbed my arm, whispering for us to go back to bed, and we did. Neither of us slept. In the morning, we decided to ask Edith if she'd been in the house. When we found her outside, tending to her garden, she looked surprised when we asked. "Oh, heavens no," she said. "I never go inside after dark." "Why not?" Lauren asked. Edith's smile faded for the first time. "The house keeps its own company." Then she turned and walked away. We should have left right then, but Lauren didn't want to drive through the fog, and I didn't want to admit how terrified I was. We agreed to stay one more night. That evening, as the fog rolled in again, the atmosphere in the house grew heavier. Every clock ticked faster, as if time itself were speeding up. The air felt thick, damp, hard to breathe. Around midnight, the power went out. The only light came from our flashlights, and somewhere upstairs, we heard the attic door creak open. We didn't go to check. We sat in the parlor, back to back, listening. The footsteps returned, slow and careful. Sometimes they sounded above us, sometimes behind the walls, and then, faintly, we heard humming. It was a woman's voice, soft and old-fashioned, singing some lullaby I didn't recognize. Lauren started crying quietly. I held her hand. We stayed that way until morning, too afraid to move. When the sun rose, we decided to pack and leave. But when we went outside, our car was gone. Not vandalized or broken into. Gone. Just an empty space where it had been. The gravel drive showed no tire marks, as if it had never been there at all. We ran to the guest house, but Edith wasn't there. The door was unlocked, and inside, it was empty. Dust everywhere, cobwebs thick on the windows. It looked like no one had lived there in years. Lauren started screaming for help, but her voice just echoed across the fog. I went back to the main house, desperate to find a phone, a radio, anything. That's when I saw the new picture on the wall. It was a black and white photo, freshly framed. Two women standing in front of the Whitaker house. Us. Same clothes, same expressions. My blood went cold. I stumbled back, tripping over something. It was one of the clocks. It had stopped ticking, its hands frozen at 3:17, the same time the attic door had opened the night before. The last thing I remember is Lauren's scream. I turned toward her, and in the reflection of the glass cabinet beside her, I saw something behind us. A woman with long white hair, her face stretched into an impossible smile, eyes black and hollow. She raised her hand, and the lights flickered on for the first time since the power had gone out. Every clock in the house started chiming at once. I woke up 3 days later in a hospital in Portland. A hiker had found me wandering near the cliffs, barefoot and covered in scratches. They never found Lauren. When the police searched for the Whitaker house, they found only an overgrown field. Locals said there had been a house there once, but it burned down in 1924. The woman who owned it, Edith Whitaker, died inside. Sometimes late at night, my phone buzzes. The number is always blocked. When I answer, there's only one sound on the line, a clock ticking, slow and steady, counting down to something I don't want to know. Story, the end. It was early September when Natalie booked the Airbnb. She just landed a new job in Chicago and needed somewhere temporary while apartment hunting. The listing was called Cozy Country Guest House, Peaceful and Private. It looked perfect. Clean interior, modern kitchen, hardwood floors, and a backyard that opened up to what looked like a small forest. The reviews were glowing, though most of them were from accounts with no profile pictures or other reviews. That detail barely registered. Natalie was exhausted and just wanted somewhere quiet. The host, Elaine, responded quickly after Natalie booked. So happy to have you. The guest house is separate from the main home, but you might see my brother around the property. He takes care of maintenance. Have a safe drive. That sounded fine. She arrived 2 days later, late afternoon, tired from the 6-hour drive. The road to the property wound through cornfields and patches of dense trees. When she pulled into the gravel driveway, her phone's GPS signal flickered out. The main house was large, white, and old, probably built in the 1940s, but the guest house in back looked newer, maybe a converted garage. A tall man was standing by the guest house door, wearing a brown jacket despite the warm weather. He smiled stiffly as she stepped out of her car. "You must be Natalie," he said. "Elaine's brother, Paul. Just wanted to make sure you got in okay." "Hi," she said, a little startled by his presence. "Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it." He handed her the key, nodded once, and walked back toward the main house. She noticed he never looked her directly in the eye. Inside, the place looked almost exactly like the photos, though maybe not as bright. The air was heavy, faintly musty, like it hadn't been aired out in a while. The kitchen smelled faintly of bleach. On the counter sat a welcome note. "Wi-Fi password is Forest Home. Make yourself comfortable. Please don't open the basement door. It's under renovation." She didn't even remember seeing a basement door in the photos. The first night passed uneventfully. She unpacked, ordered takeout, and FaceTimed a friend before bed. But around 2 a.m., she woke suddenly. Something had touched her arm. The lamp beside her bed clicked on. She didn't touch it. She froze, staring at the faint light pooling across the floor. The room was empty. Her heart thudded in her chest. She turned the lamp off again and lay still, eyes open, until dawn seeped through the blinds. The next morning, she brushed it off as stress. Maybe she'd imagined the touch. Maybe the lamp had a loose switch. She made coffee and sat on the couch, scrolling through apartment listings. Around 10, she heard movement outside, footsteps on gravel. She looked out the window. Paul stood about 20 feet from the guest house, facing away, motionless. He seemed to be staring into the woods. She opened the door. "Everything okay?" she called. He didn't move at first. Then he turned, smiled faintly, and said, "Just checking the property line." Okay," she said. "Well, I'm inside if you need anything." He nodded once, eyes drifting past her shoulder, and then turned and walked toward the trees. That night, while brushing her teeth, she heard something faint but distinct. a dragging sound. It was coming from beneath the floor. She froze, toothbrush in hand. The sound stopped. Then again, drag, pause, drag. It was rhythmic, deliberate. She bent down and pressed her ear to the bathroom floor. Silence. The basement. She stood quickly and left the bathroom light on all night. The next morning, she texted Elaine, "Hey, just wanted to check. Are you or Paul doing any work under the guest house? I heard noises last night." Elaine didn't reply until hours later. "No one's working there. I'm out of town. You probably heard pipes. It's an old place." There was no mention of Paul. That evening, Natalie decided to drive into town for dinner. As she reached for her keys, she glanced at the guest house door, the one labeled basement. The metal latch on it was unhooked. She was sure she hadn't touched it. A small puff of air escaped from the crack near the floor, cold and stale. She backed away. "Nope," she muttered, grabbing her purse and practically sprinting to her car. Dinner calmed her nerves a bit. When she returned around 9:30, the main house was dark, not a single light. But the guest house porch light was on, even though she didn't remember leaving it that way. She entered cautiously. Everything looked the same except for one thing. Her suitcase, which she had zipped shut, was now slightly open. She checked her things. Nothing missing, but her folded clothes were moved around. Someone had been in there. Her hands shook as she texted Elaine again. "Someone's been in the guest house. The door was unlocked and my stuff was moved." No response. She called the number on the Airbnb profile, straight to voicemail. She considered calling the police, but she didn't know what she'd tell them. There was no proof, no damage, just a creeping sense that something was very wrong. That night, she dragged a chair in front of the basement door and wedged it there. She fell asleep on the couch, TV playing softly for comfort. At 3:17 a.m., she woke to the sound of wood cracking. The chair was moving. The basement door was trembling as if someone or something was pushing from the other side. Her heart hammered. She grabbed her phone, turned on the flashlight, and whispered, "Who's there?" No answer. Just another push. Then silence. She didn't sleep after that. When morning came, she packed her things, tossed them into the trunk, and decided to leave. She opened the app to message Elaine again, but the listing had vanished. The host profile, gone. The message thread still existed, but her replies now said "message not delivered." She turned the ignition, but her car didn't start. She tried again. Nothing. The battery light blinked. Frustrated and terrified, she got out to see if she could flag someone down. As she walked up the gravel toward the main house, she noticed something new. The basement window, barely visible beneath the guest house, had been covered from the inside with black plastic and nailed boards. The nails looked fresh. Paul appeared from behind the house, startling her so badly she almost screamed. "Car trouble?" he asked calmly. "Yeah," she said, voice shaking. "It just won't start." He looked at her car, then at her. "I can take a look." She hesitated, then nodded. He lifted the hood, poked around, and said, "Looks like your battery cable's loose. Might have been rattled." He tightened it, then said, "Try it now." She got in, turned the key, and it started immediately. Relief washed over her. "Thank you," she said, rolling the window down. "I really appreciate it." He smiled thinly. "You leaving already?" "Yeah," she said quickly. "Got a call from work. Need to head back." He stepped back and nodded. "Safe travels." As she backed down the driveway, she caught sight of him in the mirror. He was standing perfectly still, watching her until the car disappeared around the bend. 2 days later, she called Airbnb's support again, desperate to make a report. They told her there was no listing matching that address, no host by the name of Elaine, and that the property didn't match any current rentals on record. They couldn't even find her booking receipt. It was as if the whole thing had been wiped clean. Weeks later, Natalie couldn't stop thinking about it. The note about the basement, the dragging noises, the dark window under the floor. She searched county property records. The address existed, but it had been foreclosed 3 years earlier after a domestic incident. The owners, Elaine and Paul Crenshaw. Elaine was listed as deceased. No record of any Airbnb license ever issued for that address. Natalie never booked another Airbnb again. But every so often, when she drives past wooded roads, she swears she sees that same white house in the distance, the same porch light glowing faintly, and the tall man in the brown jacket standing perfectly still in the yard, watching her pass. Story the end. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. Sarah and Mike had been working nonstop for months in Boston, and when Mike's friend recommended a quaint Airbnb up in the Berkshires, they jumped at the chance. The listing seemed perfect. A restored farmhouse, modern amenities, and secluded yet accessible. The photos were pristine, the host's reviews glowing. They didn't think twice. Driving up Route 7, the scenery shifted from bustling suburbs to dense woods, and the further they went, the quieter the roads became. Mike joked that the GPS had probably given up trying to guide them, but Sarah laughed nervously. She didn't like the isolation. Finally, the farmhouse appeared, tucked behind overgrown shrubs, a wraparound porch looming in the fading afternoon light. It looked charming enough, though a little more remote than the pictures suggested. The host, a man named Greg, greeted them warmly. He was middle-aged, thin, with a slightly manicured smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Welcome," he said, leading them inside. "I hope the drive wasn't too rough. Make yourselves at home." The inside of the house was quaint but smelled faintly of mildew, something Sarah immediately noticed. The hardwood floors creaked under their feet as they followed Greg to the bedrooms. "Water's on, Wi-Fi password's on the fridge. If you need anything, just call me," Greg said, handing them a folded paper with his number. "Dinner recommendations are nearby unless you want to cook here. The kitchen's fully stocked." He lingered for a moment, staring a little too long at Sarah, then chuckled. "Well, I'll leave you to settle in." Once he left, Sarah and Mike explored. The kitchen was as advertised, though the fridge hummed oddly. The bedrooms were small but cozy, with quilts that smelled faintly of must. Outside, the porch overlooked a vast backyard that ended abruptly in thick woods. Beyond the trees, they could just make out the contour of hills fading into dusk. The first night was uneventful, though Sarah had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the old house made her tense. Mike slept soundly, oblivious, snoring softly beside her. At around 3 a.m., she awoke to a scraping sound, like fingernails dragging across wood. She froze, heart racing. The sound came from the kitchen. "Mike?" she whispered. He grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head. "It's probably the wind." But she wasn't convinced. The sound stopped suddenly, replaced by a soft thud from upstairs. She bolted upright, straining her ears. There it was again. Another thud, like something heavy hitting the floor above them. She nudged Mike. "Something's up there," she hissed. "Sarah, it's an old house. Floors creak, pipes rattle. Go back to sleep." She lay there, tense, until the first rays of sunlight slipped through the curtains. When Mike finally woke, she told him about the noises. He suggested they call it quirky farmhouse ambiance and promised to explore the attic later. The next day, they decided to go for a hike, hoping the daylight would ease her nerves. As they walked, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every so often, she'd glance behind them, half expecting to see someone emerging from the trees. Mike laughed at her paranoia, though she caught him scanning the woods more than once. Returning to the house in the afternoon, they found a folded note slipped under the front door. Sarah picked it up. It was handwritten, in cramped, uneven letters. "I see you. Don't leave." Her stomach dropped. She showed it to Mike, who laughed it off. "Probably a prank from one of the neighbors, right? Or maybe Greg left it as a joke? Who leaves a note like that?" Sarah whispered. Mike didn't answer. That evening, things escalated. The lights flickered intermittently, and the kitchen fridge opened on its own. Sarah swore she saw shadows moving in the corner of the living room, but whenever she turned, nothing was there. Mike tried to rationalize everything, blaming drafts and old wiring. Then they heard a knock, soft, deliberate, at the front door. Mike went to check. Nobody was there. Outside, the yard was empty, and the woods beyond seemed unnaturally still. "We're leaving," Sarah said firmly. "We can't just leave. It's late," Mike argued. That night, the noises returned, louder this time. The attic door creaked open slowly, even though they hadn't touched it. Footsteps moved across the floor above them, pacing. Sarah grabbed her phone to call Greg, but there was no signal. Panic set in when they realized there was no cell service, not even one bar. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt distorted. Every creak, every whisper made them flinch. Finally, in desperation, they decided to confront the attic. Mike grabbed a flashlight, and they ascended the narrow staircase. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a dark, empty attic. Nothing seemed out of place, though the air felt thick and oppressive. Then Sarah saw it, small handprints smeared in dust across the wooden floor, leading to a corner. Mike shone the flashlight, and they froze. There, carved into the floor, were initials and a date. SG, 1982. The letters looked fresh, as if someone had added to them recently. Suddenly, the attic door slammed shut behind them. They banged on it, shouting for help, but the house swallowed their voices. Shadows flickered across the walls, moving independently of the flashlight's beam. Then a voice, hoarse and whispering, echoed, "You shouldn't have come here." Sarah screamed. Mike tried to break the door down. The flashlight went out, plunging them into darkness. Heart hammering, she felt a cold hand brush against her arm. Somehow, they escaped the attic, running down the stairs and out into the backyard. The night was thick, fog rolling in from the hills. They ran to the car, but the keys were gone. Panic turned to terror when they saw footprints in the mud leading from the front porch to the edge of the woods, footprints that didn't match theirs. A figure emerged from the shadows, and Sarah's scream caught in her throat. It was Greg. But not as they remembered. His face was pale, eyes unnaturally wide, a smile stretched too far. "I told you not to leave," he whispered. They ran anyway, crashing through the underbrush. Branches tore at their clothes and skin, but neither stopped. Hours later, they stumbled onto a quiet road, exhausted, bleeding, and disoriented. A passing car picked them up and drove them to the nearest town. When they called the police the next day, the farmhouse was empty. Greg had vanished. Locals told them the house had been abandoned for years, and a series of strange disappearances had occurred in the area, none ever solved. Their story was dismissed as a drunken fantasy or mass hysteria. Sarah and Mike never stayed in an Airbnb again. Sarah had recurring nightmares of that farmhouse, of the footprints, the voice, and the attic. Mike started drinking heavily, haunted by what he couldn't explain. Months later, Sarah received a postcard in the mail. No return address, just 3 words scrawled in the same cramped, uneven handwriting as the note from the farmhouse. "See you soon." The envelope smelled faintly of mildew. They moved, changed numbers, but Sarah always looked over her shoulder. Every time they planned a trip, she panicked, fearing another perfect listing could lead them back to that place. And deep down, Mike feared that the footprints weren't the worst part. They were just the beginning. One night, while Sarah was asleep, he swore he heard scratching at the bedroom window. At first, he thought it was a branch. Then he saw it, small, muddy handprints on the glass, leading to the edge of the roof. He woke Sarah. She didn't scream this time. They simply stared. Somewhere deep in the night, a familiar voice whispered, "You shouldn't have left." The police never found Greg. The house was eventually torn down, though some locals claim the land is cursed. At night, some say, you can still hear whispers through the trees, footsteps pacing the empty space where the farmhouse once stood. Sarah and Mike never spoke of it to anyone outside their small circle. Family and friends noticed the change. Sarah became anxious, almost paranoid, and Mike's nights were filled with restless dreams and strange murmurs. Yet, despite the terror, a part of them knew they had narrowly escaped something far worse, something patient, watching, and always waiting. Years later, while browsing Airbnb for a vacation in Vermont, Sarah froze. The screen displayed a listing, a restored farmhouse in the Berkshires. Pictures pristine, description charming. The host, Greg. She didn't tell Mike, she couldn't. But the postcard was still tucked in her drawer, and sometimes when the wind howled through the trees, she thought she could hear it, scratching, whispering, waiting. And she knew, deep down, that some places never let you go. Story, the end. In late October, a few weeks before Halloween, Jason and Marcy decided to take a long weekend trip to Vermont. They'd been together 3 years and both needed a break from city life. The Airbnb they booked looked perfect. An old renovated farmhouse tucked in the woods near a small town called Bennington. The listing said historic charm with modern comfort, peaceful, private stay. The pictures showed warm lighting, rustic beams, and a big wraparound porch. The reviews all read like copy-paste versions of each other. Amazing stay, can't wait to come back. Perfect getaway, host was so accommodating, beautiful and quiet. Not a single negative comment. They didn't think much of it. When they arrived Friday afternoon, the weather had already turned. Mist hung over the hills, and the gravel road leading to the property twisted between clusters of leafless trees. The farmhouse was bigger than expected, its white paint peeling in places, the porch swing creaking lightly in the wind. "Looks older than the pictures," Marcy said, half joking. Jason chuckled. "It's got character." They parked, got out, and grabbed their bags. The key was in a small lockbox beside the front door. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of cedar and something else. Metallic, maybe. The decor matched the photos, but the lighting was dimmer. The hardwood floor groaned with every step. A handwritten note sat on the kitchen counter. "Welcome. The Wi-Fi info is on the fridge. Please don't use the cellar. It's not safe. If you need anything, text me." Peter Jason read it out loud. "The cellar's not safe." That's encouraging. They both laughed, though it felt slightly uneasy. The first night was quiet. They lit a fire, cooked pasta, opened a bottle of wine, and listened to rain tapping the windows. Around midnight, they went to bed. At 3:11 a.m., Jason woke to the faint sound of footsteps overhead. He blinked, disoriented. The bedroom was on the second floor. There shouldn't have been anyone above them. He lay still, holding his breath. Another footstep, slow and deliberate. Then a dragging sound like something heavy being pulled across the floor. He sat up. "Marcy?" he whispered. She stirred. "What? Do you hear that?" They both listened. The noise stopped. Silence filled the room, heavy and still. "It's probably the house settling," she mumbled, turning over. Jason lay back down, but he didn't sleep for a long time. In the morning, the rain had stopped. He made coffee and went outside to breathe the cold air. From the porch, he noticed something strange. Muddy footprints leading from the side of the house toward the back door. They looked fresh. "Hey," he called inside. "Did you go out this morning?" "No," Marcy said, coming to the door in a sweater. They both stared at the prints. "Must be an animal," Jason said, though they both knew they were too large and distinct for that. Inside, he checked the back door. Locked. Windows. Locked. Everything looked normal. Still, the unease lingered. That afternoon, they decided to explore town. Bennington was small, quiet, almost empty. A few antique stores, a cafe, and an old general store. The cashier was an older man who struck up conversation when Jason mentioned where they were staying. "Out by the old Haskins place, huh?" the man said, raising an eyebrow. "I guess," Jason said. "It's a farmhouse listed on Airbnb." The man's expression changed. "They're renting that again?" Jason frowned. "What do you mean?" The man hesitated. "That place has been empty near 10 years. Last family that lived there, well, they didn't stay long." "Why?" He shrugged. "Bad luck, mostly. Power outages. Strange folks breaking in. Some say the land's cursed. Probably just stories." He gave a thin smile. "Y'all be careful up there." Jason laughed awkwardly, thanked him, and brushed it off as small-town folklore. But when they returned that evening, the farmhouse felt different. Colder. The air smelled stronger now, like wet iron. While Marcy showered, Jason sat in the living room scrolling his phone. A faint scratching came from behind the wall. He turned his head, listening. Scratch, scratch, then silence. He walked over, pressed his ear to the wood. Nothing. He laughed nervously. "Mice," he said out loud, just to hear his own voice. When Marcy came out, she looked uneasy. "Did you use the mirror in the bathroom?" "Know why?" "There's writing on it, like from steam." He followed her in. The mirror had fogged over, and faint words appeared, smeared into the condensation. "Don't go downstairs." Jason wiped the glass clean. Nothing else. "Probably left over from the last guest," he said, though his voice cracked slightly. That night, the power went out around 1:30 a.m. The fire had burned low, leaving the house dimly lit by its dying orange glow. Jason got up to check the fuse box, but realized he didn't know where it was. The host's number was saved in his phone, but there was no cell signal. "I'll grab the flashlight," Marcy said. As she opened the kitchen drawer, they both heard it, the slow creak of the cellar door. Jason turned. The door was at the far end of the kitchen, half hidden behind a coat rack. It had been latched earlier. Now it stood slightly open. A cold draft swept through. Marcy whispered, "Jason," the note said, "I know." He stepped closer, flashlight beam trembling in his hand. The stairs were steep and black. The smell was stronger here, earth and rust. Something moved below, a shuffle, then another. "Is someone down there?" Jason called, voice echoing. Silence. Then from the darkness, 3 slow knocks on the underside of the stairs. He stumbled back, slamming the door shut. The latch wouldn't catch. He pushed the coat rack against it and backed away. Neither of them slept that night. By morning, they'd made up their minds to leave. Jason texted the host, "There's something weird happening here. We're leaving early." The message showed delivered, but no reply came. They packed quickly, barely speaking. As they carried bags to the car, Jason noticed something carved into the porch railing. "Stay downstairs." The letters were shallow but unmistakable. He looked at Marcy. "Was that there before?" "No." They threw the last bag in the trunk and left without locking the door. Halfway back to the highway, Marcy glanced at her phone. "Jason," she said softly, "look." The Airbnb listing had vanished. The host's name, the reservation, gone. No booking history, no payment record, like it never existed. They filed a complaint with Airbnb when they got home. The company said there was no record of any property at that address ever being listed. A month later, Jason couldn't let it go. He looked up the house in county records. It was registered to a Peter Haskins, same name as the host, but he died in 1998. His wife and son were listed as missing. That night, Jason dreamed he was back in the farmhouse, standing before the cellar door. From the other side came the same 3 knocks. Slow, heavy, patient. He woke gasping in the dark, heart pounding. He got up for water. In the bathroom mirror, faint condensation had gathered from the shower Marcy had taken hours earlier. Scrawled across it, still visible, "Don't go downstairs." Story the end. I arrived at the house just as the sky was slipping into dusk. The rental was farther off the beaten path than I'd expected. It sat among tall pines and elms, a narrow, winding drive that descended steeply from the main road. In the car, the only voice on the radio had been static and distant warbling. No welcome music, no traffic updates. I rolled into the gravel lot, the tires crunching under my seat as I shut off the engine. My heart felt oddly heavier than I'd thought possible on a move-in day. The house was 2 stories, all dark gray wood and broad porches, its windows black and reflective like just faintly sleeping eyes. There was a soft hum of insects, the chirr of crickets beginning their chorus. No lights on inside yet. I unlocked the front door. It clicked softly, and the wood smell of the open door rose up. The air inside was cooler than outside, stale in the way that a place left alone for a little while becomes stale. I moved my suitcase in and flicked the hall light on. This was my escape. A quiet week away from the city, far from the humming office, the daily clutter of email and calls. I'd booked the place through Airbnb because it looked cozy in photos. A stone fireplace, a wide kitchen island, like something out of a mountain magazine. The host's listing said secluded, peaceful, immersed in nature. All true, just more isolated than I'd thought. I dropped my bag by the staircase and began unpacking. As the evening grew darker, I turned on a few lamps, soft, warm light spilling into the corners. I made myself a drink, sat by the fireplace, and let the quiet settle into me. Across one wall, there was a big sliding glass door leading to the deck. Beyond it, the silhouette of trees pressed in. I laughed softly to myself. The isolation felt luxurious. But later, as I walked into the bathroom to take a shower, I noticed the hair on the floor near the drain. Not mine. I'd already shaved that morning. The hair was longer, coarse, slightly dark, with a curling tip. I paused, feeling a prick of unease. The drain itself looked fine. The shower curtain fresh. I didn't raise it with the host immediately. I convinced myself it must have been left by a previous guest and the cleaning service missed it. Still, I tucked it away in the back of my mind. That night I slept restlessly. The woods cradled the house in complete darkness. When I opened my eyes, I could see nothing beyond the window other than raw black. Many small sounds, twigs snapping far off, the slow sigh of wind through branches. I kept checking the clock. 2:17 a.m., 3:04 a.m., 4:22 a.m. At one point, I thought I heard a soft creak from the hallway outside my bedroom, like the floorboard shifting under someone's weight. I stayed still, heart thudding, listening, imagining footsteps. But nothing came. The next morning I made breakfast, the sun filtering weakly through the trees. It felt safer in daylight. I decided to go for a hike along a trail the host had mentioned. The map he sent showed one trail heading out behind the house, wrapping around a creek and into the woods. Off I went, boots on, water bottle, camera. I walked about 40 minutes in, the forest alive and quietly beautiful. Birds calling, shafts of golden light through leaves. Then I paused by the creek, sat on a rock, sipped water. I looked at the house in the distance, small and far away. On my way back, I sensed I was being watched. The forest didn't feel comfortable anymore, too quiet. I turned once and saw something move among the trees, nothing distinct, just shifting shadows. I quickened my pace. When I reached the clearing for the house, I stood on the porch for a moment, breathing deep. That afternoon, I decided to explore inside the house more thoroughly, find any quirks, get comfortable. The second floor had 2 bedrooms and a little loft space with a rocking chair. The loft overlooked the living room. The railing was wood, worn smooth. Near the chair, I found a journal on a small side table. Odd, because the listing said nothing about leaving journals for guests. The cover was blank. I opened it. Inside, there were a few entries, scrawled in different handwritings. The earliest was dated nearly 2 years earlier. Open quote, "Stayed here for the first time. It's peaceful. Woods quiet. I feel safe." Close quote. The next entry, open quote, "There's something outside at night. I hear scratches on the windows, but no animals appear. The windows are shut." Close quote. And then another, open quote, "Last night I thought I saw someone in the trees. I don't know if it was my mind. I'm leaving early." Close quote. The final entry was undated, small script. Open quote, "I shouldn't have come back." Close quote. My scalp tingled. The entries weren't signed. Someone had left this behind on purpose. Did the host know? I closed it quickly and slid it back. I didn't call the host yet. I told myself nothing major had happened. Maybe it was just an old guest venting. But I felt an undercurrent of something. I went downstairs trying to shake it off. Later that evening, I prepared a simple pasta dinner. The fireplace crackled. I sat down to watch a movie on my laptop. Around 9:30 p.m., I heard it. A sharp tap on the living room window, like someone's knuckle against glass. I froze. The sliding glass door to the deck was closed and locked. The curtains hung still. I switched off the movie, stared at the pane. Nothing outside. The night was thick. I felt a shiver. I told myself maybe a branch hit the window. I got up, walked out to the deck with a flashlight. The wood planks soaked darkness. I swept the flashlight around. Nothing. No sign of animals. No footprints in the dust on the chair. Nothing disturbed. I returned inside, locked the door, double-checked windows, made tea, tried to relax. I fell asleep eventually, though lightly this time. At around 3 a.m., I jolted awake hearing what sounded like soft humming, far off, outside, like wind through metal pipes, but rhythmic. I lay still, unwilling to open my eyes. The sound continued, maybe 2 minutes, then faded. Morning came. The sun was pale. I felt unsettled. I brewed coffee and resolved to text the host about the journal and the taps. I typed a polite message. "Hi, just a question. There was a journal left on the side table in the loft, and I found some hairs in the bathroom drain. Are these things usual? Thanks." No response for most of the day. I walked to the local small town a few miles away for groceries, tried to get back in routine. That evening, I invited another guest, a friend from college who lived nearby, to come stay the night. I thought having company would turn this into a fun memory instead of creepy. She arrived around 7 p.m. We made dinner, chatted, drank wine, laughed. We stayed in the living room. After about 3 glasses, we stepped out onto the deck for a moment to look at the stars. The sky was clear. We heard a branch crack in the darkness beyond the deck. "Probably a deer," she said. I smiled weakly. Back inside, after my friend went to bed upstairs, I stayed up a little longer in the living room. I felt a sudden chill. The air by the fireplace was cooler than just minutes before. I heard footsteps above me, slow, deliberate. Someone walking across the loft floor. But only I was staying down here. I froze, listened. The footfalls paused, then another. I tried calling out, "Hey!" but the word died in my throat. I climbed the stairs softly, heart pounding. At the top of the stairs, I peered into the duvet of my friend's room. She was sound asleep, only quiet. I drifted into her room, checked that the door was locked. Yes. Then I checked the loft area. Nothing. No one sitting in the rocking chair. The journal still on the side table. I exhaled and returned downstairs, chalking it up to imagination and the wine. At midnight, I led my friend downstairs for tea. As we entered the living room, the sliding glass door was wide open, the lock thrown back. I turned sharply to her. "We locked this," I said, voice brittle. We looked at each other. She shook her head, puzzled, sleepy. I closed it and locked it again. We sat, whole bodies tense. "Maybe I left it open," I said. My voice sounded like someone else's. She hugged herself. We decided to call it a night. I returned upstairs to my room and lay in bed, eyes wide, listening. Outside, the wind rose. The tree branches skittered across the deck glass door. Something unlike any normal branch scratched sharply one time, then paused, then scraped again. I recognized the sound, fingernails dragging on wood. It moved to the other side of the deck. I bolted upright in bed, heart thudding. I didn't move. The sound stopped. I held my breath until the squeaking floorboards of the deck told me someone walked off. Then silence. I don't know how long I lay there before sleep reclaimed me. Morning came and everything seemed normal, but I woke with a sense of dread. In the bathroom, I looked again at the drain. There were more hairs, longer, thicker. I pulled them out, dark, frayed, coarse. I held them up in the light. I sent another message to the host. Important, the door was open last night. Also hair again in the drain. I'm going out now. Still no reply. I packed as if I was leaving early. I booked a hotel just in case. I decided to stay for one more night, but would check out in the morning. I told my friend this while we ate lunch. She agreed. It was eerie. We should leave. She left around 4 p.m., giving me her number and saying to text when I got home. I felt relief seeing her headlights drive down the driveway. By early evening, I was alone again. I set up a simple meal and sat at the kitchen island, looking at the windows out to the deck. Something had shifted. The deck chair was rotated slightly, a quarter turn, although earlier leaning perfectly against the railing. I frowned. I pushed it back into place. My mind raced. Was I imagining this or was someone here? At 8 p.m., I started watching a show. Suddenly the lights flickered, then went out. The living room light, the kitchen lights, black. The only illumination came from the fireplace glow and a faint orange light from outside, like a solitary distant street lamp deep in the forest. I sat perfectly still. I reached for my phone, no signal, 0 bars. I thought to call the host, dead. I considered leaving right then, but darkness, stairs, reaching for the doorknob in pitch black. My head was spinning. I took a breath and told myself I'd just wait 5 minutes. I found a flashlight in a drawer. I used it to get down into the basement level. There was a small storage area there. I fetched a heavy butter knife from a utensil drawer, then locked the kitchen door, pulled the stay bar across it. I locked all downstairs windows. I sat on the couch, blinked into the shadows. At about 9:15 p.m., I heard the front door latch move. I jumped from the couch, knife in hand, tip pointing toward the door. The front door knob turned slowly. I held my breath. The door stayed shut. Something heavy pushed from the outside. The wood groaned under pressure. I stood frozen. After maybe 10 seconds, the pressure stopped. The knob clicked back. I didn't move. I wished I'd never come alone here. I called 911 but had no cell service inside the house. I ran out to the porch, stood under the sky, phone up, but still swirling bars. I braced myself and shouted for help anyway. The forest swallowed my voice. I sat back inside, shaking. I kept the knife in front of me like a sentinel overnight. At dawn, I awoke, exhausted. The front door came unlocked, bar moved. The deck chair was now facing outward. Limbs of broken sticks lay across the chair. I checked every window, none pried open, no footprints in the dust. I snapped a photo of the door and the sticks on the chair, then sent it to the host. Open quote, someone broke in last night. I feel unsafe. Please respond. Close quote, the host responded almost instantly. I'm sorry you're having issues. I'll send someone right away. Relief flooded me. Within the hour, maybe 2 hours later, an older man I assumed to be the host's maintenance guy arrived. He introduced himself as Mike. He asked if I'd like to stay or leave. I said I'd like to leave. He helped carry my luggage outside and I mounted my rental car and left. I didn't look back at the house. I got home safely and slept for hours. After waking, I called the host to request a full refund. He apologized and said we'll talk tomorrow. But he sounded odd, too calm, as though this kind of thing happens. I asked, who is the journal from? Why were hairs in the drain? He hesitated. We've had guests leave things behind. Cleaning staff do their best. Very rare break-ins, but you did the right thing leaving early. I asked if the house was ever broken into before. He said, not major. Just animals, maybe a deer or raccoon on the deck. Everything's fine now. Unable to sleep, I Googled the address and found an article in a small local paper from 5 years ago. A young woman had rented the same house. She left after saying she heard voices in the night, someone upstairs walking. She soon thereafter filed a missing persons report, but she was found days later, shaken in the woods a mile away, refusing to talk about what happened. No follow-up. I cross-checked. The listing changed names, the host changed company, but the address remained. The journal matched the timeline, roughly. I reported the incident to Airbnb. They asked for logs, screenshots, photographs. I provided them. They said they would review. I still get nervous when I think of the place, even though I'm miles away in my city apartment. I replay every moment. The hair, the tapping window, the voice in the dark, the unlocked door, the journal, and its cryptic warnings. It wasn't obvious where the threat came from. I never saw someone hide in the house. Maybe the house was targeted by someone who knew about its isolation, or maybe someone had simply been monitoring it. Whatever the case, the night revealed that being alone in a rental in the woods is different. The forest has ears, and something walked on that deck. Every time I travel, I check reviews, cross-reference addresses, call ahead. I still glance at vacation rental listings with suspicion now. That week felt like a test or an initiation. I told my friend about the missing person article. She asked whether I'd ever go back. I said no. I asked the host if the rental would continue. He said yes, after some upgrades. I still sometimes imagine I left something behind in that house, something I missed. Possibly a small camera, perhaps one of my earrings. I've wondered if someone else moved in and found the journal or the hair and left more entries. I don't know. What I do know is that I walked away and carried something more than my suitcase. The knowledge that solitude, when too quiet, isn't always safe. And sometimes when I wake late at night, I imagine hearing footsteps upstairs or a tap at my own window. I'll breathe deeply and remind myself I'm safe now. Story the end. The air was thick with humidity the night we arrived in the small Georgia town. My girlfriend Emma and I had driven down from Atlanta for a weekend getaway. The plan was simple: escape the city, find a quiet place, relax, and maybe do a bit of hiking. Emma had found the Airbnb online. It was a charming old farmhouse on the edge of a forest, a place that promised peace and isolation. Pictures showed a white clapboard house with green shutters, a wraparound porch, and rocking chairs that begged for late-night conversations with a glass of wine. The reviews were glowing, though sparse, only a dozen or so, but that was part of the appeal. Not many people knew about it. Not many people ventured that far back from the main road. The host, a woman named Marlene, met us at the house. She was older, maybe in her late 60s, with wispy gray hair tied in a bun and wire-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. She smiled, but there was something off about it, a stiffness that made me feel slightly uneasy, though I couldn't tell why. She gave us a quick tour, showing us the kitchen, living room, and the 2 bedrooms upstairs. She pointed out the fireplace and the old wood stove, explaining that they didn't often use the heating system, preferring the charm of firewood. Everything seemed normal, and the house smelled faintly of cedar and something floral, maybe a room freshener or a lingering scent from Marlene herself. We settled in quickly, unpacking our bags and lighting the fire in the living room. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, but there were no other sounds. It felt like we were alone in the world. After a simple dinner, we went to bed early. The bedrooms were on the 2nd floor, and the stairs creaked in that comforting old house way. Emma fell asleep almost immediately, but I lay awake for a while, listening to the house settle, the wind, and a faint scratching noise that I couldn't place. It started the next night. We were sitting on the porch, sipping wine, when I noticed something moving in the edge of the woods, a shadow, darting between the trees. Emma laughed it off, saying it was probably a deer or a raccoon. I nodded, but my gut tightened. Later, when we went to bed, I swore I heard footsteps on the porch, slow and deliberate. I told myself it was Marlene checking in, maybe, though she hadn't said anything about visiting. The footsteps stopped abruptly. Then the house was silent again. By the 3rd night, the small oddities had escalated. Doors we were certain we'd locked were ajar. Our luggage seemed moved slightly from where we left it. At first, we blamed ourselves. Maybe we'd forgotten to close the closet all the way, or knocked a suitcase while getting clothes. But the feeling of being watched was growing, pressing against the edges of my mind. One afternoon, we decided to explore the surrounding area. There was a trail behind the house, winding through dense forest. It looked peaceful, though the thick canopy blocked most of the sunlight. As we walked, Emma joked about how perfect this place would be for a horror movie setting. I laughed nervously, scanning the trees. There was a small clearing about half a mile in, and we stopped there to rest. That's when I noticed them. Footprints, deeply impressed into the soft soil, leading away from the clearing toward the house. They weren't deer prints. They were too large, too flat, human-like. And the pace was uneven, like someone was dragging their feet. I showed them to Emma, and her smile faltered. We decided not to mention it to Marlene. She seemed harmless enough, and who would believe us anyway? The next evening, things took a darker turn. Emma and I were asleep when we were both jolted awake by a loud bang downstairs. The sound of shattering glass followed. I grabbed the baseball bat we'd brought just in case, and we crept down the stairs. The kitchen was empty. No broken glass, nothing out of place except the back door, which was slightly open. I was sure I'd locked it. Heart pounding, I shut the door, bolted it, and checked every window. All locked. I convinced myself it was the wind, but Emma's eyes were wide with fear. That night, I slept with the bedroom door locked, listening to every sound, the creak of the floorboards, the whisper of wind, and the faintest scratching sound again. It seemed to be coming from the attic. The next morning, we considered leaving, but our phones had no signal. We joked nervously about being trapped in a horror story, but the laughter was hollow. When we mentioned the noises to Marlene later, she smiled in a way that didn't reach her eyes. "Old houses make noises," she said. "They settle. They talk. You'll get used to it." She didn't offer any explanation about the back door. The fourth night was the worst. I woke to Emma shaking me. She whispered that someone was in the house. I grabbed the bat again. We heard footsteps upstairs, slow and careful, like someone was testing the floorboards to avoid making too much noise. My stomach twisted. I grabbed my flashlight and slowly opened the bedroom door. Silence. Nothing. We could see the faint outline of the hallway leading to the stairs. Then, a shadow moved at the end of the hall. I froze. The shadow didn't belong to Marlene. Her visit would have been announced, and she hadn't come inside in days. The figure seemed hunched, moving almost like it was dragging itself along the floor. I swung the bat, calling Emma to stay behind me. The shadow disappeared before it reached the stairs, and a cold draft swept through the hallway. We ran out to the car, but the keys were gone. I searched frantically while Emma called Marlene on the landline. The line was dead. Panic began to set in. That's when we heard her voice behind us, faint, almost casual, coming from the living room. "You shouldn't leave," she said. We spun around. Marlene was standing there, holding a candle. Her smile was sharp, teeth catching the candlelight. "Why?" I asked, voice cracking. She didn't answer. Instead, she turned and walked away, as if beckoning us to follow. Something in her movement was unnatural, too fluid, too deliberate. We didn't follow. Instead, we ran upstairs, locked ourselves in the bedroom, and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. By morning, we knew we had to escape. We packed our bags quickly, checking every corner of the house. That's when we saw it. The attic ladder extended, and the door slightly open. Emma insisted we look inside before leaving, but I refused. I had the distinct feeling that whatever was up there wasn't human. The scratches on the floorboards in the hallway had become deeper, more numerous. Our luggage had been opened. Notes, written in what looked like red ink, were scattered across the living room table. They said things like, "Stay forever," and "Don't leave." Finally, we managed to pry open a side window and climb out, cutting ourselves on the old wood trim. We ran to the road, desperate for any passing car. After 20 minutes, a pickup truck appeared. We flagged it down, explaining quickly that we'd been trapped and that someone, maybe the host, was trying to keep us there. The driver, an older man, nodded solemnly and took us to the nearest gas station. When we called the police later, they went back to the property, but Marlene and the farmhouse were gone. Not just empty. The land was overgrown, no sign that a house had been there for decades. The gas station attendant told us that the area had been abandoned for years after a series of disappearances in the 1970s. Some locals claimed that the last residents had vanished without a trace. No official records confirmed this, but every description matched Marlene and the farmhouse exactly. We never found our belongings, and all attempts to trace the Airbnb listing online led to dead ends. The photos we had saved didn't exist anywhere but our devices. Friends who looked up the address found nothing but forest. The memories of that weekend linger like a shadow, and the sounds, the scratching, the footsteps, the faint whispers, sometimes invade our dreams even now. It's been 5 years, and Emma and I have never returned to Georgia. We sometimes talk about what really happened. Was Marlene a ghost, a human, something in between? And the house, was it real, or did we stumble into something else entirely? A place that exists out of time, feeding on curiosity and fear? We'll never know, but we do know one thing. Some Airbnb rentals are advertised as charming escapes, but the charm can hide something older, hungrier, and far more dangerous than we could have imagined. Story the end. The sky had already begun to settle into dusk by the time I pulled my rental sedan off the highway into a narrow side road that led to the property. The weather had held off so far, dry, cool November air, but the forest around me exhaled cold breath anyway. The house stood back from the road, its lights dim, the driveway unpaved and rubbing under my tires with a gravel crunch. I felt a slow tightening in my chest. Making the booking had seemed fun. A 2-night weekend getaway away from the city, someplace remote, peaceful, off the grid, as the listing said. The listing photos had shown cozy interiors, warm wood beams, a stone fireplace, sliding glass doors leading to a wood deck out in the trees. But standing in front of the house now the wood looked dull. Things seemed too still. I carried my bags inside. The door creaked wide, the smell of old pine and faint mildew rising. I flicked the overhead light. A single bare bulb over the entry hall, illuminating low walls, worn floors, small chipped chair beside a hall table. The heat system whirred faintly. Someone had clearly used the house recently. I placed my bag down in the corner and glanced at the dining area table. 4 chairs, a stack of newspapers from 2 weeks ago, and a note on lined card. It read, "Enjoy your stay. Treat the house gently." No signature. I shrugged and put the note in my pocket. I'd come to this place hoping to write. I carry a freelance writing job in New York, but the pace has been brutal. I needed space to breathe, to think. The listing had promised wooded serenity, starry nights, no internet, embrace the unplugged. I liked things unplugged. My phone still worked to call and text, but the Wi-Fi promised basic connection only. I'd told my editor I'd go offline, find inspiration. This place seemed perfect. The living room had a large stone fireplace, fire tools on one side, a stack of wood by the hearth. I chose the largest sofa, dropped into it, opened up the windows for forest air. The deck outside had 2 chairs and a small table. I made coffee in the kitchen. Filter, fresh grounds, poured the steam and took it out. Night fell quickly. The forest beyond the deck became a still blackness. I sat in the chair, sipping, listening to the hush. And then I heard the knock. Soft. Solid. I froze and looked at the sliding glass door. There was nothing visible. The blackness beyond the deck, 2 chairs, the table, tree branches slightly moving in the wind. I thought maybe a branch tapped the glass. I swallowed hard, stood up, went toward the door. I flipped the light on outside via a wall switch. The deck lit up pale yellow. Still nothing. I unlocked the door and cracked it open a little, looked out. The chairs, the table, the forest. No footprints in the dust of the deck. Nothing. I frowned. I closed the door, locked it again, and returned inside. I told myself I still had the coffee in the quiet and sat back. But I couldn't stop looking out the window. I drank slowly, heart pounding. The wind picked up a little. I could hear tree limbs creak. I told myself, it's nothing. That's just nature. Later, after dinner on the stovetop, a simple pasta and salad, I settled in near the fire. Logs crackled. I wrote a paragraph in my notebook. The words came slow but steady. Then I lost track of time. I remembered checking my phone, 10:47 p.m. The cell coverage was weak, but I had texted my editor, "Arrived safe. Will write. No distractions." I sat back again and thought, it's time for bed. I flicked off the lights, the house settling. In the darkness, I felt uneasy. I felt the weight of isolation. I climbed the stairs toward the bedroom. The house had a loft above. Bedroom up there, open railing that looked down into the living room, the forest visible past the deck lights through the big glass doors. The bed had thick blankets, a folded throw at the foot, small bedside lamp. I flicked the lamp, climbed in. Sleep came. Fitful. Then I woke up around midnight. Strange. The house was quiet, but something disturbed me. A faint shuffling noise at the edge of hearing, outside the deck. I held my breath. The deck lights were on. I rolled over, looked through the glass, darkness, tree shadows. Then I saw a form, a silhouette of a human figure, tall, standing near the edge of the lights, facing the forest, motionless. I froze. My heart slammed. The figure seemed too still, too statuesque. I waited. It stayed. I blinked. It moved. A slow, slight shift of weight from one leg to the other. It turned and looked toward the house. I gasped. The figure stepped forward, then back. The deck chair slightly rocked. I felt the floor beneath me not shake, but I knew someone was on the deck. I screamed softly. The figure tapped on the glass once. The headlights of the car didn't reach out here, so all I had was the deck light. I tried to reach for my phone on the nightstand. It was dead. Not just low signal, but actually shut off. I jerked out of bed, yanked on the blinds. The figure was gone. The deck was empty. I sprinted down the stairs, flipped on all the lights, not just the deck light, but the interior. I opened the door sliding wide, looked out, nothing but dark woods and the moon bent behind clouds. The chairs still slightly rocked. I couldn't tell if the wind had done that or something heavier. My breathing was loud. I locked the door firmly. I checked the windows, deadlocked. I closed the blinds and sat back on the sofa, shaking. My mind raced. I texted my editor, "Something's wrong." I quit writing. No answer. The rest of the night I stayed on the sofa, insisting I would not sleep upstairs. Lights on, fire burning. I watched the doorway leading to the deck, watched windows. I thought maybe I imagined it. Maybe a deer or tree shadow looked like a person. But it felt too human, too deliberate. Morning came weakly, fog creeping in among the pines. I didn't sleep. I made strong coffee and pretended breakfast would calm me. I walked outside into the deck area, feeling the chilly air. I found footprints in the soft gravel of the deck edge, bare human footprints. No shoes, just bare impressions in the dew-softened gravel. They led from one chair toward the far glass, stopping short. I crouched and touched one. It was fresh, not old, but maybe from last night. My mind shut. I stood and took a photo with my phone, which had regained enough battery and signal. Then I went upstairs, locked bedroom door, shut blinds. I called the host number listed in the booking. No answer. I left a voicemail. "I'm sorry, I found footprints. Someone came into the deck last night. Please respond." No response. The listing said 24-hour support, but I got nothing. I paced. I wrote in my notebook, "Don't panic." It might be someone who accidentally got locked out. It might be wildlife. But I couldn't shake it. I checked the house. No sign of forced entry into the sliding door. The deadlock was intact. The lock on the inside looked untouched. Yet someone had been on the deck. I moved the chairs a little further apart, placed one underneath the sliding door glass so I'd hear it move. I resumed my writing for a few hours. The day passed slowly. I avoided going far outdoors, preferring to stay inside, windows closed. That night I forced myself to sleep in the bedroom, though I kept the lights low and left the door open a crack so I could hear the living room. I set the chairs outside as I had earlier to block the sliding door and placed my phone on the nightstand with a flashlight app ready. Sleep came, fitful gratitude. At 3:16 a.m. I woke again. The house was dead silent. But then, a thump. The sound came from outside the glass doors. A slow, singular thud, like someone standing on the deck dropped a heavy object or one heavy foot planted. I sat upright, heart racing. My phone's flashlight was on. I jumped out of bed. I crept to the railing and looked down. The deck light was on. They automatically turn on at dusk and off at dawn, according to the exterior illumination sensor. Yet the deck was fully lit. And there, at the edge of the light, a figure, dressed dark, face masked by the shadows of the trees. Tall, broad shoulders. It held something in its hand. Couldn't make out what. It turned slowly, looked at the glass like it was looking at me. Then it placed the object where the chairs were, something heavy. I couldn't see it completely. It knocked again, rapped on the glass with a kind of deliberate force. My scream came out before I could stop. The figure jerked its head toward me, as if it had heard the gasp. Then it dropped the object. It hit the floor, a hollow sound. Then the figure backed off the deck, disappeared into the forest. I ran down the stairs, dropped onto the sofa, shaking so violently that I couldn't write. My fingers pounded the notebook, but words made no sense. I tried calling 911, but signal was weak. The connection dropped. I tried again. Eventually, I reached a dispatch line in the local county. They heard me out, advised I lock myself in a safe place. I retreated to the bedroom, locked the door, barricaded it with a chair. I drew the blinds closed. I sat huddled beneath the blankets until dawn. In the morning, the object was there, a small metal box, maybe a foot long, lying on the deck's wooden planks, near where the chairs had stood. It was rusted or weather-worn. I opened it with gloves I found in a kitchen drawer, and inside were 4 old photographs. Black and white, each one showing the house, the same deck, but in older times. One shot of a family standing on the deck with parents and 2 children, another of just the children playing, another of the deck empty, but 2 chairs tipped over. The 4 photographs were cut, scratched, weather marked. I flipped them over. They had no dates, no writing. I felt cold. I thought, why hide these here? Why place them overnight? I called the dispatch again, but their patrol car couldn't arrive quickly. Rural roads, detours, sleet predicted. They told me to stay inside, keep doors locked, consider leaving if possible. I contacted the listing host again. This time the number rang, but no one answered. I texted the message, "There's someone on the deck last night. I'm leaving." I got no response. I packed up, decided to leave that afternoon instead of staying the second night. I carried my things out, glanced at the house fondly and fearfully, that same stillness I first felt. I backed out the gravel drive and headed towards the highway. As I made the turn to leave, I looked in the rearview mirror. On the deck, I thought I saw a figure standing by the chair. I blinked. Gone. Later, back in my apartment in the city, I tried to figure what had happened. I searched the house listing again. I found it had changed names twice in the last year. The property tax records showed a previous owner who died of unknown causes 10 years ago. I searched local news. There was a small article from about 8 years ago about 2 children who vanished into the forest near that house. Investigation closed for lack of leads. Their footprints gone, nothing found. I didn't know if the family in the photo was them, but the link felt too strange. I couldn't stop the dreams. At night, I'd see the deck and the box and the figure in the woods. In the midnight dark, I'd wake, convinced I heard tapping, looking through my city apartment window at reflections of tree shadows as if they were on the deck. I started writing an article about my experience. The words poured out about fear, isolation, the unexpected vulnerability of a vacation rental in the woods. I sent it to my editor with full detail. Within weeks, the listing had been taken down from the rental website. I tried contacting the property management company. They said the owner asked for a temporary deactivation for renovations. I never stayed there again. I told myself it was a 1 in a million weird incident, but I now view unexpected noise at night differently. I'm alert when alone in a house I don't know. I learned that the promise of escape, unplugged, remote cabin, has a darker side when you have no neighbors, no one else around. That in the wood-shrouded peace, you become much more exposed. Occasionally, I wonder what the figure did with the box and why leave the photos. A message, a warning, a ritual? I'll never know. But every time I look at the photographs now, laminated copies I kept, they make me uncomfortable. The deck chairs are in the same orientation as the house I stayed in. The family looks at the camera, but the children's faces are blurred. Something is off. I feel it. And sometimes I still hear a soft knock when I'm alone in my apartment, tapping at the glass. I turn. Nothing outside, the city lights blur, but the memory of that deck, that figure, that box, still there. Story the end. I woke to the sound of heavy rain tapping the broad windows of the old Victorian house before I realized this had not been the quiet getaway I'd planned. I was in Kentucky, in the small town of Ashwood Falls, booked through Airbnb for a weekend escape from work. The listing had been perfect. 2-bedroom, 19th century charm, creaking floors, high ceilings, a wraparound porch. I arrived Friday evening just after dusk, the sky heavy and gray, the house looming at the end of a long gravel drive, trees bowed in the wind. I chatted with the host, a woman named Marlene, mid-50s, who lived just off-site in a converted carriage house behind the main house. She welcomed me, gave me the key, the padlock code, told me she would come by Sunday morning for checkout, and otherwise left me to my own devices. The house was cold inside. The previous occupants must have left the heat low. A single lamp glowed in the living room. I shrugged off the chill, poured myself a bourbon, and settled down by the fire. At first, everything seemed perfect. I made dinner in the kitchen, pasta, wine, the kind of uncomplicated evening I wanted. Later, I wandered through the house, exploring the creaky stairs, the rooms with old wallpaper peeling at the edges, a trunk in one corner, a rocking chair in another. I found a handwritten guest book on the hall table, notes from other visitors, all praising the place. Nothing odd. Then I heard the noise. It was quiet at first, the kind of subtle, almost imperceptible scrape of wood on wood, like someone dragging a heavy chair across the floor. Then the faint hiss of air. I paused. The house was silent aside from the storm outside. I got up, walked into the corridor, could see the door to the guest room I'd booked slightly ajar. I closed it, returning to the living room quickly, convincing myself it was just the old house settling. I woke sometime after midnight to the glimmer of moonlight slicing through the curtains. The fire had died down, and the draught made the room feel like a refrigerator. I wrapped myself in a blanket and drifted back to half sleep when I heard it again. A quiet click, like a door being unlocked, followed by the floorboards upstairs creaking, very gently, deliberately. I held my breath. Maybe one of the windows caught a breeze, maybe a squirrel walked along the roof. But the sound came again, this time from the guest room I'd used Saturday night for my things, and I found myself wide awake. I got up, lamp in hand, and climbed the stairs quietly. The corridor was dark, the only light the moon and a small lamp at the end. I approached the door to my room. It was closed. I reached for the knob. Warm. I paused. Someone had touched it recently. The door swung inward slightly when I nudged it. My heart pounded. I stepped inside. My suitcase was exactly where I left it. Everything looked normal. But inside the narrow closet, something, had shifted the fold of my jacket so that the sleeve hung down differently than when I slept. I swear the coat stood out just a little more than it had hours earlier. I shook my head. Maybe I was imagining it. I went back downstairs. The wind rattled the panes. Water pounded on the porch. I closed the curtains, locked the front door, and sat back on the couch. It took me nearly an hour to return to some semblance of calm. Eventually, I got back into bed. When morning came, heavy clouds still hung low. I went for coffee, poured a mug in the kitchen, and heard the front door open quietly. I jumped. I didn't expect anyone. I left my drink on the counter and walked toward the living room. The door to the carriage house host space was closed, but I thought I heard someone moving in there. I knocked on the main front door anyway, just to check. No answer. I peeked outside. No one on the porch. No footprints in the gravel beyond mine. I blamed the storm, the creaks, the shadows. I told myself I would check in with Marlene later. Later that morning, I drove into town to get supplies, firewood, snacks, just general grocery stuff. On return, I saw Marlene's car in the driveway. She waved as I pulled in. I told her about hearing sounds, about the warm doorknob. She nodded slowly, furrowed her brow. "Old houses do weird things," she said. "Let me know if anything actually seems off." I left it at that. But all day I was on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching. The windows looked out on wooded acreage and pasture beyond. Occasionally I'd catch movement, a dark form at the edge of the trees, maybe a deer, maybe something else. The breeze would lift the lace curtains so that for a moment I'd see a silhouette shifting. I convinced myself it was just natural. That evening, the power flickered. The storm was more severe. I had dinner early, didn't go out. I sat by the fire. I heard the sound again, very distinct now. Footsteps upstairs, slow and measured on the floorboards opposite my room. Then a soft, muffled thump, like something falling. I froze. The sound repeated. My pulse raced. I grabbed my phone and checked the time, 10:37 p.m. I texted Marlene, "I think someone's upstairs. Could you check?" She replied, "I'm out getting supplies. I'll be back later tonight. Lock the door if you like. Old house noises are likely." Her answer didn't reassure me. I spent the rest of the night in the living room, on the couch, laptop open but barely reading. At about midnight, I heard the back door slam. Not the front door, the back, the old wood door that led to the porch. I jumped. I felt paralyzed. I thought, either someone's here uninvited or the wind slipped it open. I didn't check immediately. I stayed put until the storm broke, listening to the wind howl and the rain lash the windows. At dawn, I made tea and walked out to the porch. The rain had eased. The porch was soggy, the wood slick. I leaned on the railing and looked toward the woods. In the distance, I saw something small, maybe bright colored, among the tangle of trees. I squinted. It shifted, then vanished. I shook my head. Back inside, I noticed the guest room door ajar again. I felt sick. My suitcase was zipped shut as I left it, but the bedspread was not hanging symmetrically. I reached down and found a small folded piece of paper between the mattress and box spring, sticking halfway out. My heart stopped. I pulled it out. It was a slip of lined paper in messy handwriting. I see you. There was no signature. The paper was damp with moisture, the ink smudged. I dropped it. I stared at the ceiling. I wanted to laugh, cry, run. I locked myself in the bathroom for a while, phone in hand. I texted Marlene, "We need to talk when you get back." She responded, "Okay, tomorrow afternoon?" My mind raced. I went over everything. How did someone get here? Did they live in the house? Was the host involved? Was I just paranoid? I tried to rationalize it. The guest book said no one else was staying this weekend. The driveway didn't show tire tracks other than mine. Yet, the back door slam. Footsteps. The note. I felt like I'd walked into someone else's reality. I opted to leave the house for the rest of the day. I drove to the nearby state park, forced myself through hikes, but every so often I checked my phone. In the evening, I didn't go inside the house until dusk faded. I got takeout from the local diner and ate it on the porch, watching shadows. The house's windows glowed softly behind me. The tree branches waved in the wind. Occasional creaks, drips, sighs of old wood shifting. That night, I did something I rarely do. I slept with the lights on in the living room, blanket over me, phone flashlight ready. At 2:13 a.m., I woke to the front door opening. I heard the unlocking, the gentle jangle of metal. I wanted to scream, but didn't. I grabbed my phone, got up, reached for the door bracelet, then I heard a voice. A deep voice, low. I couldn't make out words, but there was speech. I froze, vision dark aside from the phone's glow. I crept toward the front hall. The voice stopped. I inched closer. The victim's fear, the adrenaline, I couldn't move. The front door clicked shut. I stood frozen in the dark. My phone flashlight showed the key in the lock turned inward. I backed out of the hall and into the living room, heart pounding, breath heaving. I called 911, moved cautiously into the kitchen, but when police arrived 5 minutes later, they found nothing. No forced entry, no sign of an intruder. The host arrived minutes after the police, apologetic. She said she'd been called away by a friend who'd had a car accident out of town, and she'd returned only a few minutes before the call. She insisted the house was safe and offered to let me stay somewhere else, her friend's cabin nearby, but I told her I couldn't. I asked to cancel the rest of my stay. She agreed, refunded the night, and said she'd clean everything and turn on an alarm system for future guests. I left that morning, suitcases packed. The host handed me keys to the cabin nearby for future guests, asked me to send a review of the house, and I did, polite but cautious. I didn't say much. I drove off, the trees and gravel road receding behind me. But the real shock came 2 weeks later. I received an email from Airbnb. Your host has submitted a damage claim for items lost moved during your stay. My stomach dropped. I checked my memory. I had carefully locked the doors. I had left nothing behind that wasn't mine. I responded, I left the house early due to safety concerns. Please cancel the claim. The host replied within minutes. She believed someone had broken in through the guest room window and asked if I'd stayed in a different bed that night. I replied no. I had stayed on the couch in the living room that second night. She insisted she found a pair of gloves under the couch cushions and one of her lawn golf trophies missing from a display case. I told Airbnb that I had no knowledge of these items. Airbnb closed the claim for lack of evidence, but the sense of violation that I might have been accused of theft haunted me. Weeks after, I tried to sleep. I changed my bedding twice. I couldn't shake the sensation that someone was watching. I looked around my own bedroom at home and felt creeped. I realized I'd developed a kind of hypervigilance. The noise of a wood floor anywhere would make me check corners, windows. The host apologized again, said she'd had someone stay after my canceled reservations, and discovered that the previous guest had a history of odd behavior. But she claimed she'd cleaned and installed new locks. I thanked her, but said I felt the house was no longer safe for me. I never returned. In fact, I never used Airbnb again without extra precautions. I bought a portable door alarm. I started sweeping rooms for hidden cameras, as one reviewer told of finding one inside a router at an Airbnb in another story. Bored Panda, I learned to check windows, locks, unfamiliar footprints, and most important, to trust that feeling in my gut when something felt off. Back in the old Victorian house, the story of what truly happened remains unresolved. I never discovered any evidence of trespass. No prints, no sign of forced entry, no motive. The note, "I see you," remains with me in memory. Months later, I asked the host if she'd had any other issues. She said yes. A previous guest had reported odd noises and footsteps too, but left early. She dismissed it as old house quirks at the time. She said she now keeps the basement locked, something she hadn't mentioned to me. I still wonder what or who was in that house with me. Was it a trespasser? Someone living in the walls? A previous guest? A stalker? Or simply my imagination stretched by isolation and storm? I'll never know, but I slept for weeks afterward with the lights on. The end story. The end. I arrived at the house at dusk. The address I'd rented via Airbnb was tucked away on a long gravel road outside a small rural town in Michigan. The listing described a cozy, rustic getaway with forest views and easy access to a lake. It sounded perfect for a weekend of escape from my daily grind in Detroit. I pulled up in my compact rental car, headlights illuminating the faded white siding of a two-story house set back from the road. It looked quiet, except for the dense trees around it whispering in the wind. I grabbed my bags and unlocked the front door with the code provided. Inside, the air smelled faintly of pine and something else I couldn't quite identify. The wood floors creaked beneath my feet as I entered the living room. A worn couch and a small coffee table, a modest kitchen, and a staircase leading up. There were no other guests listed in the booking, and I'd expected solitude. That was part of the appeal. My phone had spotty reception there, but I made a call to let my friend know I'd arrived and would check in once I was settled. As I unpacked some clothes in the upstairs bedroom and set up my laptop on the small table in the corner, I heard a noise downstairs. Metal scraping. Soft, almost like a chair being moved. I paused, listening. The sound came again. I stepped quietly to the edge of the stairs and looked down. Nothing was visible. The living room was empty and dark, except for the halogen light over the kitchen sink. I shrugged it off. Maybe just the wind making the tree branches knock against the house, or perhaps a trap door I hadn't noticed. I went back to finishing my setup. I only planned to stay 2 nights, just enough to have peace, to write, to maybe go for a morning swim in the lake. Later, after dinner, I sat on the couch reading. The house was warm and quiet, but the heavy darkness outside the windows made the indoor lights feel isolated. I looked across at the window facing the forest and noticed there was a faint glow. Not from a street lamp, there were none around, but maybe a reflection or passing car. I watched. The glow pulsed, then disappeared. I leaned forward. Was that movement just beyond the trees? A silhouette? My phone buzzed. My friend sending a message asking how things were. I typed a quick reply and glanced back at the forest-facing window. I thought I saw a figure standing still, just inside the tree line. It wasn't moving. I assumed again, probably my imagination and shadows playing tricks. That night, I slept fitfully. The house's old foundation creaked with the wind. In the middle of the night, I woke to the sound of soft footsteps from downstairs. I froze. The house's only occupant should be me. I held my breath. The footsteps paused. For a short time, nothing. Then a soft thump. I choked back a gasp and sat up in bed. I strained to hear more. The sound ended abruptly. I waited until morning, heart pounding. When the light came, I crept down the stairs. The living room looked normal, but the front door was cracked. I hadn't been out since arriving, and I was sure I'd locked it. I walked to it, touched the cold metal knob. The crack allowed a sliver of light into the dark room. I felt uneasy. Did I forget to lock it? Possibly. But why would something move a chair in the kitchen, scrape metal, then open the door? My phone didn't show any calls or texts between when I fell asleep and morning, except a single message from Airbnb asking if I needed assistance. I responded, "No, thank you." I went outside to the lake path as I'd planned. The light morning air and the forest birds helped settle my nerves. I walked slowly toward the water. The path was narrow, overgrown. At the shoreline, the water looked calm and still. I paused, the fog of morning rising off the surface. I decided not to swim, better safe than risking something unknown in the dense forest. I collected some sticks and sketched a little in my journal. Returning to the house, I found something odd in the kitchen. One cabinet door slightly ajar. I was sure I'd closed it. Inside, things seemed the same, but something felt off. A mug not quite lined up, a spoon out of place. I rubbed my temples. Maybe I was just tired. I closed the cabinet, locked the door, and decided I wouldn't use that space again. That evening, I cooked myself dinner and poured a glass of wine. The forest outside was dark and still, except for the occasional flicker of light from my phone as I received notifications. I sat on the porch to drink, the forest pressing in around me. I heard a sound behind me. Branches cracked. I turned slowly. The moonlight filtered through the trees, but I couldn't make out anything. A disturbance of foliage, a rustle. I told myself, it's deer. It's wind. It's nothing. But when I went back inside, the front door was open again. The deadbolt was undone. My blood turned cold. I had definitely locked it earlier when I came in. I fumbled for my phone to call someone, my friend, the Airbnb host. I texted the host, "The front door is open. I locked it this afternoon. Did you or someone else enter the house?" I waited. No response. I stood by the door, looking out into the darkness. I closed the door, locked it again, and for the rest of the night kept a chair against it. Tried to sleep, kept the light on, kept hearing things. At about 2 a.m., I heard a low moaning sound from upstairs. My heart hammered. The moan was deep and prolonged, like someone exhaling in pain or sorrow. I sat up in bed, each second stretched. It stopped. Then footsteps again on the wooden floor upstairs, moving slowly, then pausing, then slowly going down. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. I got up, grabbed my wallet and my bag, ready to bolt. I went downstairs in half dark, flashlight app on. Nothing visible, no figure. The living room was still. Then I noticed fresh footprints in the dust on the floor near the fireplace. I gasped. They seemed large, adult male size. The fireplace wasn't used, the dust undisturbed when I arrived, I was sure. At that moment, my phone rang. "Host calling?" I answered. A recorded voice, "No service." The host didn't pick up. I said, "I'm leaving." I got into my car, turned it on. The headlights illuminated the gravel path ahead. But as I looked back at the house through the rearview mirror, I swear I saw a figure standing in the window upstairs. I drove away without looking again. I didn't plan to return. I messaged Airbnb, reported the incident. They replied with apologies and a refund offer. I accepted. Back in Detroit, I tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe a trespasser, maybe the host had accidentally entered, maybe it was just my mind. Weeks later, I received an email from the host with pictures taken by the security camera covering the living room. I hadn't known there was a camera. The pictures showed me inside the house. Yes, but also a dark figure looming in the corner of one photo, behind me, indistinct, its face obscured. I stared at it. Something tall stood with unnatural posture in the shadow. I replied, asking for explanation. Host said the figure appeared in multiple images across nights. They'd assumed it was a trick of light. But after I messaged, they'd contacted a local person to inspect the house. He found no hidden rooms, no crawl space. They apologized. I tried to sleep as I read the email, stared at the picture. The next morning, I deleted the email, but sleeping became harder. I kept imagining movement in my apartment in Detroit. I replayed that weekend. I looked up the property's history. I found a short news mention. A young woman had disappeared a decade earlier in those woods. Her car was found on that same gravel road, and the house was searched in connection, but nothing was ever found. I didn't know if the listing was connected to that event, but the address was the same. On a Thursday evening, only days after returning, I got a call from Airbnb again. They said to expect an email from local law enforcement. They were reviewing the listing. The host's name matched someone who had owned the property many years ago, but there was inconsistent documentation. Airbnb included a bulletin. If you stayed at this property between June 2018 and September 2024 and experienced any unauthorized entry or safety incident, please contact us. My stay was in October 2024. I felt a chill. I woke up that night to a vibration, my phone, a message from an unknown number. "You left the chair in front of the door wrong." I stared. My phone's location showed Detroit. A prank? A hacker? A stalker? I sat up. The message was brief and ominous. I called the number. No answer. I blocked it. But the door of my apartment felt slightly ajar when I got up to check. I screamed. I locked it again. I told friends. They advised me to report it. I did. The police came, logged the complaint for attempted break-in. Nothing found. I moved apartments soon after. But the memory haunted me. The figure in that image, the footsteps, the unlocked door, the groan. I told myself, I'm safe now. But sometimes late at night, I wake hearing a distant scratching, the sound of pressure on a window, something breathing just beyond the glass. My dreams take me back to that house on the gravel road, the forest encroaching, the figure watching me from the window. I think about what I didn't ask the host. Why the camera? How did someone get in? Who was the figure? And above all, was I ever really alone? Story, the end. I pulled into the drive just after dusk, the sky thick with gray clouds and the rain still hot in the asphalt. The woodland property looked exactly like the listing. A 2-story, somewhat ramshackle house painted a muted pine green, surrounded by towering pines and an overgrown driveway. The host, a slow-smiling man named Mark, greeted me with a flashlight in hand and an odd friendliness, as if he were bracing for something. "I'm going to go ahead and show you everything," he said, his voice steady but faintly strained. I'd booked the stay through Airbnb for 3 nights. I came from the Midwest to decompress from work. Now, looking at the house looming through dripping trees, I felt the quiet weight of isolation settle in. Inside, the house smelled of damp wood and something faintly sour. The floorboards creaked as Mark led me through the rooms: living room, kitchen, dining room, then upstairs to the bedroom I'd been given. It was furnished in minimalist wood: a queen bed, a small desk, a window poised to gaze at the forest. He handed me a key and recited shelf instructions: where to find spare blankets, the circuit breaker box in the garage, that the Wi-Fi password was in the welcome binder on the coffee table. I nodded. He said he'd check in later to make sure all was fine. I thanked him and he turned to leave, pausing in the doorway as the rain tapped lightly on the glass. "If you need anything, just text me," he said, forced smile. He closed the door behind him, leaving only the sound of the slow drip of water from the eaves outside. The first night was quiet. I drifted off somewhere around midnight, the house settling with yawning groans. Wood contracts, the wind rattling the window frames, branches tapping against siding, all normal for a wooden house at the edge of a forest. I woke around 3 a.m. to a faint sound, wood scraping, very soft. I sat up, peered into darkness. The sounds receded. I told myself it was branches outside, the house breathing. I closed my eyes and fell asleep again. Morning arrived with gray light filtering through the pines. I brewed coffee in the kitchen, looked out the window. The forest was heavy with mist, the path down the driveway slippery. I decided to take a walk down to the creek Mark had described in the listing. I packed my jacket, left a note for him just in case, something like, "heading out briefly." As I stepped outside, the angles of the house looked more asymmetrical than I'd thought in photographs. The siding had streaks where mold was trying to bloom. The porch sagged slightly on one side. I breathed, shrugged it off as rustic charm. Walking along the narrow trail to the creek, I noticed old footprints in the muddy path. 2 sets, going and returning, but only 1 set of boots in the yard. I paused. The footprints looked fresh, but maybe they were from Mark or a maintenance person. I followed carefully to the creek, watched water surge gently. I sat on a rock and stared at the forest reflections. When I returned, the house looked quiet, empty. Inside, the lights worked, drains drained, coffee pot waiting, all seemed normal. I settled for dinner and watched a movie on my laptop. Wi-Fi held. Elsewhere in the house, I had started to feel a subtle unease, like someone watching from upstairs. I chalked it up to being alone in a strange house, the forest pressing close to the windows. I tried to ignore it. At one point, I heard something upstairs, a faint shuffle, like someone pacing in the hallway beyond my door. I opened the door carefully. Nothing. The hallway light was off. I checked the windows, all locked. No open doors, no visible significances. I closed the door, settled back into the couch. I told myself again, improbable. On the second night, the weather shifted. Rain came down in heavier sheets, wind shaking the pines, the house creaking, moaning. I fell asleep around 11:30 p.m., but around 2:30 a.m. I was awakened by a loud thud. something heavy hitting the exterior wall, or maybe the porch roof above. I sat up and listened. More thuds spaced unevenly. I reached over to switch the bedside lamp on. The grainy glow revealed nothing out of place. I got up, walked quietly into the hallway, peered down the stairs. Through the window beside the front door, I thought I saw a shape moving. Tall, dark, maybe a person, standing just beyond the porch light, just beyond the glass. But the rain blurred it. I stepped closer. Nothing. The front door locked. I called Mark via text. "Hi, I heard something outside. Were you around?" He replied within a minute. "All good here. Our usual raccoons, maybe. Sleep tight." I didn't press him further. I felt foolish. I went back into the bedroom, locked the door, pulled the covers up. But then a muffled voice. Very faint. I thought maybe the wind carried something. I sat frozen. The voice sounded like a murmur, someone whispering just outside the window I'd left cracked a bit for fresh air. I got up and flicked the window closed. The whisper stopped. I didn't hear anything else. I went back to bed and lay awake for hours, listening for any more sounds. The branches, the rain, a possible human voice. None returned. Morning arrived again. I stared out the window and felt tension in my chest. While sipping coffee, I scrolled through reviews for the house. Many were positive. Some mentioned quirky creaks and isolated charm. One review mentioned someone hearing voices at midnight, but wrote it off as wind through the siding. I hesitated, but felt the morning daylight reassuring. I told myself I would be fine. That afternoon, I decided to check the upstairs bathroom, which I'd only used once. I turned on the light in the faucet. As I lifted my hair to scrub shampoo, I looked in the small window next to the bathtub. It looked out onto the woods, branches heavy. The rain had slackened. I looked closer. There, scrawled on the underside of the windowsill in faint pencil, were initials JD and a date 3/15/19. The pencil writing looked old, faint. I leaned closer. Underneath it, another set of initials, EP, and another date, 10/22/20. My blood chilled. Why were initials carved in pencil on a windowsill of a bathroom in a rental house? I cleaned it off, or tried, but the marks were faint in the wood grain. I left the bathroom. Trying to rationalize, I thought maybe previous guests had carved something. But why in pencil, in such a private place? Later that evening, I sat in the living room, the lamp casting long shadows. I went to check the welcome binder. In the back pages, past the Wi-Fi and spare blanket sections, was a handwritten note from Mark. "Please report any odd sounds. We want all guests comfortable. Nothing else." It wasn't signed, no date. The oddness of the message bothered me more than the content. Why would he specifically mention odd sounds? It planted the idea firmly. I tried ignoring it. Around midnight, I awakened again. This time to the unmistakable sound of footsteps overhead in the attic or upper floor echo. They were slow, dragging, purposeful. I lay still, breath shallow. I listened. After maybe 30 seconds, they paused. Then a long silence. I was frozen. I started to rise to check, but stopped. If someone was upstairs in the house I'd rented, that's unimaginable. I grabbed my phone, dialed Mark. "Hi, I'm hearing what sounds like someone walking upstairs around 12:30. Are you able to check?" His voice came calm. "Thanks for letting me know. I'll check remotely. Maybe the heating vents are loose up there tonight." He paused. "You're completely safe. I'll call you back after I've checked." He hung up. I didn't sleep well the rest of the night. At dawn, I heard a knock at the front door. I haven't changed out of my pajamas, but I opened it anyway. It was Mark. He looked exhausted, his face pale. "Hi," he said quietly. "I wanted to come by to inspect, like I said. I found some things, small footprints in the attic access board, outside the house. I'm sorry you experienced that. I'll have everything checked out, but you're definitely safe." I asked what he meant. He said, the attic access panel had its latch scratched, and the board was slightly shifted. I fitted it back. I didn't see anyone in there, but I found the footprints. Doesn't look like recent something, but our previous guest told me about hearing noises too. My heart turned over. "Could someone come into the house through the attic?" I asked. He nodded. "Potentially, but I have alarms on all exterior doors and windows, and the garage. Doesn't look like they entered through there." His tone was curt. "I can cancel your remaining nights and refund you for tomorrow if you like." I almost said yes, but I'd come all this way, and I really wanted quiet time. I said I'd stay one more night and leave early the next morning. Mark left, and I closed the door behind him, locking everything twice. I stayed on high alert, walking through the house twice, checking locks, windows. The forest seemed closer now, pressing shadows against the windows. I tried reading on the couch, but my thoughts kept going to the attic panel, the footprints. What kind of person would climb into a rental's attic? I suppressed the thought, tried to relax. That night, as the wind rattled the siding, I fell asleep around 10:45. I woke suddenly at 1:17 a.m. to a distant metallic clang, like a pan dropped or a metal door slammed. I sat up and realized the living room light was on. I had left it off. That unsettled me. I nudged myself out of bed, grabbed my phone as a flashlight, and walked quietly downstairs. The living room was dimly lit by the lamp I had on earlier, and something else. The front porch light was on, the door window showing nothing but darkness beyond. I moved to the kitchen and noticed the back door, which I had locked earlier, was open a crack. I froze. My heart pounded. The lock was still engaged, but the door was slightly ajar. I reached out, pushed it closed, clicked the lock. I looked at the door's screen window. Light smudges on the glass like someone's breath or fingerprint. I turned around and flicked on all lights. Nothing else seemed disturbed. I texted Mark. Back door found slightly open. I locked it again. Please send someone to check the house. He replied, I will send the maintenance guy in the morning. Please stay inside tonight. I'll reimburse you for the lost night. If you like, you can leave now. My phone battery seemed to drop 2 bars in a minute when I looked at the screen. I told him I'd stay and locked myself in the bedroom, shutting the door and pulling the chair under the knob. I lay awake until dawn. Morning came gray and heavy. I breakfasted in silence, eyes darting everywhere. Mark did not show, but he texted a video from his maintenance man. The attic panel board pushed back, some scratches on the wood frame, something left in the small crawl space inside the attic, an old leather glove, small size, maybe a woman's glove, muddy. The message said they'd collect the glove and come back with cameras. I thanked them. I decided I didn't want to stay the final night after all. I packed my bags, left a note in the binder, leaving early. Please refund accordingly. I walked through the house one last time, shivering despite the thick sweater. I pulled out of the driveway, watched the greenhouse shrink into the mist behind me. I tried to leave the experience behind. At home, a week later, I received a message from Mark. Thanks for staying. I'm really sorry about what you experienced. Turns out the previous guest on October 22nd, 2020, reported someone entered the house at night and climbed into the attic. Police came, but no one was caught. The initials you saw on the windowsill, EP, that was her name. She said she scratched them before the intruder entered. The JD 31519 refers to an even earlier guest who never checked out the next morning. Her car was still in the driveway the next day, and she was gone. Her initials were JD. I found them when we repainted the bathroom wall before last season. I'm sorry again. My blood chilled reading that. I hadn't realized I'd seen the initial signs of something far deeper. A few days later, I received a handwritten envelope addressed to me, postmarked from the small town near the rental. Inside was a folded, typed paper in thin white envelopes. Thank you for bringing attention to the house. I'm one of the detectives who looked into the prior case. The intruder, we believe, gained access through the attic panel. The house is now closed for rental until further notice. Please consider this my thanks for cooperating. Detective S. My hands shook reading that. A chill ran down my spine, remembering the footprints, the glove, the door slightly open, the attic panel. Since then, I've found myself waking up at 1:17 every night. I check under my bed, behind doors. I listen for scratching in my attic. I think about the rental house in the woods, the quiet house, the soft whisper outside my window, the footprints in the attic. I sometimes wonder if the person ever really left. The house sits vacant now. I look at the listing archived on Airbnb and see it removed, replaced with temporarily unavailable. But reviews are still floating in old cached form. Amazing escape into nature, quiet nights. Creepy house in the woods, but we loved it. Would stay again, wrote someone on the October 22nd listing. I shiver reading that date in context. I don't know what happened to JD, to EP, or to the intruder. I don't know if the man I met at the door was fully aware of everything. I don't know if things are fully safe anymore. But I know I will never rent a house in the woods without checking for attic access panels, hidden fingerprints, footprints in the mud, or strange whispers in the night. The forest is quiet, but it isn't always empty. Story the end. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. Sarah and Mike had been working nonstop for months in Boston, and when Mike's friend recommended a quaint Airbnb up in the Berkshires, they jumped at the chance. The listing seemed perfect. A restored farmhouse, modern amenities, and secluded yet accessible. The photos were pristine, the host's reviews glowing. They didn't think twice. Driving up Route 7, the scenery shifted from bustling suburbs to dense woods, and the further they went, the quieter the roads became. Mike joked that the GPS had probably given up trying to guide them, but Sarah laughed nervously. She didn't like the isolation. Finally, the farmhouse appeared, tucked behind overgrown shrubs, a wraparound porch looming in the fading afternoon light. It looked charming enough, though a little more remote than the pictures suggested. The host, a man named Greg, greeted them warmly. He was middle-aged, thin, with a slightly manicured smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Welcome," he said, leading them inside. "I hope the drive wasn't too rough. Make yourselves at home." The inside of the house was quaint but smelled faintly of mildew, something Sarah immediately noticed. The hardwood floors creaked under their feet as they followed Greg to the bedrooms. "Water's on, Wi-Fi password's on the fridge. If you need anything, just call me," Greg said, handing them a folded paper with his number. "Dinner recommendations are nearby unless you want to cook here. The kitchen's fully stocked." He lingered for a moment, staring a little too long at Sarah, then chuckled. "Well, I'll leave you to settle in." Once he left, Sarah and Mike explored. The kitchen was as advertised, though the fridge hummed oddly. The bedrooms were small but cozy, with quilts that smelled faintly of must. Outside, the porch overlooked a vast backyard that ended abruptly in thick woods. Beyond the trees, they could just make out the contour of hills fading into dusk. The first night was uneventful, though Sarah had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the old house made her tense. Mike slept soundly, oblivious, snoring softly beside her. At around 3 a.m., she awoke to a scraping sound, like fingernails dragging across wood. She froze, heart racing. The sound came from the kitchen. "Mike?" she whispered. He grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head. "It's probably the wind." But she wasn't convinced. The sound stopped suddenly, replaced by a soft thud from upstairs. She bolted upright, straining her ears. There it was again. Another thud, like something heavy hitting the floor above them. She nudged Mike. "Something's up there," she hissed. "Sarah, it's an old house. Floors creak, pipes rattle. Go back to sleep." She lay there, tense, until the first rays of sunlight slipped through the curtains. When Mike finally woke, she told him about the noises. He suggested they call it quirky farmhouse ambiance and promised to explore the attic later. The next day, they decided to go for a hike, hoping the daylight would ease her nerves. As they walked, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every so often, she'd glance behind them, half expecting to see someone emerging from the trees. Mike laughed at her paranoia, though she caught him scanning the woods more than once. Returning to the house in the afternoon, they found a folded note slipped under the front door. Sarah picked it up. It was handwritten, in cramped, uneven letters. "I see you. Don't leave." Her stomach dropped. She showed it to Mike, who laughed it off. Probably a prank from one of the neighbors, right? Or maybe Greg left it as a joke? "Who leaves a note like that?" Sarah whispered. Mike didn't answer. That evening, things escalated. The lights flickered intermittently, and the kitchen fridge opened on its own. Sarah swore she saw shadows moving in the corner of the living room, but whenever she turned, nothing was there. Mike tried to rationalize everything, blaming drafts and old wiring. Then they heard a knock, soft, deliberate, at the front door. Mike went to check. Nobody was there. Outside, the yard was empty, and the woods beyond seemed unnaturally still. "We're leaving," Sarah said firmly. "We can't just leave. It's late," Mike argued. That night, the noises returned, louder this time. The attic door creaked open slowly, even though they hadn't touched it. Footsteps moved across the floor above them, pacing. Sarah grabbed her phone to call Greg, but there was no signal. Panic set in when they realized there was no cell service, not even one bar. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt distorted. Every creak, every whisper made them flinch. Finally, in desperation, they decided to confront the attic. Mike grabbed a flashlight and they ascended the narrow staircase. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a dark, empty attic. Nothing seemed out of place, though the air felt thick and oppressive. Then Sarah saw it, small handprints smeared in dust across the wooden floor, leading to a corner. Mike shone the flashlight and they froze. There, carved into the floor, were initials and a date. SG, 1982. The letters looked fresh, as if someone had added to them recently. Suddenly, the attic door slammed shut behind them. They banged on it, shouting for help, but the house swallowed their voices. Shadows flickered across the walls, moving independently of the flashlight's beam. Then a voice, hoarse and whispering, echoed, "You shouldn't have come here." Sarah screamed. Mike tried to break the door down. The flashlight went out, plunging them into darkness. Heart-hammering, she felt a cold hand brush against her arm. Somehow, they escaped the attic, running down the stairs and out into the backyard. The night was thick, fog rolling in from the hills. They ran to the car, but the keys were gone. Panic turned to terror when they saw footprints in the mud leading from the front porch to the edge of the woods, footprints that didn't match theirs. A figure emerged from the shadows, and Sarah's scream caught in her throat. It was Greg. But not as they remembered. His face was pale, eyes unnaturally wide, a smile stretched too far. "I told you not to leave," he whispered. They ran anyway, crashing through the underbrush. Branches tore at their clothes and skin, but neither stopped. Hours later, they stumbled onto a quiet road. Exhausted, bleeding, and disoriented. A passing car picked them up and drove them to the nearest town. When they called the police the next day, the farmhouse was empty. Greg had vanished. Locals told them the house had been abandoned for years, and a series of strange disappearances had occurred in the area, none ever solved. Their story was dismissed as a drunken fantasy or mass hysteria. Sarah and Mike never stayed in an Airbnb again. Sarah had recurring nightmares of that farmhouse, of the footprints, the voice, and the attic. Mike started drinking heavily, haunted by what he couldn't explain. Months later, Sarah received a postcard in the mail. No return address, just 3 words scrawled in the same cramped, uneven handwriting as the note from the farmhouse. "See you soon." The envelope smelled faintly of mildew. They moved, changed numbers, but Sarah always looked over her shoulder. Every time they planned a trip, she panicked, fearing another perfect listing could lead them back to that place. And deep down, Mike feared that the footprints weren't the worst part. They were just the beginning. One night, while Sarah was asleep, he swore he heard scratching at the bedroom window. At first, he thought it was a branch. Then he saw it, small, muddy handprints on the glass, leading to the edge of the roof. He woke Sarah. She didn't scream this time. They simply stared. Somewhere deep in the night, a familiar voice whispered, "You shouldn't have left." The police never found Greg. The house was eventually torn down, though some locals claim the land is cursed. At night, some say, you can still hear whispers through the trees, footsteps pacing the empty space where the farmhouse once stood. Sarah and Mike never spoke of it to anyone outside their small circle. Family and friends noticed the change. Sarah became anxious, almost paranoid, and Mike's nights were filled with restless dreams and strange murmurs. Yet, despite the terror, a part of them knew they had narrowly escaped something far worse, something patient, watching, and always waiting. Years later, while browsing Airbnb for a vacation in Vermont, Sarah froze. The screen displayed a listing, a restored farmhouse in the Berkshires. Pictures pristine, description charming. The host, Greg. She didn't tell Mike, she couldn't. But the postcard was still tucked in her drawer, and sometimes when the wind howled through the trees, she thought she could hear it, scratching, whispering, waiting. And she knew, deep down, that some places never let you go. Story, the end. It was supposed to be the perfect weekend getaway. Sarah and Mike had been planning it for months. A chance to escape their cramped New York City apartment, breathe some country air, and just relax. They scoured Airbnb listings for weeks, filtering through cozy cottages, rustic cabins, and secluded homes until they stumbled upon a charming little house in the Catskills. The photos were idyllic. A red brick facade, a wraparound porch, a hammock swaying gently between 2 oak trees, and interiors that looked like they'd been pulled straight out of a lifestyle magazine. The host, someone named Daniel, had glowing reviews and a reputation for being a helpful, responsive presence. It all seemed perfect. They arrived on a Friday evening, sunlight dwindling behind the mountains. The road leading to the house was narrow and winding, flanked by dense trees, the kind that muffled sound and made every car engine roar feel louder than it should. The GPS signal flickered intermittently, leaving them reliant on memory of the directions Daniel had sent. Eventually, they spotted the house, tucked into a clearing. The porch light flickered faintly, and there was a subtle smell of wood smoke in the air, which seemed oddly comforting after their long drive. Daniel greeted them with a warm smile and a strong handshake. He gave them a quick tour. 2 bedrooms, a small but functional kitchen, a cozy living room with a fireplace, and a bathroom with a clawfoot tub that looked inviting. "Make yourselves at home," he said. "I'm just next door if you need anything." It all seemed perfectly normal. That night, the house felt serene. The woods around them were silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves. They cooked dinner, drank some wine, and watched a movie in the living room. Around midnight, they decided to head to bed. The bedrooms were small but comfortable, with thick blankets and soft sheets. The only odd thing was that the master bedroom window faced the woods, and moonlight streamed in a way that cast long, shifting shadows across the floor. Sarah had trouble sleeping. She kept hearing faint creaks like footsteps across the wooden floor outside the bedroom. Mike reassured her it was probably just the house settling. She finally drifted off, though not without a lingering unease. The next morning, they awoke to an eerily quiet day. No birds, no breeze, just stillness. They brewed coffee and sat on the porch, watching mist rise off the ground. Everything felt too perfect. By mid-morning, they decided to explore a nearby trail Daniel had recommended. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places. After about an hour of walking, they came across an old stone structure, partially collapsed, with graffiti marking the walls. Something about it gave Sarah chills, but Mike insisted it was just an abandoned hunting cabin. They snapped a few photos and headed back. Back at the house, they found a note slipped under the front door. It read, in neat handwriting, "Don't wander alone. Stay inside after dark." Sarah laughed nervously. "Probably just some kid trying to prank guests," she said. Mike agreed, though he felt a strange tension he couldn't shake. That night, the unease deepened. They were watching TV when the power flickered, then went out entirely. Mike went to check the circuit breaker, but found nothing wrong. When he returned, Sarah said she thought she saw someone standing at the edge of the woods. Mike joked it was just a trick of the shadows. Sleep was even more elusive that night. Sarah kept hearing tapping on the windows, soft at first, then growing louder, more insistent. When she woke Mike, he swore he didn't hear anything. Exhausted, they eventually fell asleep, though it felt like the air itself was heavier, pressing against their ears and chest. The next morning, Sarah noticed that some of their belongings were moved. Her backpack was slightly ajar on the floor. A book she had placed on the nightstand was now on the floor by the bed. She mentioned it to Mike, who suggested it might have been her sleepwalking. But she hadn't moved anything herself. They tried to ignore it, chalking it up to their imagination. But as the day went on, the signs of intrusion became harder to dismiss. The living room furniture was subtly rearranged. Photos they hadn't taken were on the mantel, and strange symbols, simple, crude markings, were scratched into the wooden floor near the fireplace. Sarah wanted to leave immediately, but the roads were slick from rain, and the GPS signal was still unreliable. They called Daniel to ask about the markings, but his phone went straight to voicemail. That afternoon, they decided to explore the basement, hoping to find some explanation for the strange occurrences. The basement door was old, creaking ominously when they opened it. Inside, it was damp, musty, and poorly lit. Old boxes were stacked in corners, and there was a faint smell of decay. Then Mike noticed the wall at the far end. Symbols, similar to the ones scratched in the living room, were painted in dark red. There were smudges that looked disturbingly like handprints. "What is this?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. Mike didn't answer. He just shined his phone light over the wall. One of the boxes had a hole gnawed into it. Inside were remnants of old clothing, tattered, stained. There was a faint odor that made Sarah gag. Suddenly, they heard a noise upstairs, footsteps, slow, deliberate, pacing above them. Mike grabbed a flashlight and whispered, "Stay here." He crept upstairs. Sarah could hear his soft curse as he reached the top step, then a sharp intake of breath. She ran up to him, only to find the living room empty, but the front door was now open, swinging slightly in the wind. And in the yard, footprints led into the woods, bare footprints, wet from the rain, leading deeper into the darkness. Panic set in. They decided to leave immediately. They grabbed their bags, locked the doors, and ran to the car. As they drove away, Sarah glanced in the rearview mirror. The house looked the same from the road, almost peaceful, but in the porch window, she could swear she saw a shadow moving, someone, or something, watching them go. They called the police once they reached a main road. Officers arrived at the property and searched it thoroughly. Nothing was found. No sign of intruders, no markings in the living room or basement, no footprints in the yard. The house appeared perfectly normal, like a photo from a listing. Sarah and Mike tried to put the experience behind them, but the memories lingered. Strange things started happening at home, too. Items would go missing, appear in odd places, and at night they sometimes heard soft tapping on their windows, even in their city apartment. They eventually stopped staying out late, never traveled to unknown rural areas again, and always booked hotels instead of Airbnb rentals. Months later, Sarah researched the property. She discovered that several years prior, a family had lived there, but the mother had been institutionalized after reporting that someone was entering the house at night, moving her belongings, and leaving strange symbols on walls. Neighbors remembered the family leaving abruptly, though no official explanation was ever documented. Sarah never told anyone she knew personally what had happened. Most people would have thought it was stress or imagination, but she and Mike both knew what they saw, heard, and felt in that house. And sometimes when they were alone in their apartment at night, they could swear the tapping started again, soft at first, then persistent, as if whatever had haunted the cabin had followed them home. Months turned into years, but the memory never faded. Every time they considered another Airbnb trip, Sarah's stomach would twist into knots, and Mike would shake his head, refusing. They had learned a lesson in a way neither wanted. Appearances could be deceiving, and some places held more than just memories. They held something waiting, watching, and patient. Even now, Sarah sometimes dreams of the house, the mist rising off the ground, the oppressive silence, and the dark shadow in the window. She wakes up drenched in sweat, convinced that if they ever return, it would be waiting. And somewhere deep down, both of them know that it is. Story the end. I pulled into the drive just after dusk, the sky thick with gray clouds and the rain still hot in the asphalt. The woodland property looked exactly like the listing. A 2-story, somewhat ramshackle house painted a muted pine green, surrounded by towering pines and an overgrown driveway. The host, a slow-smiling man named Mark, greeted me with a flashlight in hand and an odd friendliness, as if he were bracing for something. "I'm going to go ahead and show you everything," he said, his voice steady but faintly strained. I'd booked the stay through Airbnb for 3 nights. I came from the Midwest to decompress from work. Now, looking at the house looming through dripping trees, I felt the quiet weight of isolation settle in. Inside, the house smelled of damp wood and something faintly sour. The floorboards creaked as Mark led me through the rooms: living room, kitchen, dining room, then upstairs to the bedroom I'd been given. It was furnished in minimalist wood: a queen bed, a small desk, a window poised to gaze at the forest. He handed me a key and recited shelf instructions: where to find spare blankets, the circuit breaker box in the garage, that the Wi-Fi password was in the welcome binder on the coffee table. I nodded. He said he'd check in later to make sure all was fine. I thanked him and he turned to leave, pausing in the doorway as the rain tapped lightly on the glass. "If you need anything, just text me," he said, forced smile. He closed the door behind him, leaving only the sound of the slow drip of water from the eaves outside. The first night was quiet. I drifted off somewhere around midnight, the house settling with yawning groans. Wood contracts, the wind rattling the window frames, branches tapping against siding, all normal for a wooden house at the edge of a forest. I woke around 3 a.m. to a faint sound, wood scraping, very soft. I sat up, peered into darkness. The sounds receded. I told myself it was branches outside, the house breathing. I closed my eyes and fell asleep again. Morning arrived with gray light filtering through the pines. I brewed coffee in the kitchen, looked out the window. The forest was heavy with mist, the path down the driveway slippery. I decided to take a walk down to the creek Mark had described in the listing. I packed my jacket, left a note for him just in case, something like, heading out briefly. As I stepped outside, the angles of the house looked more asymmetrical than I'd thought in photographs. The siding had streaks where mold was trying to bloom. The porch sagged slightly on one side. I breathed, shrugged it off as rustic charm. Walking along the narrow trail to the creek, I noticed old footprints in the muddy path. 2 sets, going and returning, but only 1 set of boots in the yard. I paused. The footprints looked fresh, but maybe they were from Mark or a maintenance person. I followed carefully to the creek, watched water surge gently. I sat on a rock and stared at the forest reflections. When I returned, the house looked quiet, empty. Inside, the lights worked, drains drained, coffee pot waiting. All seemed normal. I settled for dinner and watched a movie on my laptop. Wi-Fi held. Elsewhere in the house, I had started to feel a subtle unease, like someone watching from upstairs. I chalked it up to being alone in a strange house, the forest pressing close to the windows. I tried to ignore it. At one point, I heard something upstairs, a faint shuffle, like someone pacing in the hallway beyond my door. I opened the door carefully. Nothing. The hallway light was off. I checked the windows, all locked. No open doors, no visible significances. I closed the door, settled back into the couch. I told myself again, improbable. On the second night, the weather shifted. Rain came down in heavier sheets, wind shaking the pines, the house creaking, moaning. I fell asleep around 11:30 p.m., but around 2:30 a.m. I was awakened by a loud thud. Something heavy hitting the exterior wall, or maybe the porch roof above. I sat up and listened. More thuds, spaced unevenly. I reached over to switch the bedside lamp on. The grainy glow revealed nothing out of place. I got up, walked quietly into the hallway, peered down the stairs. Through the window beside the front door, I thought I saw a shape moving. Tall, dark, maybe a person, standing just beyond the porch light, just beyond the glass. But the rain blurred it. I stepped closer. Nothing. The front door locked. I called Mark via text. Hi, I heard something outside. Were you around? He replied within a minute. All good here. Our usual raccoons, maybe. Sleep tight. I didn't press him further. I felt foolish. I went back into the bedroom, locked the door, pulled the covers up. But then, a muffled voice. Very faint. I thought maybe the wind carried something. I sat frozen. The voice sounded like a murmur, someone whispering just outside the window I'd left cracked a bit for fresh air. I got up and flicked the window closed. The whisper stopped. I didn't hear anything else. I went back to bed and lay awake for hours, listening for any more sounds. The branches, the rain, a possible human voice. None returned. Morning arrived again. I stared out the window and felt tension in my chest. While sipping coffee, I scrolled through reviews for the house. Many were positive. Some mentioned quirky creaks and isolated charm. One review mentioned someone hearing voices at midnight, but wrote it off as wind through the siding. I hesitated, but felt the morning daylight reassuring. I told myself I would be fine. That afternoon, I decided to check the upstairs bathroom, which I'd only used once. I turned on the light in the faucet. As I lifted my hair to scrub shampoo, I looked in the small window next to the bathtub. It looked out onto the woods, branches heavy. The rain had slackened. I looked closer. There, scrawled on the underside of the windowsill in faint pencil, were initials JD and a date 3/15/19. The pencil writing looked old, faint. I leaned closer. Underneath it, another set of initials, EP, and another date, 10/22/20. My blood chilled. Why were initials carved in pencil on a windowsill of a bathroom in a rental house? I cleaned it off, or tried, but the marks were faint in the wood grain. I left the bathroom. Trying to rationalize, I thought maybe previous guests had carved something. But why in pencil, in such a private place? Later that evening, I sat in the living room, the lamp casting long shadows. I went to check the welcome binder. In the back pages, past the Wi-Fi and spare blanket sections, was a handwritten note from Mark. Please report any odd sounds. We want all guests comfortable. Nothing else. It wasn't signed, no date. The oddness of the message bothered me more than the content. Why would he specifically mention odd sounds? It planted the idea firmly. I tried ignoring it. Around midnight, I awakened again, this time to the unmistakable sound of footsteps overhead in the attic or upper floor echo. They were slow, dragging, purposeful. I lay still, breath shallow. I listened. After maybe 30 seconds, they paused, then a long silence. I was frozen. I started to rise to check, but stopped. If someone was upstairs in the house I'd rented, that's unimaginable. I grabbed my phone, dialed Mark. Hi, I'm hearing what sounds like someone walking upstairs around 12:30. Are you able to check? His voice came calm. Thanks for letting me know. I'll check remotely. Maybe the heating vents are loose up there tonight. He paused. You're completely safe. I'll call you back after I've checked. He hung up. I didn't sleep well the rest of the night. At dawn, I heard a knock at the front door. I haven't changed out of my pajamas, but I opened it anyway. It was Mark. He looked exhausted, his face pale. Hi, he said quietly. Wanted to come by to inspect, like I said. I found some things, small footprints in the attic access board, outside the house. I'm sorry you experienced that. I'll have everything checked out, but you're definitely safe. I asked what he meant. He said, the attic access panel had its latch scratched, and the board was slightly shifted. I fitted it back. I didn't see anyone in there, but I found the footprints. Doesn't look like recent something, but our previous guest told me about hearing noises too. My heart turned over. Could someone come into the house through the attic? I asked. He nodded. Potentially, but I have alarms on all exterior doors and windows, and the garage. Doesn't look like they entered through there. His tone was curt. I can cancel your remaining nights and refund you for tomorrow if you like. I almost said yes, but I'd come all this way, and I really wanted quiet time. I said I'd stay one more night and leave early the next morning. Mark left, and I closed the door behind him, locking everything twice. I stayed on high alert, walking through the house twice, checking locks, windows. The forest seemed closer now, pressing shadows against the windows. I tried reading on the couch, but my thoughts kept going to the attic panel, the footprints. What kind of person would climb into a rental's attic? I suppressed the thought, tried to relax. That night, as the wind rattled the siding, I fell asleep around 10:45. I woke suddenly at 1:17 a.m. to a distant metallic clang, like a pan dropped or a metal door slammed. I sat up and realized the living room light was on. I had left it off. That unsettled me. I nudged myself out of bed, grabbed my phone as a flashlight, and walked quietly downstairs. The living room was dimly lit by the lamp I had on earlier, and something else. The front porch light was on, the door window showing nothing but darkness beyond. I moved to the kitchen and noticed the back door, which I had locked earlier, was open a crack. I froze. My heart pounded. The lock was still engaged, but the door was slightly ajar. I reached out, pushed it closed, clicked the lock. I looked at the door's screen window, light smudges on the glass like someone's breath or fingerprint. I turned around and flicked on all lights. Nothing else seemed disturbed. I texted Mark, back door found slightly open. I locked it again. Please send someone to check the house. He replied, I will send the maintenance guy in the morning. Please stay inside tonight. I'll reimburse you for the lost night. If you like, you can leave now. My phone battery seemed to drop 2 bars in a minute when I looked at the screen. I told him I'd stay and locked myself in the bedroom, shutting the door and pulling the chair under the knob. I lay awake until dawn. Morning came gray and heavy. I breakfasted in silence, eyes darting everywhere. Mark did not show, but he texted a video from his maintenance man. The attic panel board pushed back, some scratches on the wood frame, something left in the small crawl space inside the attic, an old leather glove, small size, maybe a woman's glove, muddy. The message said they'd collect the glove and come back with cameras. I thanked them. I decided I didn't want to stay the final night after all. I packed my bags, left a note in the binder, leaving early. Please refund accordingly. I walked through the house one last time, shivering despite the thick sweater. I pulled out of the driveway, watched the greenhouse shrink into the mist behind me. I tried to leave the experience behind. At home, a week later, I received a message from Mark. Thanks for staying. I'm really sorry about what you experienced. Turns out the previous guest on October 22nd, 2020, Reported someone entered the house at night and climbed into the attic. Police came, but no one was caught. The initials you saw on the windowsill, EP, that was her name. She said she scratched them before the intruder entered. The JD 31519 refers to an even earlier guest who never checked out the next morning. Her car was still in the driveway the next day, and she was gone. Her initials were JD. I found them when we repainted the bathroom wall before last season. I'm sorry again. My blood chilled reading that. I hadn't realized I'd seen the initial signs of something far deeper. A few days later, I received a handwritten envelope addressed to me, postmarked from the small town near the rental. Inside was a folded, typed paper in thin white envelopes. Thank you for bringing attention to the house. I'm one of the detectives who looked into the prior case. The intruder, we believe, gained access through the attic panel. The house is now closed for rental until further notice. Please consider this my thanks for cooperating. Detective S. My hands shook reading that. A chill ran down my spine, remembering the footprints, the glove, the door slightly open, the attic panel. Since then, I've found myself waking up at 1:17 every night. I check under my bed, behind doors. I listen for scratching in my attic. I think about the rental house in the woods, the quiet house, the soft whisper outside my window, the footprints in the attic. I sometimes wonder if the person ever really left. The house sits vacant now. I look at the listing archived on Airbnb and see it removed, replaced with temporarily unavailable. But reviews are still floating in old cached form. Amazing escape into nature, quiet nights. Creepy house in the woods, but we loved it. Would stay again, wrote someone on the October 22nd listing. I shiver reading that date in context. I don't know what happened to JD, to EP, or to the intruder. I don't know if the man I met at the door was fully aware of everything. I don't know if things are fully safe anymore. But I know I will never rent a house in the woods without checking for attic access panels, hidden fingerprints, footprints in the mud, or strange whispers in the night. The forest is quiet, but it isn't always empty. Story the end. I arrived at the rental just after dusk, the sky draped in bruised purple and darkening clouds. The address was accurate, easy to find. 429 Ridgewood Drive, a 2-story house nestled at the edge of town, backing up to a dense stretch of woodland that blurred into the distance. The posting on the site claimed it was quiet and secluded, perfect for a getaway. I'd stayed in dozens of places over the years. This one had looked nice in the photos. Warm light pouring through the windows, a large wood-burning fireplace, exposed beams, and a refrigerator stocked with snacks and drinks. The cost was far less than comparable homes. I'd shrugged and booked it. Pulling my bag out of the car, I paused on the cracked concrete driveway. The house looked like it had been converted from an old farmhouse. White paint peeling in places, a sagging porch, and a single dim light over the front door that flickered above me as I approached. I unlocked the door with the code the host had texted me just an hour earlier and stepped inside. Inside, the living room was cozy enough. High ceilings, a worn leather armchair beside the fireplace, a long wood table that could seat 8, and a view through sliding doors of the forest beyond. There was a broad sign near the mantel, "Welcome to Ridgewood Retreat." I dropped my bag, flicked the light switch, and heard the fizzle of old wiring somewhere in the ceiling. I shrugged it off. Secluded rentals always had quirks. I'd intended a quiet weekend alone. Just me, a laptop, some books, and a chance to unwind away from the city noise. But within an hour of checking in, I noticed things that unsettled me. The first oddity, the sound of footsteps above me. I sat on the couch, reading by the firelight, when I heard boards creaking overhead. At first, I assumed it was old house settling or perhaps an animal on the roof. Then I heard a slow, deliberate footstep, heavy, pacing across an upstairs floor, stopping directly above the living room. The floorboards squeaked loudly, and for a second I thought someone was watching me from upstairs, but the light in the upstairs hallway was off. I didn't see anyone. I stood and called out, "Hello?" The echo in the house felt hollow. No reply. Later I checked the upstairs. 2 bedrooms, a smaller sitting area, and a bathroom. Everything seemed clean, the beds untouched. No sign of another person. Yet when I returned downstairs, the living room floor still bore an indentation in the rug, like someone had walked there just now. I backtracked. The indentation curved away toward the sliding doors. I raised the rug, found nothing beneath. I pulled at the doors, locked from the inside, but they weren't latched. They just felt stuck a little. I locked the doors manually anyway. That night I slept in one of the upstairs rooms. I woke at 3 a.m., hearing something scraping metal on wood from the hallway outside my door. I froze under the covers. The hallway light was off. The sound moved slowly toward my door, scraping, then stopped. Silence. I lay extremely still, hearing the old house creak. After maybe 10 minutes, I summoned the courage to slide out of bed and peek. The hallway was dark, the air cold. I didn't see anything. I returned to bed, but couldn't sleep. In the morning, the host dropped by unexpectedly. He introduced himself as Dan, mid-40s, friendly though a little too casual about the house. "Just thought I'd check in, make sure everything's okay," he said. "Let me know if you need anything." I told him about the footsteps. He nodded. Old houses settle, and wildlife sometimes gets in attics or unused spaces. Don't worry about it. The locking system's been recently upgraded. I accepted his explanation, though the scraping sound still chilled me. That afternoon I went for a hike in woods behind the house. The trailhead was visible through the sliding doors. A narrow footpath wound through the thicket, leading deeper into trees. I walked maybe an hour and a half, the sun lowering in the sky, shadows growing long. On my way back, I noticed something odd. A figure crouched by the house, just beyond the lights of the sliding doors. A man, I thought. As I drew closer, the silhouette vanished. I stopped, heart thumping. No one there. I turned and walked quickly back inside, double-locking the doors. Inside, I paced a little, uneasy. I tried calling a friend, chatting about the weird stuff, but when I looked at my phone, I found the battery drained to 11% despite being full earlier. I set it on the kitchen counter and went to plug it in, only to find every outlet in the kitchen dead. None of the lights on the strip responded. The main circuit breaker in the basement still showed everything green, though I hadn't gone down to verify the wiring. I was alone here, technically, cut off. I told myself that isolated spots sometimes had power glitches. I ate something and retreated to the living room. Later, the sliding doors clicked. I heard them, even though I had locked them. I saw a faint reflection in the glass, a silhouette standing outside, watching. I froze. The figure stepped away. I turned the fire off and locked myself in the upstairs bedroom, trying not to think it was happening again. That night, I didn't sleep. Every creak, every shifting board kept me alert. I heard whispering, soft, indescribable, outside the closed door of my room. I lay still, hearing it, just beyond the thin wall. The voice was low, breathy. I wanted to call the host again. I tried dialing, but my phone died. Maybe 2% battery and gone. I fumbled for the flashlight on my phone. Dead. I plunged the room into darkness and waited until dawn, staring at the ceiling. By morning, the air felt heavier. I made coffee and sat at the dining table, staring at the fog creeping through the sliding doors. I didn't want to go out for another walk. I texted Dan. The scraping returned last night. Then I didn't sleep. "Can you check the doors, windows again?" He replied, "Sure. I'll be over in 30 mins." I sighed relief. He showed up promptly. We walked outside. He walked the perimeter, tapped on every window, looked at the foundation. He entered the house via the sliding door. He still had a key hidden. He turned lights on, tried outlets in kitchen. Suddenly they worked again. He said, that's strange. Makes me suspect maybe one of the breakers tripped. Also, I found footprints behind the house near those shutters." I wondered what he meant. Then he added, like someone had been hiding back there. He looked me in the eye. "Did you happen to see any cameras?" I said no. He frowned. "That's odd," he said. He left after 10 minutes. I tried to be calm. But something about his demeanor, his quick glance, his quiet comment, made me feel like maybe I wasn't the only one weirded out. By afternoon, I decided to leave the house for a couple hours and visit a nearby small-town cafe. I packed my bag, locked the house, went for the short drive. The cafe was nice. I ordered a pastry and coffee, but I didn't relax. My mind lingered on the house. I checked messages. Still none from Dan about what he'd found. When I returned, a rainstorm had started. Water dripped from the eaves. Good thing I'd locked the doors. Inside, the house felt different. The shadows looked longer, corners deeper. I flicked on lights. To distract myself, I watched a movie on the laptop. Then, about 90 minutes later, I heard laughing from the living room. It was faint, children's laughter. But there were no children staying. I paused the movie. It stopped, then started again, further away, coming from the stairs. I sat frozen, staring at the landing. The light at the top of the stairs switched on by itself. Click, illuminating a figure standing at the threshold of the hallway. Tall, shadowed, head bowed. I couldn't make out features. I froze. The figure turned and walked away up the stairs. The light went out. I bolted out of the chair, darted upstairs. The hallway was empty. I raced to the door of the master bedroom, not using it, and peeked in. Nothing but rumpled blankets. I ran downstairs and outside to my car. I sat there, heart pounding in the storm's rain, contemplating leaving immediately. But I realized I had no phone signal at the edge of the woods. If I drove off now in a panic, I might hit something or run off the road. I decided to calm myself, go back inside, lock everything, wait until morning, and call it off. Inside, I sat in the kitchen, gripping a mug of lukewarm coffee. Then I saw something on the front step. Fresh footprints in the mud, size maybe 10, bare or wearing something that left shallow tread marks. They led to the porch and stopped. I felt my skin crawl. Then I heard a soft tap on the window next to the front door. I rose slowly. I pointed my flashlight at the glass. The rain had blurred the view, but I could see a shape hunched just outside, the knees drawn up, arms around them, head down. The silhouette shifted, looked up at me for a moment. I screamed. The figure bolted into the darkness, leaving nothing visible beyond the drenching woods. I called Dan again. Fortunately, inside the house I had signal. He answered after 2 rings. I stuttered. "Someone's outside my windows. I saw someone," he said calmly. "Stay inside. I'm on my way." He asked if I would wait at the front door. I said yes. I locked the door and sat on the porch swing, flashlight in hand, watching through the glass. It felt like hours, but maybe 10 minutes later, Dan pulled up in his truck. He got out with a flashlight and walked to the sliding doors out back. He turned it on, shone the beam into the woods, then circled the house. He said, "I didn't see anyone. The footprints you saw, they're old tracks from an animal, maybe a deer, coming up and sitting on the porch." I didn't believe him, but he seemed authoritative. He offered to let me stay in the upstairs master bedroom so I feel safer. I accepted, and he left again. That night I didn't sleep at all. I lay with flashlight on, blanket pulled up. I heard whispering again, this time precisely outside the upstairs window. Soft voices sounding like low talking between at least 2 people. I didn't move. I didn't respond. The voices went on for maybe 5 minutes, then devolved into heavy footsteps stomping on the metal roof of the house. The rain made everything echo. I heard a metallic thump and sliding. The voice said something I couldn't quite understand. Muffled. "You didn't call him?" "He's inside." The accent odd. Then the laughter again. Morning light felt weak and gray. I stumbled out of bed. I looked down the hallway, completely empty. I waited until daylight brightened and then called Dan. I asked, "What's with the voices? The footsteps on the roof?" He said, "I'll come by later. Maybe there's a local group of kids messing around." I nodded, though I found that dismissal unsettling. I decided to pack and leave that day. I found the listing's cancellation policy was non-refundable after agents' check-in time. But at this point, I didn't care. I wanted out. I texted Dan, "I'm heading out. I'll be gone within the hour." He replied, "Okay, safe trip. Lock up on your way out." I did. Before climbing into my car, I looked once more at the house. On the second-floor balcony, I noticed a figure standing, back toward me, looking down at the woods. I froze. It was simply there, tall, slender. I clicked the flashlight. The figure moved into the shadow again. Gone. I closed the car door and sped off down the road. For the next day, I stayed in a proper hotel. Later that week, I emailed the host platform and the host. I reported what I experienced and requested a refund or partial. They replied that he acknowledged the guest's concerns, but said there had been no prior incidents and he couldn't offer a refund. A week later, I was back in the city, trying to move on. One evening, I Googled the house address and found newspaper archives referencing an incident 25 years ago. A teenage boy had died after falling from the balcony of 4429 Ridgewood Drive while being chased by 2 other teens in what police believed was a prank gone wrong. I found no follow-up about trespassing or youth groups, but it made me rethink what I'd heard. Maybe the voices, the footsteps had nothing to do with me. Maybe they were echoes. Still, I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. For several nights after staying there, I had dreams of the house. I woke up seeing that figure on the balcony, the metal scraping on the roof, the laughter. I started avoiding remote rentals. The isolation that once felt soothing now felt like a trap. Then one afternoon, I got a text from the host's number. "Hi, hope you're home safely. We checked cameras. We found someone leaving the house early morning. We hope it wasn't you." My stomach dropped. Cameras? He hadn't disclosed cameras in the listing. I replied, asking for context. He never responded. I deleted it. Weeks passed, I tried to forget. But sometimes I'd wake in the middle of the night to a low creak or the sound of footsteps in the dark, just like that stay. I'd hold my breath and wait for them to fade. In the safety of the city, those notes were small, but in that wood-lined house at 429 Ridgewood Drive, they had felt enormous. Then, several months later, I got a review notification on the platform. Guest left early, unreasonable complaints, host would not recommend. It was pinned to me. I tried replying. I apologized for leaving early, but explained my reasons. The platform said they wouldn't remove it. In that moment, I realized I had been victim of more than strange noises. I'd been stranded in a space teetering between reality and something else, something someone subtly allowed. The house, the isolation, the strange host behavior, all combined. I still don't know what I heard that night in that corridor, or who was crouched outside the sliding doors watching me. I cleaned up my photos, deleted the ones of footprints and the sliding door silhouette. I couldn't bear looking at them again. When friends ask now if I'll rent a secluded house again, I say no. Too many unknowns. Better to stay where people are around, especially when the night is dark, when every sound echoes. Something inside that house had occupied space where it didn't belong. I never got a refund. I never got closure. I only got the memory of footsteps, of voices, of a house that did not welcome me. Story, the end. It was a crisp October weekend in 2019 when my friends and I decided to rent a cabin for a 3-day getaway. 4 of us in our mid-20s, tired of city life in Atlanta, craving some quiet woods, fresh air, and maybe a little thrill from being far away from the hustle. After scrolling through countless Airbnb listings, we found a place in northern Georgia in the Chattahoochee National Forest. The photos showed a 2-story cabin with a wraparound porch, a small pond nearby, and the promise of seclusion. The host, a man named Henry, seemed friendly, and the reviews were all positive, though a few mentioned the solitude can be intense. We ignored that warning, laughing it off. The drive there was longer than expected. Winding roads, thick trees, fog starting to settle in as the sun went down. By the time we arrived, it was nearly dark. The cabin looked exactly like the photos, though the surrounding forest was denser and the pond murky in the fading light. Henry had left the keys in a lockbox. He'd sent a text with the code. The air smelled of damp leaves and wood smoke, and for a moment it felt like stepping into a postcard. The first night was ordinary. We unpacked, made a fire in the fireplace, and drank beers while talking about work, relationships, and life in general. The cabin was quiet. Too quiet, but that was part of the appeal. Around 11 p.m., we all went to bed. I slept on the pull-out couch, my friends on the beds upstairs. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a soft tapping sound on the windows. At first, I thought it was rain or a branch, but the night was still. I got up, shined my flashlight outside, and saw nothing. I chalked it up to imagination and went back to sleep. The next day, we explored the area. The forest around the cabin was thick, full of old trees with gnarled roots. There was a trail near the pond, though it didn't look like anyone had used it recently. As we walked, we noticed something odd. There were dozens of small, roughly carved wooden figures stuck into tree trunks and roots. Faces twisted, eyes hollow. My friend Jason joked, "Looks like the forest has its own residents." We laughed nervously and moved on, but the feeling of being watched lingered. That evening, strange things began happening. The lights in the cabin flickered, even though it was connected to power. Objects we hadn't touched were slightly moved. Doors that we knew were closed were open when we returned from the bathroom. At first, we assumed it was an old cabin with settling wood or faulty wiring. But then we started hearing whispers. Not words, just soft murmurs coming from the corners of the cabin. Low, unintelligible, but unmistakably human-like. By the third night, the atmosphere had turned oppressive. The wind picked up, though the trees seemed still, and the pond had an unnatural stillness, like glass. We were sitting in the living room when we heard footsteps on the porch, heavy, deliberate. Jason grabbed a flashlight and shone it toward the door. No one was there. Then the footsteps started circling the cabin, slowly, methodically. We locked all the doors and windows, but the noise continued. It was then that I noticed something outside the living room window. A figure, pale, unnaturally tall, standing between the trees. It didn't move like a normal person. It shifted in quick, jerky bursts, sometimes disappearing behind a tree only to reappear moments later. I froze. Emily, sitting beside me, saw it too. We whispered to the others, but Jason and Mark tried to joke it off. That was a mistake. Suddenly, the whispering intensified, coming from all directions. The windows fogged, though there was no condensation outside. Shadows danced across the walls as if cast by invisible figures. One of the wooden carvings we had found in the forest was now sitting on the living room table. None of us had brought it in. Panic set in. We decided to leave immediately, grabbing keys, wallets, and our phones. But as we approached the door, it wouldn't open. It was as if something held it shut from the outside. Jason pounded on the door, shouting for Henry, but there was no response. Then we heard it, a low, guttural growl from behind the cabin, coming closer, followed by soft, deliberate footsteps around the perimeter. Frantically, we broke a back window and climbed out. The forest around us seemed alive, shadows twisting between trees. We ran blindly, the underbrush cutting our legs, the fog thickening. Behind us, we heard whispers and rustling, moving with us, following our every step. After what felt like hours, we stumbled onto the road and flagged down a passing car. The driver looked confused, but helped us get to the nearest town. The cabin was reported to Airbnb. Henry denied any issues and said the cabin was perfectly safe. Police came to check the property, but the cabin seemed normal. No broken windows, no footprints besides ours. The wooden carvings were gone. There was no sign of the figure, the whispers, or the disturbances. The authorities chalked it up to overactive imaginations and possibly stress-induced hallucinations, but we knew what we had experienced. Months later, Jason quit going on camping trips, Mark refused to discuss the cabin at all, and Emily and I have a rule: never alone in the woods. Sometimes in the middle of the night, I hear the soft tapping, the faint whispers, the rustle of shadows outside my apartment window, and I can't help but remember that cabin. I've researched the area extensively since then. There are rumors of strange disappearances, abandoned settlements in the forest, and old folklore about the Watchers, tall, shadowy figures that observe trespassers, sometimes even following them home. I don't know what we encountered that weekend, but I know we weren't the only ones. Every October, I feel a chill, an unease, a creeping thought that maybe, somewhere, that cabin still exists, waiting for someone else to step into the forest, waiting for the whispers to start again, waiting for the Watchers to return. Story the end. The Airbnb listing had looked perfect online. A quaint farmhouse in upstate New York, surrounded by rolling hills and dense woods, far enough from the nearest town that you could forget the chaos of city life. Jenna and her boyfriend Mark were eager to escape the stress of their Manhattan jobs. The photos promised cozy interiors, a big fireplace, and a porch with rocking chairs. The reviews were glowing. It seemed like a dream. They arrived on a Friday afternoon, the sky heavy with clouds that threatened rain. The GPS led them down a long, winding country road, lined with tall trees that blocked most of the light. The farmhouse finally came into view, white paint peeling slightly, the porch sagging just enough to feel charming. The host, a man named Greg, greeted them warmly. He looked older than his photos, his hair more gray than salt and pepper, but his demeanor was friendly. "Make yourselves at home," he said, handing them a key. "I'll be around if you need anything." Inside, the farmhouse felt like stepping into another era. The floors creaked under their weight, the furniture was antique, and there was a faint smell of wood polish mixed with something they couldn't identify. The kitchen was fully stocked, and the bedrooms were simple but comfortable. They unpacked and settled in, trying to ignore the chill that seemed to seep through the walls. That night, as a storm rolled in, Jenna struggled to sleep. The wind rattled the windows, and she could hear the house groaning and shifting with every gust. Mark reassured her, telling her it was just an old house settling. But then the first odd sound arrived. A soft knock, somewhere deep within the house. Tap, tap, tap. Probably just a branch hitting the window, Mark said. But Jenna wasn't convinced. The sound seemed too rhythmic, too deliberate. They eventually fell asleep, though Jenna woke multiple times to faint footsteps in the hallway outside their bedroom. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving a heavy fog hanging over the hills. They decided to explore the property. Behind the house was an overgrown orchard, trees gnarled and twisted, fruit rotting on the ground. As they walked, Jenna noticed a small broken shed at the far edge of the property. The door hung open on rusted hinges. Curiosity got the better of them, and they approached. Inside the shed, the air was thick and musty. There were old tools, broken crates, and a series of crude symbols carved into the walls. Jenna shivered. They looked vaguely familiar, like something she had seen in an old book about folk magic. Mark tried to dismiss it as graffiti left by previous visitors, but there was an unsettling precision to the markings. When they returned to the house, they found the front door slightly ajar, even though they were certain they had locked it. The living room felt off, like the air had grown colder. Objects were shifted ever so slightly, a chair facing the wrong way, a picture crooked on the wall. Jenna began to feel a creeping anxiety she couldn't shake. That night, as darkness fell, the house seemed to come alive. Footsteps echoed in empty hallways. Whispers drifted from the corners of rooms they weren't in. They tried to ignore it, staying in the bedroom with the door locked, but the tapping returned, louder this time. Jenna's heart raced as she heard something scrape along the floor outside. Then came the smell. Faint at first, then stronger, like decaying flesh. Jenna gagged, covering her mouth. Mark searched the house but found nothing. They decided to leave in the morning, despite the storm that had returned with a vengeance, making the roads slick and treacherous. Sleep was impossible. Around 2 a.m., Jenna woke to a shadow moving at the foot of the bed. It was human-shaped, but wrong. It seemed to flicker, like the edges of it weren't solid. She screamed, and Mark woke, shining a flashlight, but the figure was gone. Only the shadows remained, shifting unnaturally with the light. At dawn, they packed frantically. As they opened the front door to leave, they saw the shadow again. This time in the doorway, just a silhouette against the dim light. It didn't move, didn't vanish. It simply watched them. Panicked, they ran to the car and drove away, tires spinning on the muddy road. They called the police once they reached town. An officer accompanied them back to the farmhouse, but again, the house appeared normal. No symbols in the shed, no signs of intrusion, no shadows. Greg was nowhere to be found, and all attempts to contact him failed. Locals were unhelpful, offering vague warnings about the woods around that place and people who didn't stay long after dark. Back in the city, Jenna and Mark tried to return to normal life, but the memory lingered. Strange occurrences began at home. Items misplaced, doors left open, faint knocks in the dead of night. Jenna even began dreaming of the farmhouse, the orchard, the shed, and the shadow at the foot of the bed. Months later, they discovered the property's history. The farmhouse had been abandoned for decades before Greg supposedly bought it. Previous owners had reported similar occurrences: moving objects, strange markings, shadowy figures. Most had left abruptly, unable to explain why. No records showed Greg's ownership beyond the Airbnb listing. Jenna and Mark never stayed in an Airbnb again. They avoided secluded rentals entirely. The farmhouse had taught them a lesson. Some places hide more than they appear to, and some shadows follow you home, even when the doors are locked and the lights are on. Years later, Jenna still wakes from nightmares, the shadow at the foot of her bed, whispering indistinctly, always watching. She knows one thing for certain: some houses are alive, and some things wait patiently, letting the living wander in, only to remind them that they were never truly alone. Story the end. It started as a spur-of-the-moment decision. Jenna and her boyfriend, Lucas, had been stuck in New York City for months with grueling work schedules, and when Jenna's coworker suggested a secluded cabin in Vermont for the weekend, they jumped at it. The Airbnb listing promised rustic charm, complete privacy, and breathtaking forest views. The price was cheap for such a remote location, and the photos made it look cozy. Wood-paneled walls, a stone fireplace, and a wraparound deck overlooking dense woods. They drove through winding roads for hours, the city skyline disappearing behind them. Eventually, the GPS led them down a narrow dirt path, overgrown with weeds, until they saw the cabin nestled among towering pines. From a distance, it seemed idyllic. Up close, though, the paint was peeling, the porch sagging, and the windows clouded with grime. Still, they shrugged it off, thinking it would be fine for a couple of nights. The host, a man named Harold, met them at the door. He was tall and thin, wearing a flannel shirt that hung loosely on his frame. His smile seemed forced, almost stiff, but he welcomed them warmly. "Welcome to your weekend escape. Make yourselves comfortable. Wi-Fi is patchy, but the cabin has everything you need." He handed them a small laminated sheet with his contact information and local recommendations, then lingered awkwardly by the door for a moment before leaving. Inside, the cabin was as pictured, though it smelled faintly of damp wood and something else Jenna couldn't identify. The fireplace looked unused, and the furniture was covered in a thin layer of dust, as if it had been sitting untouched for years. That night, Jenna couldn't sleep. The silence outside was oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. Around midnight, she heard a faint tapping on the windows. She woke Lucas, who rolled over groggily and muttered, "It's probably just a branch." But Jenna was sure she heard it again, this time louder. It sounded deliberate, like someone or something was trying to get their attention. The next morning, they explored the surrounding woods. Lucas joked about how perfectly creepy the cabin was, but Jenna felt uneasy, a gnawing sense that they weren't alone. As they returned to the cabin, they noticed something odd. Footprints leading from the woods to the cabin's side door. They were small, muddy, and uneven. Jenna froze. "Did you leave these?" she asked Lucas. "No, and we didn't see anyone else here." Inside, the cabin felt colder than before. The windows seemed to fog from the inside, and when Jenna looked closer, she saw something scratched into the glass. Letters that didn't make sense, jagged and messy. That night, things escalated. The taps in the bathroom turned on by themselves, water spilling onto the floor, lights flickered in every room. Jenna heard whispers, barely audible, calling her name. Lucas tried to rationalize it. Old plumbing, wind, or maybe a prank by the host, but Jenna's instincts screamed danger. Around 2 a.m., they heard heavy footsteps in the attic. The cabin had no clear access to it from inside, yet the sound of movement above them was unmistakable. Jenna grabbed a flashlight, and Lucas reluctantly followed her up the narrow, creaking stairs. The attic was dark and empty, except for a trunk covered in dust. Curious, Lucas opened it. Inside were old clothes, photographs, and several notebooks filled with frantic handwriting. Jenna leaned closer, squinting at one of the pages. It read, "They come here. They think they are safe, but the forest takes them. The cabin watches. Harold is patient." A chill ran down their spines. The attic door slammed shut behind them. Jenna and Lucas screamed and pounded on it, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder, circling around them. Then the flashlight flickered out, leaving them in complete darkness. After what felt like an eternity, they finally forced the door open and fled the attic. Running down the stairs, they tried the front door, but it was locked. The keys were gone. Panicking, they ran to the back, only to find the door jammed. The cabin seemed alive, resisting their escape. From the corner of the living room, they saw movement. Harold, or someone who looked exactly like him, standing silently, eyes dark and unblinking. "You can't leave," he said, voice calm but chilling. Jenna screamed, and Lucas tried to grab her, but the figure vanished as quickly as it appeared. They ran through the cabin, smashing windows and doors until they finally broke through to the deck and leapt into the dense woods. Branches clawed at them, roots tripping their steps, but they didn't stop. Hours later, exhausted and bleeding, they stumbled onto a road where a passing car picked them up. The driver called the police. When the authorities returned to the cabin, it was empty. No footprints, no signs of anyone ever staying there. The notebooks and trunk were gone, as if they had never existed. Harold could not be located, and locals claimed the cabin had been abandoned for years, with rumors of disappearances dating back decades. Jenna and Lucas never spoke of it publicly. Friends and family noticed the change. Jenna became hyper-vigilant, flinching at every creak or shadow, while Lucas developed a nervous twitch and refused to enter wooded areas. Months later, Jenna received a package at work, a small, nondescript box with no return address. Inside was a single photograph of the cabin, taken from the woods at night, And in the corner, written in the same jagged script from the notebooks, "You belong here." She and Lucas moved to another state immediately, but Jenna couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Every time the wind rustled through the trees, every time shadows fell at odd angles, she felt it. The cabin herald and the forest itself waiting, patient and relentless. Years later, while browsing vacation rentals online, she froze. A new listing appeared. A cabin in Vermont, rustic and secluded, with a charming description. The host, Harold. Jenna shut the laptop and didn't speak of it again. But some nights, when she wakes up, she swears she hears scratching at her windows and the faint whisper of a voice calling her name from the darkness outside. No one believed them. No one ever would. Story the end. I pulled into the small town just as the sun dipped behind the hills, painting everything in dull amber. The Airbnb I had booked was advertised as a rustic cabin just outside the town limits, nestled against the edge of a dense forest. Photos online showed a cozy log cabin, smoke curling from the chimney, a wraparound porch, and strings of lanterns for soft evening light. The host, a woman named Linda, greeted me warmly at the door, her smile friendly, but her eyes flickering with something I couldn't quite place. She walked me through the cabin, living room with stone fireplace, a tiny but modern kitchen, one bedroom, and a loft upstairs that doubled as an extra sleeping area. She explained the gas heater, the wood pile, and the emergency numbers taped to the fridge. She told me she lived just down the road if I needed anything. I nodded, feeling an odd mixture of relief and apprehension. There was nothing threatening about her, but the house felt slightly off, as if the shadows clung to the corners with a mind of their own. That first night, I stayed up later than usual, unpacking and drinking tea while the wind rattled the trees outside. Around 1 a.m., I thought I heard something on the porch, a faint creak, like a step. I froze. The porch swing swayed slightly as if someone had just moved it, but I couldn't see anyone. The windows were all locked. I chalked it up to the wind and went to bed, though sleep came fitfully. The next morning, I discovered small scratches along the doorframe by the porch. I hadn't noticed them before. They weren't deep, but they were fresh-looking, as if made recently. I texted Linda about it, asking if she knew anything. She replied almost immediately, "Oh, those must be from the raccoons. They like to come around this time of year. Don't worry about it." I wanted to believe her, but the scratches didn't feel right. They were too vertical, like claws or fingernails. During the day, I explored the small town and returned in the early evening. The cabin felt different in the dim light. Shadows were longer, the forest seemed to press closer, and the air smelled faintly of damp earth and decay. I started a fire in the fireplace and tried to relax, but a part of me kept glancing toward the loft. I had chosen not to sleep up there, staying instead in the main bedroom. Something about that space felt wrong, a heaviness in the air, a cold draft that didn't come from any visible source. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of whispering. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the whispers were articulate, a string of words I couldn't make out. I sat up in bed, listening. The whispers seemed to move through the house, starting at the living room, circling, then stopping just outside my bedroom door. I wanted to call Linda, but my phone was dead, though I had fully charged it before going to sleep. The whispers stopped after a few minutes, leaving a ringing silence. I stayed awake, clutching the blanket, imagining someone lurking just beyond the walls. The next day, I decided to explore the cabin more thoroughly. I pulled the mattress away from the wall and discovered a small hatch in the floorboards, hidden by the bed frame. It was nailed shut but clearly meant to be opened. My stomach churned. I texted Linda asking if it was a storage space. She replied, "Oh yes, it's just old storage. Nothing important, really. I wouldn't worry about it." I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't telling the full truth. That evening, the wind picked up, rattling the windows, and the temperature dropped suddenly. I tried to ignore it, but around 11:30, I heard the floorboards creak. Upstairs in the loft, I hadn't been up there at all. The creaking was deliberate, heavy, like someone pacing. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly climbed the stairs, each step groaning. The loft was empty, but the air smelled faintly of damp clothing and dirt. On the floor, I noticed footprints, small, wet, and muddied, leading from the far corner to the small hatch under the old rug. My heart raced. Someone had been up there, in the loft, and they had used the hidden hatch. I locked myself in the bedroom and stayed awake all night, listening. The whispers returned around 2 a.m., more distinct this time. I could make out phrases, "Why are you here? Don't leave. It's waiting." The voice sounded female, but hollow, distant, and unnerving. The scratching began shortly after, coming from the hatch under the loft rug. I wanted to flee, but the storm outside had made the road slick and impassable. I was trapped. By morning, the storm had passed, but the cabin felt oppressive. I packed my belongings in a daze and decided to leave immediately. As I approached the door, I noticed Linda standing on the porch, smiling. "Leaving so soon?" she asked cheerfully. I tried to respond, but my voice faltered. I noticed for the first time that she was wearing old, muddy boots, the kind that could leave footprints like the ones I saw. She turned away, looking toward the forest. I froze. The last thing I saw before running to my car was a faint figure moving between the trees, watching me. Once back in town, I called the police to report the incident. They came out, inspected the cabin, and found the loft hatch had been recently opened and closed repeatedly. No signs of forced entry from the outside. They also found old faded writing carved into the floorboards of the loft, initials and dates, much like a record of previous visitors. Some were decades old. One date matched the day I had arrived. Another was from the 1980s. They told me the cabin had a long history of mysterious disappearances. Travelers who never returned, visitors who claimed to hear voices or see figures in the loft. Linda had owned the property for years and always claimed the cabin was perfectly safe. I haven't returned since that night, but sometimes I receive messages on my phone from unknown numbers, text messages reading, "Why did you leave? Come back. We've been waiting." Each time I check, there's nothing nearby, no one in the house, no one in the forest. But the feeling of being watched lingers, and I can't shake the thought that someone or something is still waiting in that loft, keeping track of who enters and who leaves. Even now, years later, I drive past the town occasionally, and I swear I can see lights flickering in the cabin at night. No one is supposed to be there. And sometimes, just sometimes, I hear the whispers in my dreams, the faint scraping of floorboards above me, and I know that the cabin remembers me, and it will remember the next visitor too. Story the end. The summer of 2018 was supposed to be my girlfriend's and my break from the constant grind of our lives in Chicago. We'd been working nonstop for months, her in the hospital, me in IT, and we desperately needed a few days away from the city's noise, from the people, from everything. After scouring through countless Airbnb listings, we found a small cabin in the Appalachian foothills of West Virginia. It looked rustic but charming in the photos, far enough from the nearest town to feel isolated without being unsafe. Or so we thought. The host, a woman named Marlene, had glowing reviews, and the listing promised a peaceful retreat surrounded by nature. We booked it without hesitation. Driving into the mountains that Friday evening, we noticed the air getting colder and denser. The winding roads felt narrower than they had appeared on Google Maps, and our GPS seemed to glitch, rerouting us repeatedly. I brushed it off, attributing it to the terrain. As night began to fall, the trees pressed in closer, their silhouettes jagged and looming against the fading light. Finally, we turned down a barely paved driveway and saw the cabin. It was smaller than the photos suggested, but it had a warm, inviting glow from the windows. Smoke curled lazily from a chimney, and a welcoming porch light flickered. We rang the doorbell. No answer. I tried the key lockbox, and the code worked. The door creaked open, releasing a musty, woodsy smell. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of old pine and something else, something metallic. The furniture was minimal. A couch, a small dining table, 2 chairs, a kitchenette, and 2 bedrooms. The walls were lined with old photographs of the surrounding mountains, sepia-toned and curling at the edges. We shrugged off the weird smell and settled in, unpacking our bags. By 10 p.m., we were ready to relax. I turned on the small television, but it only picked up static. My girlfriend, Emily, laughed nervously. "Of course it doesn't work," she said. "It's an old cabin." We made a fire in the fireplace, the crackling sound filling the room, and tried to enjoy the silence of the forest outside. The first night was mostly uneventful, although I could swear I heard footsteps outside the cabin around 2 a.m. I convinced myself it was an animal and tried to sleep. Emily didn't wake up, and neither did I. The next morning, we explored the surrounding area. The cabin sat on a small rise overlooking a dense valley, the forest spreading in every direction. We found a trail and decided to hike, hoping to clear our minds. As we walked, we noticed old stone markers hidden among the trees. They were uneven, worn, and some had faint etchings. Emily joked, "Maybe it's some kind of old cemetery." I wasn't so sure. The forest felt thick, like it was pressing in on us. Birds were silent. Even the wind seemed hesitant. We turned back to the cabin around midday. That night, as we ate a simple dinner, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were louder, deliberate, circling the cabin. I walked to the window, but didn't see anything in the darkness. Emily noticed my unease. "It's just raccoons or deer," she said, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. On our third day, things escalated. I was sitting on the porch, writing notes in a travel journal, when I saw something moving at the edge of the trees, a shadow that didn't belong to any animal I recognized. It was tall and hunched, moving almost silently. When I pointed it out to Emily, she said she didn't see anything. I tried to laugh it off, but a knot formed in my stomach. Later, we decided to check the attic. The cabin had a ladder leading up to a small, dusty space with a single, grimy window. In the corner, stacked haphazardly, were boxes filled with what looked like old clothing, newspapers, and, strangely, jars filled with dried herbs and small bones. My heart raced. I showed Emily. She looked pale, but insisted we leave everything alone. We didn't speak about it for the rest of the day. That night, around 1 a.m., the power went out. The cabin was plunged into darkness. We lit candles, but the flickering flames only made the shadows in the corners deeper and more sinister. That's when we heard it. A low, rasping whispering from outside. We couldn't make out the words, just the sound of someone or something speaking in a tone that was almost human, but not quite. The whispering grew closer. We could hear the scraping of nails or claws against the wooden walls. Emily grabbed my hand, panic in her eyes. I grabbed the flashlight from the drawer and shone it outside. At first, there was nothing. Then, at the edge of the tree line, I saw a figure crouched low, motionless, watching us. It was too dark to make out details, but the shape was wrong. Too elongated, too thin, and its movements, quick, jerky, unnatural, made me recoil. I slammed the door shut and locked it. We spent the rest of the night huddled on the couch, too scared to sleep. Every so often there was a tap at the windows or the porch. The whispering continued, fading in and out. I wanted to call for help, but the cell service was non-existent. Emily suggested we leave at first light, but I was too scared to drive in the dark, and besides, the figure seemed to patrol the driveway like a predator. The next morning, we packed everything frantically and tried to leave. As we drove down the narrow driveway, I looked back and saw several figures in the forest, their heads turning in unison to follow us. They didn't run, didn't chase, just watched. It was the last image I wanted to remember, but it was seared into my mind. We made it back to the main road and finally got cell service. I called Airbnb to report the cabin and explain why we had to leave. The representative listened politely, but said the host had no other complaints and that the cabin was listed as secluded and private, which they assumed we understood. I tried to argue that there was something wrong, something unsafe, but there was no way to prove it. For months afterward, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was following me. I had nightmares of the cabin, the whispering, the elongated figures in the trees. Emily refused to go back to any kind of forested retreat. Eventually, we moved to a different state, tried to start fresh. But even now, whenever I hear scratching at night or a whisper that seems out of place, I think about that cabin and the figures waiting in the trees. Months later, out of curiosity and maybe foolishness, I tried to find that cabin again. It had vanished from Airbnb. Even the address I had no longer existed on any map. It was as if it had never been there. I checked online forums, local news, anywhere I could think of. No one else had reported a missing cabin or strange disappearances in that area. Sometimes when Emily and I talk about it, she wonders if it was all in our heads. Stress, isolation, exhaustion. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And late at night, when the wind is just right and the shadows fall at a certain angle, I still feel those eyes on me, watching from somewhere in the forest. A year after the incident, I received a strange package in the mail with no return address. Inside was a small jar, identical to the ones in the attic, filled with tiny bones and a note that read, "Don't forget us." I immediately threw it away, but the fear didn't leave me. Every creak of the floorboard, every rustle in the bushes feels like a reminder that some things are patient and some things are waiting. I've told friends the story, but they think I'm exaggerating or just telling a creepy tale for effect. But anyone who's been truly alone in the wilderness with the wrong kind of quiet pressing in knows that some places aren't meant for humans. Some things hide in the woods, and if you get too close, they notice. To this day, I avoid secluded cabins, hotels, motels, anything with people nearby. The safety in numbers, the hum of civilization, it's comforting. But there are moments when I still dream about that cabin, the whispering and the figures that moved inhumanly through the trees. And when I wake up, I check the locks, the windows, and for a second I expect to see something crouched just outside, watching, waiting. Even writing this, I feel it. The hairs on my neck rising, the small chill crawling across my arms. The cabin wasn't just a place. It was a trap, a beacon, a reminder that sometimes the most ordinary seeming vacation rentals can harbor the most extraordinary horrors. Emily refuses to talk about it now. She changes the subject whenever I bring it up, and I can't blame her. Some memories are better left unspoken, but the memory lingers. I still see the figures in my peripheral vision, in the dark corners of rooms in the forest near the highway. And sometimes when I drive past dense woods, I grip the steering wheel tighter, remembering the smell of that old cabin, the whispering and the metallic tang in the air that promised we were never truly alone. I learned something that summer, something I can't unlearn. Isolation is not peaceful, and the unknown is patient. And sometimes, when a listing promises secluded, private, and charming, it's only telling half the truth. The other half is waiting, watching, whispering. I haven't returned to the Appalachians since, and I doubt I ever will. But there are nights when the wind carries a faint whisper that sounds suspiciously like my name, and I remember that cabin, and I know that some things never forget. Story the end. The first time I saw the listing, it looked perfect. A rustic cabin in northern Michigan nestled against a dense pine forest, with a lake just a few hundred feet away. My friends and I, three of us, all college buddies, were looking for a weekend getaway. It was the kind of place that promised peace, a break from the city, and maybe some late-night fishing and campfires. The host, a man named Roger, had dozens of glowing reviews. He seemed friendly, if a bit eccentric, but we thought that was part of the charm. We arrived late Friday evening. The sun had already set, and the road leading to the cabin was narrow, winding, and poorly lit. The GPS signal was spotty, and we ended up driving down several dirt paths that ended in nothing but thick forest. Eventually, we saw the faint glow of lights through the trees, and a sign reading Pine Lake Cabin pointed us down a small driveway. The cabin itself looked just like the pictures. Dark wood, large windows, and a porch overlooking the lake. Roger met us at the door. He was older, maybe mid-60s, tall and gaunt, with piercing blue eyes that seemed to follow us as we stepped inside. He shook our hands firmly, smiling in a way that made my stomach tighten. He gave us a quick tour, showing us the kitchen, living room, and 3 small bedrooms. "The lake's private," he said, "and the forest is safe. You'll be fine, just don't wander off too far." His voice was calm, but there was a strange insistence in his warning. At first, everything seemed normal. We unpacked, started a fire in the stone fireplace, and cracked open beers. The cabin smelled like wood smoke and pine, a comforting scent after the long drive. But, as the night deepened, I noticed odd things. A floorboard creaked above us, even though all 3 bedrooms were on the same level. Shadows flickered along the walls, even though the firelight should have been steady. One of my friends, Jason, joked that the cabin had old ghost vibes, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that we weren't alone. The next morning, we explored the lake. It was beautiful, still, cold water, surrounded by towering pines. But as we walked along the shoreline, I saw footprints in the mud that didn't belong to any of us. They were bare, human, but oddly elongated, with toes that seemed slightly too long. We shrugged it off, thinking someone else had been fishing early, but the footprints led into the forest and vanished. That night, I woke up to the sound of whispering. It was faint, almost inaudible, coming from somewhere in the cabin. I woke my friends, but they didn't hear anything. Jason laughed nervously, saying I probably imagined it. I wanted to believe him, but the sound continued, a low murmur that seemed to move from room to room. On Sunday, we decided to hike the trail behind the cabin. The forest was thick, and the trail quickly became overgrown. About a mile in, we stumbled upon a small clearing. There was an old, rusted swing set and a fire pit with ash that looked decades old. Something about the place felt wrong. On the ground, we found more footprints. These were larger than before, spaced far apart, as if someone had been walking quickly or dragging something. The prints led deeper into the forest. I felt my chest tighten. We decided to turn back, but I noticed the forest seemed different on the way back. The trail we had taken should have been obvious, but suddenly it was hard to follow. The trees seemed denser, the path twisting unnaturally. By evening, the cabin felt oppressive. The whispering returned, louder now. It sounded like multiple voices, overlapping, speaking in low, urgent tones. When we tried to leave the cabin, the car wouldn't start. The engine turned over, but the battery seemed dead. Jason laughed it off, trying to lighten the mood, but I could see the fear in his eyes. Around midnight, we heard pounding on the windows, heavy, deliberate, as if someone or something was circling the cabin. I peeked out the window, but all I could see were the trees, black silhouettes against the moonlight. When I looked back inside, the fire had gone out. My lighter wouldn't work, and suddenly the cabin was cold, freezing, as if the warmth had been sucked out. Roger appeared at the door. I don't know how he got there. He hadn't been with us for hours. His eyes were wild now, not the calm, piercing blue from before. "You shouldn't be here," he said, voice low and urgent. "You shouldn't have come. You need to leave. Now." We told him the car wouldn't start, asked him for help, but he just shook his head and disappeared back into the darkness outside. The pounding grew louder. The whispering turned into screams, childlike, twisted, echoing through the cabin. Jason wanted to run, but the doors wouldn't budge. Windows were locked tight. Then we heard footsteps upstairs. None of us had been upstairs yet. The cabin had a small loft, but we had avoided it, thinking it was just for storage. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, circling above us. In a panic, I grabbed a chair and threw it at the loft ladder, breaking it slightly. The footsteps stopped. Silence, except for the faint scratching from somewhere in the walls. That's when I noticed it. The walls were lined with small scratches, dozens of them, forming symbols we didn't recognize. They were deep, like someone or something had carved them with fingernails. By the next morning, the sun barely brought relief. The car finally started, and we drove away without looking back. We never contacted Roger again. The listing vanished online as mysteriously as it had appeared. Friends who tried to look it up later found nothing. Maps showed only dense forest where the cabin had been. Even now, years later, I can still hear the whispering when I'm alone at night. The memory of those footprints, the symbols on the walls, and the feeling of being hunted stay with me. I don't know what we stumbled into, whether Roger was human, something older, or a trap the forest have set, but I know one thing. The forest doesn't forgive trespassers, and some Airbnb listings hide far more than charm and seclusion. Story the end. It was supposed to be a short, quiet weekend in Oregon. David and Melissa had been dating for 3 years, and after months of long work hours, they needed to reconnect. Melissa found the Airbnb, the Hollow Creek House, a cozy 2-bedroom lodge nestled deep in the woods outside Grants Pass. The photos showed warm lighting, a modern kitchen, and a wraparound porch with a view of the forest. The reviews were few but positive. The host's name was Marjorie, and she'd left a friendly message saying, "Enjoy the peace. The woods are alive, but they won't bother you if you don't bother them." Melissa had laughed at that. She should have paid more attention. The drive there was long, the final 10 miles on a single-lane dirt road. It was late afternoon when they arrived. The house stood at the end of a clearing, surrounded by towering firs. The air was heavy still. The wood siding of the house was faded and split in places, and an old swing creaked on the porch, moving slightly though there was no wind. Inside, everything seemed normal. A faint pine scent filled the air. The decor was dated, lots of floral wallpaper, yellowed lace curtains, but charming in its way. The guest book on the counter had only 2 entries, both from over a year ago. "Cute place. Great hiking nearby," one read. Strange noises at night, but lovely overall, the other said. That night, the couple made dinner and lit a fire. They sat close on the couch, drinking wine. Around 10 p.m., they heard footsteps on the porch, distinct, measured. David muted the TV. They looked at each other. Probably a raccoon, he said, standing to check. He opened the front door and stepped onto the porch. Nothing. The swing moved slightly again, slow, steady, back and forth. He pushed it still, came back inside, and locked the door. At 2 a.m., Melissa woke suddenly. Something had woken her, a whisper, maybe, or a knock. She wasn't sure. The bedroom was dark except for the glow from the fireplace in the next room. She sat up and listened. A faint scratching sound came from the kitchen. David was asleep beside her. She slipped out of bed and crept toward the sound. The kitchen light was off, but the moonlight through the window made everything silver. On the floor, one of the chairs had been pulled out. That wasn't how they'd left it. On the counter was something she didn't remember seeing before, a small clay figurine, crudely made, shaped like a person, headless. It looked old, maybe handmade. She picked it up, turned it in her hand, then heard a sharp tapping on the window. She froze. Outside, between the trees, something moved. A shape, tall, thin, pale in the moonlight, stood still, almost blending into the trunks. She dropped the figurine. It shattered. The tapping stopped. She backed away, heart hammering, and ran to wake David. By the time he came out, there was nothing outside. He checked with a flashlight, but found only disturbed dirt beneath the window. "It's an animal," he said again, but he didn't sound convinced. The next morning, the air felt different, heavier somehow. They decided to go hiking to shake it off. The trail behind the cabin led deep into the forest. A mile in, they found something strange. A small clearing lined with sticks arranged in a circle. In the center sat another clay figurine, identical to the one from the kitchen, but this one had a head, an almost human face crudely drawn into the wet clay. Melissa wanted to leave, but David insisted on taking a picture. "Creepy locals, probably," he joked. That night, the whispering returned. It came from the walls, faint but constant, like a voice half buried in the wind. Around midnight, the fire in the hearth flared suddenly, burning brighter. Then the lights flickered. The whispering grew louder. Distinct now, words just out of reach. David grabbed his phone. "We're leaving," he said. But when he checked his screen, no signal, no Wi-Fi. He tried to message the host anyway. The app froze. A message blinked briefly on the screen. "You broke it." Melissa's breath caught. "What?" she asked. David showed her, but the message disappeared a second later. They packed fast. As David stepped outside to start the car, he stopped dead. The car doors were wide open. Inside, the seats were smeared with mud, as if someone or something had climbed in with wet hands. Then he saw it. In the back seat sat another figurine, larger this time, its face carved with small stones for eyes. He stumbled back toward the house. "Melissa!" he shouted. But she wasn't answering. He ran inside, calling her name. The living room was empty, fire dying low. The kitchen light flickered, and as he turned the corner, he saw her standing by the counter, stiff, back turned. "Melissa?" She didn't respond. When he touched her shoulder, she turned, eyes glassy, unfocused. In her hands, she held the broken pieces of the figurine from the night before. Her lips moved, whispering something over and over. He leaned closer. "It wants them back," she murmured. He yanked her toward the door, practically dragging her. They ran to the car, jumped in, slammed the doors. The engine sputtered once, twice, then died. He turned the key again. Nothing. The headlights flickered on for half a second, just long enough to illuminate what stood at the edge of the clearing. Tall, pale figures, 5, maybe 6, stood motionless among the trees. Each one was draped in what looked like burlap or rotted linen. They weren't moving, just watching. Then one lifted its arm, slow, and pointed at the car. David didn't think. He grabbed Melissa and bolted back into the cabin. They barricaded the door, sat shaking by the fire until dawn. When the sun came up, the clearing was empty. They left everything behind and walked until they found a ranger station hours later. The ranger drove them back down the mountain to their car. It was still there, untouched, keys in the ignition. Airbnb refunded their stay after a long back and forth, claiming they'd received no messages from David that night. When the police checked the cabin, they found nothing unusual, no figurines, no signs of intrusion. A week later, David got an email from Airbnb support. "Your host, Marjorie, has been removed due to a policy violation." No explanation given. When he looked for the listing again, it was gone. Months passed, but Melissa never fully recovered. She'd wake at night mumbling, clutching her hands as if holding something invisible. Once, David found her outside their apartment at 3 a.m., standing barefoot in the cold, whispering into the dark, her hands cupped together as though cradling something fragile. When he asked what she was doing, she looked up, eyes glassy again, and said softly, "They came back for what was theirs." Story the end. It was supposed to be a simple weekend away. My husband Tyler and I had been fighting for months, and our therapist suggested we take a small trip together. Somewhere quiet, somewhere without distractions. I found the Airbnb while scrolling late one night. The Miller House, a peaceful country retreat in rural Ohio. The photos showed a cozy two-story farmhouse with ivy climbing its sides, a big red barn, and rolling fields fading into a tree line. It looked idyllic, honest, like the kind of place where you could breathe again. The host's name was Karen Miller. Her profile picture showed an older woman with soft gray hair and a pleasant smile. The reviews were positive, though oddly repetitive. Words like charming, peaceful, and felt like home appeared in almost every one. I brushed that off as coincidence. I was desperate for peace, and the price was right. We arrived on a Thursday evening. The road that led there was long and lonely. No gas stations, no streetlights, no cell signal for miles. When we finally pulled into the gravel driveway, the sky was bleeding orange and pink. The farmhouse stood at the top of a slight hill, its windows reflecting the dying light. Karen was waiting on the porch. She was smaller than I expected, maybe 5 feet tall, wearing an old floral dress and a thick cardigan despite the warmth. She greeted us with a soft, deliberate smile. "You made it," she said, like she'd been expecting us for much longer than she should have. Inside, the house smelled faintly of lemon and something else. Metallic, maybe. The decor was old-fashioned, floral wallpaper, creaky wooden floors, lace curtains. There were dozens of framed photographs on the walls, but none looked recent. Most were faded black and white portraits of men and women in old-fashioned clothes, standing stiffly in front of the same house we were in. Karen showed us around quickly, the kitchen, the parlor, the 2 bedrooms upstairs. Then she stopped in front of a closed door near the back of the house. "That's the cellar," she said, her voice suddenly quieter. "Best not to go down there. It's not safe." Tyler raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. Karen smiled again, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Well, I'll leave you two to it. I live just down the road if you need anything. The key's by the front door." She left without another word. That first night was strange. I woke up around 2 a.m. because of a noise, a soft thumping sound from somewhere below us. Tyler slept soundly beside me, so I slipped out of bed and went downstairs. The house was pitch dark. I stood in the hallway, straining to listen. The sound came again, dull and rhythmic, like something heavy knocking against wood. I followed it to the cellar door. It was slightly ajar. I froze. I was sure Karen had closed it when she left. I wanted to believe it was the old house settling, or maybe an animal trapped underneath. But the noise stopped the moment I reached the door, as if whatever was making it knew I was there. My heart pounded. I locked the cellar door and went back upstairs, telling myself I was imagining things. The next morning, Tyler noticed the scratches. They were on the kitchen floor near the cellar door, 3 long gouges like something with claws had dragged itself across the wood. He joked that maybe Karen's unsafe cellar was hiding raccoons. I laughed weakly, but my stomach churned. Later that afternoon, we walked the property. The fields behind the house were overgrown, and the barn was nearly collapsing. Inside the barn, we found old tools, rusted shovels, saws, and something that looked like a butcher's hook, still faintly stained dark red. There was a table in the corner with deep grooves cut into the surface. It didn't look like a workspace. It looked like something else. We didn't stay long. That night, it started again, the thumping from below, louder this time. Tyler heard it too. We both went to the cellar door. I held a flashlight, my hand shaking. The lock we'd put on it was gone. The door creaked open by itself, slowly, like it was breathing. The smell hit us immediately, rot, mold, and something sweetly putrid. I shone the light down the steps, but it barely pierced the darkness. "Probably rats," Tyler whispered, but he didn't sound convinced. We decided not to go down. We pushed the door shut and moved a chair in front of it. At 3 a.m., I woke again. The chair was tipped over. The cellar door was open. Tyler was gone. I called for him, my voice trembling. No answer. The cellar yawned below, black and bottomless. I stepped closer, whispering his name. Then I heard it, breathing. Slow, wet, and human, coming from the dark below. I bolted outside, barefoot and shaking. The cold air hit me hard. The driveway was empty. Our car was still there, but the driver's door was open, the keys missing. I ran to the main road, desperate for signal, but there was nothing but trees. After what felt like hours, headlights appeared. It was Karen's truck. She stopped beside me, rolling down the window. "You shouldn't be out here," she said softly. Her face looked different now, paler, the skin around her mouth tighter. "It's not safe at night." I screamed that Tyler was gone, that something had taken him. Her expression didn't change. "He went down, didn't he?" she said. "I told you not to go down there." Before I could respond, she drove away, slowly, deliberately, back toward the farmhouse. I followed, half crazed, running until I reached the porch. The front door was wide open. Inside, the house was silent. The cellar door was closed again, but the smell was stronger now, almost choking. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and forced myself down the steps. The cellar was cold and damp. The beam of light flickered over shelves of old jars, some filled with murky liquid, others with what looked like pieces of things, too big to be animal, too small to be human. At the far end of the room was a figure. It was Tyler, or what was left of him. He was hanging from the ceiling, eyes wide, mouth stretched open in a silent scream. His body looked drained, pale as wax. The thing holding him wasn't Karen. It was something wearing her skin. The face was too smooth, too stretched, and the eyes glowed faintly in the dark. It smiled when it saw me. I don't remember leaving. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the middle of the road at dawn, covered in dirt and blood, screaming until a passing truck stopped. The police searched the property later that day. There was no sign of Tyler, no farmhouse, no Karen, just an empty lot with wild grass and an old caved-in foundation. They told me I must have imagined it all, that maybe Tyler had left me. But I know what I saw. I know what that thing was. And sometimes in the middle of the night, when I'm half asleep, I still hear the faint thumping under my floorboards, like something trying to get out. Story, the end. It was March of 2021 when I booked an Airbnb in a small town outside of Flagstaff, Arizona. I had just finalized my divorce, and the trip was supposed to be a way to clear my head. The listing was for a quiet desert retreat on the outskirts of town, a single-story, Adobe-style house that looked warm, rustic, and inviting. The host, a woman named Ruth, had a few listings in the area, all of them with vague but positive reviews. People described her as accommodating but quiet, which seemed fine. I wasn't going there for company. When I pulled into the dirt driveway that Friday evening, the sun was setting behind the red rocks, painting the desert in a burnt orange glow. The house sat alone on a small patch of land surrounded by scrub and cacti, with a fence that looked too new compared to the rest of the property. The silence was immediate. No cars, no wind, not even birds. Just stillness. The key was in a lockbox, and the code worked. Inside, the house smelled faintly of sage and dust. It had old furniture, creaky floorboards, and several framed photographs of the desert. Mesas, abandoned houses, and one picture of a lone figure standing in the distance, too far away to make out details. The windows had heavy curtains that didn't quite fit right, like they were installed to block something out, not keep light in. I dropped my bags in the bedroom and texted Ruth to let her know I'd arrived safely. She didn't reply. I assumed she was busy and didn't think much of it. I made dinner, opened a beer, and sat outside on the porch to enjoy the cool desert air. That's when I noticed something odd. A small structure in the distance behind the property, barely visible through the brush. It looked like an old shed or maybe a storage building, but it had no windows and no path leading to it. I went back inside after dark. Around midnight, I woke up to a faint sound, something like footsteps on gravel outside the window. At first, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a coyote, but the steps were slow and even, distinctly human. I froze, listening. The sound circled the house once, then stopped. I held my breath, waiting for it to continue, but the silence returned. After a long time, I convinced myself it had been the wind and drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside and saw fresh footprints in the dirt. bare feet. The prints circled the house just as I'd heard the night before. They led toward the shed in the distance. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I walked toward it, despite the voice in my head telling me not to. The air grew colder as I got closer. The shed was made of weathered wood, padlocked shut, with something carved into the door, symbols, maybe letters, scratched deeply into the grain. I took a picture and decided to text Ruth about it, asking if it belonged to her. Still no reply. I noticed then that the listing's contact photo, a smiling middle-aged woman, had disappeared from her Airbnb profile. It was just a blank icon. That evening, I tried to distract myself by watching a movie on my laptop. The internet was spotty, and every few minutes the signal would drop. During one of the outages, I heard a faint tapping from the back door. I froze. It wasn't a knock. Not exactly. More like someone gently scratching the door with their fingernails. I stood, walked toward it, and called out, "Hello?" No response. Just the faint scratching. I grabbed a flashlight and shone it through the small window. No one was there. But the beam caught something. A shape retreating toward the shed, low to the ground, almost crawling. My stomach dropped. I locked every door and window, drew the curtains tight, and kept the lights on all night. I didn't sleep. By morning, I'd made up my mind to leave early. I packed everything, tossed my bags in the car, and went to grab the keys from the kitchen counter, except they weren't there. I tore the place apart, searching every surface. I knew I'd left them right next to my wallet. I checked under furniture, behind cushions, even inside the refrigerator in my growing panic. They were gone. That's when I heard movement, from the crawl space beneath the house. The faint sound of something dragging along the dirt floor, slow and deliberate. My pulse pounded in my ears. I crouched by the vent, shining my flashlight through the grate. I expected dust, maybe a rodent, but what I saw froze me completely. A face, pale, gaunt, eyes wide and unblinking, staring back at me. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a chair. My phone slipped from my hand. The face didn't move, just watched. And then, slowly, it retreated into the shadows. I grabbed my phone and ran outside, deciding I'd rather walk to the nearest road than stay another second in that house. I was halfway to the main dirt road when I saw Ruth's car pull up, an old blue Ford pickup. She rolled down the window and smiled like nothing was wrong. "You left early," she said. Her voice was calm, friendly. "Everything okay?" I hesitated. "There's someone under your house," I managed. Her expression didn't change. "Oh, don't worry about that," she said softly. "He doesn't usually bother guests unless you go near the shed." I stared at her. "What do you mean he?" But she just smiled again. "It's his home, really. The house just sits on top of it." She gestured toward the trunk of her truck. "You're welcome to stay another night free of charge. He gets lonely sometimes." I backed away slowly. "No, thank you," I muttered, turning and walking toward the road. She didn't stop me. I walked 2 miles before I finally got a signal and called a cab from a nearby gas station. When I looked back toward the desert, I thought I saw her truck still parked near the house, door open, as if waiting. When I contacted Airbnb, they told me Ruth's account had been deleted that morning, before I'd even left the property. There was no record of her other listings, and when I tried to find the location on Google Maps again, the coordinates didn't exist. The pin dropped into empty desert. 2 weeks later, I got an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a small silver key on a piece of twine and a note that said, "You forgot these. Don't come back." I threw the key away immediately, but I still dream about that face in the crawl space. Sometimes when I'm lying awake in my apartment, I hear the faint sound of scratching beneath the floorboards. Slow, deliberate, patient. I've moved twice since then. It doesn't matter. The scratching always finds me. Story the end. The trip was meant to be a celebration. After finishing her grueling nursing program, Emily decided she deserved a break. Her best friend, Rachel, agreed, and the two booked a long weekend in a quiet Airbnb on the outskirts of Asheville, North Carolina. The listing showed a charming white farmhouse surrounded by rolling hills, a big red barn out back, and endless space to unwind. The reviews were sparse but positive, peaceful, private, great for stargazing. They left early Friday morning, singing along to old songs and sharing stories from their college days. The road wound higher into the mountains, trees growing thicker and closer together. By the time they reached the dirt road leading to the property, Cell service had already disappeared. The farmhouse appeared at the end of a gravel drive, weathered but picturesque. It looked like it belonged on a postcard, if postcards could capture the heavy stillness that hung in the air. Emily parked the car, and both women sat quietly for a moment, staring at the house. Kind of creepy, Rachel said, forcing a laugh. Old houses always are, Emily replied, grabbing her bag. The key was in a lockbox by the door, just as the host, an older woman named Mrs. Kent, had promised. Inside, the house was cozy but old-fashioned. Quilts, antique furniture, porcelain dolls on the shelves. The faint smell of mothballs and something sweet, maybe lavender, hung in the air. They explored, laughing at the squeaky floors and the way the lights flickered whenever they turned them on. Upstairs were 2 bedrooms, both with 4-poster beds and lace curtains that swayed gently, though the windows were closed. After settling in, they decided to drive into town for groceries. On their way back, night had fallen. The mountains were pitch black, the road barely visible under the weak glow of their headlights. When they reached the farmhouse again, something felt different. "Did you leave the porch light on?" Rachel asked. No. It was on now, bright and steady. They exchanged nervous glances. "Maybe the host came by?" Emily suggested, though she didn't believe it. Inside, everything seemed in order, until Emily noticed something on the kitchen counter. A small glass jar filled with murky water, sitting where it hadn't been before. Floating inside was a dead moth. Rachel frowned. "Was that here earlier?" "No," Emily said quietly. They went to bed uneasy, but exhaustion won. Sometime after midnight, Emily woke up to the sound of footsteps above her, slow, deliberate steps pacing across the attic. Her breath caught. The house had an attic, but there had been no access door. She nudged Rachel awake. "Do you hear that?" Rachel rubbed her eyes, listening. The footsteps stopped. "Old house," she whispered. "Probably mice." Emily lay back down, but her heart wouldn't slow. Just as she began to drift off, she heard whispering, soft, rhythmic murmurs coming from the vent above her bed. The words were unintelligible, but the tone was unmistakable. Someone was talking just above them. She bolted upright and shook Rachel again. "Please tell me you heard that." This time, Rachel did. They sat frozen, listening to the low voices moving through the vents, closer now, then fading. In the morning, they searched the house from top to bottom. No attic door, no footprints, no signs of anyone else. The jar with the moth was gone. "I'm calling the host," Emily said, but there was no signal. The landline in the kitchen was dead. They decided to leave that night after dinner, even if it meant driving back through the mountains in the dark. They tried to shake off the tension by watching a movie on Emily's laptop. For a while, it worked. Then, in the middle of the movie, they heard the front door creak open. They froze. Rachel whispered, "Did you lock it?" Emily nodded, terrified. They turned off the laptop screen. The creaking stopped. Then slow footsteps crossed the floor downstairs, measured, deliberate. They held their breath. Whoever it was moved through the living room, then into the kitchen. Something clattered, glass breaking. Rachel grabbed Emily's arm, whispering, "We have to go." They tiptoed to the stairs, but before they reached the bottom, a voice, low, gravelly, almost a whisper, said from the darkness, "You shouldn't be here." They bolted, through the living room, past the broken glass, out the front door. The night air was freezing, the hills lit only by a thin slice of moon. Emily fumbled with the car keys, but the car wouldn't start. From the porch, a faint figure appeared. A woman in a faded dress, hair gray and wild, eyes wide and hollow. She was holding something in her hand, a jar filled with cloudy water. "You shouldn't be here," she repeated. The car roared to life. Emily slammed the gas pedal, tires spitting gravel as they tore down the dirt road. Neither of them looked back until they reached the main highway. They drove straight to a motel, shaking and pale. When they called the Airbnb customer service line the next morning, the representative was confused. "There's no listing under that address," the woman said. "What are you talking about?" Emily snapped. "We just stayed there." The rep hesitated. "Ma'am, that property was removed from our site 2 years ago after a situation. Are you sure you have the right address?" Emily hung up without answering. They returned home, trying to forget, but the nightmares followed. Rachel dreamed of the woman with the jar, standing at the foot of her bed, whispering the same words again and again. A month later, Emily received a small package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a glass jar filled with murky water and a moth floating inside. That night, she called Rachel. "Did you get a package?" she whispered. There was silence. Then Rachel's shaky voice, "Yeah, it's sitting on my counter. What's happening, Em?" Emily didn't answer. She was staring at her window. Outside, through the glass, stood the same woman in the faded dress, her pale face illuminated by the moonlight. She was smiling now, holding another jar. The next morning, Emily's neighbors found her front door open and her phone lying on the floor beside her bed. She was gone. No sign of forced entry. When the police investigated, they found a faint handprint on the inside of the window, too small to belong to either woman. Rachel stopped answering calls. Weeks later, her apartment was found empty too. The only thing left on her kitchen counter was a single glass jar. Inside it, a dead moth floated, perfectly preserved. The farmhouse near Asheville still stands, but no one has rented it since. Locals say they sometimes see a flicker of light in the attic window or hear faint whispering from the hills at night. The story changes depending on who you ask, but everyone agrees on one thing: no one who stays there ever really leaves. Story the end. The rain had been falling for hours by the time my flight landed in Portland, Oregon. My plan was simple: rent a car, drive 2 hours south, and check into the small cabin I'd booked on Airbnb for the week. The listing had promised solitude, a woodland escape nestled near a lake, surrounded by towering pines and mountain air so fresh it tastes like rain. After months of working double shifts in a noisy restaurant, it sounded like heaven. The host, a woman named Marcy, had sent a cheery message the day before. "The cabin will be open when you arrive. I'll leave the porch light on. Watch for deer on the road. They like to stand in the driveway. Ha ha." It was past 10 when I turned off the main road and began winding down the narrow gravel drive. The headlights caught the thick trees closing in from both sides, branches arching like arms overhead. I didn't see any deer, but I did see something else. What looked like a curtain fluttering behind one of the windows before the light inside went dark. I parked and sat for a moment, the engine idling, rain hammering the windshield. The cabin was small but neat, just like the photos. Wood siding, green trim, a single porch light glowing through the downpour. I figured maybe Marcy had left it unlocked for me and gone home. She lived a few minutes away, according to her profile. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of damp wood and lemon cleaner. I towed off my wet boots, set my bag down, and flicked on the light. Everything looked ordinary: a small couch, a kitchenette, a single bedroom. Cozy. I poured myself a glass of water and listened to the rain pattering on the roof. Then I noticed it, the guest book on the kitchen counter. Every Airbnb had one, so I flipped through out of curiosity. Most of the entries were cheerful. "Had a great stay! So peaceful!" But as I neared the back, I found one written in shaky handwriting, dated about 6 months ago. It read, open quote, "If you hear footsteps on the porch, don't look out the window. It's not her." Close quote. The words were underlined twice. I frowned, half laughing at the thought of some guest trying to spook future renters. I closed the book, locked the door out of habit, and went to bed. Sometime in the middle of the night, a sound woke me. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching against the gravel, just outside the cabin. I froze, listening. Whoever or whatever, it was moved across the porch, pausing near the front door. The knob rattled once, then silence. I stared at the door, my heart hammering. It was probably an animal, I told myself. Maybe the deer Marcy had mentioned. Still, I didn't move until the sound faded and the rain returned to being the loudest thing around me. By morning, the world was calm again. A faint mist curled between the trees. I brewed coffee and stood at the window, trying to laugh off my nerves. Then I saw it, a single muddy footprint on the porch, human-sized, bare, and pointed toward the door. I grabbed my phone, texted Marcy, "Hey, someone was on the porch last night. Just wanted to check if it was you." No reply. The hours passed. I tried reading, hiking, anything to shake the unease. Around sunset, I finally got a response. Open quote, "No one should have been there. You locked the door, right?" Close quote. That was all. That night, I double-checked every lock and drew the curtains tight. The woods outside were pitch black, no moon visible through the clouds. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, waiting for sleep. Then came the knock. 3 slow taps. I sat upright. My skin went cold. Another knock. Same rhythm, patient. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, from outside the window nearest the bed, came a whisper. Low, distorted like a voice pressed through water. Can I come in now? I bolted up, heart hammering, and flicked on the bedside lamp. Empty room. I grabbed my phone. No signal. I kept the lamp on all night. At dawn, I found the windows smeared with condensation. Someone, or something, had drawn a shape into the fog on the glass. A handprint. By noon, I couldn't take it anymore. I packed my bags and decided to leave early. When I stepped onto the porch, something new caught my eye. An old photograph tucked under the welcome mat. It was weather-stained, the image faded but clear enough. A young woman standing on the same porch, smiling. Written on the back in neat handwriting, Marcy, 1989. The photo looked decades old. I drove into town and stopped at a diner for lunch, trying to shake the nerves. The waitress, an older woman with silver hair, asked where I was staying. I told her. Her face fell. Honey, she said quietly, that place burned down in the early 90s. Killed a woman named Marcy. No one's lived there since. I stared at her, stunned. I showed her my booking confirmation on my phone, the photo of the cabin. She frowned deeper, then shook her head. That's impossible. That cabin's been gone for 30 years. I left my food untouched, drove back to the property, half convinced I'd hallucinated everything. But when I reached the turnoff, the gravel road looked untouched, overgrown with weeds and blocked by a rusted gate. No cabin, no porch light, just forest. I drove back to town, heart racing, and showed a deputy at the small sheriff's station the Airbnb listing. He took my phone, scrolled for a while, then frowned. This link doesn't go anywhere, he said. It's dead. Looks like a fake site. When I got home to Portland that night, I tried searching the listing again. Gone. The message thread with Marcy was still there, but her profile photo had vanished, replaced with a gray silhouette. 2 weeks later, a package arrived at my apartment. No return address. Inside was a Polaroid photo, taken from the woods, looking at me through the window of the cabin, my face half lit by the bedside lamp. On the back, written in blue ink, "Thanks for letting me in." I burned the photo that same night. But sometimes when the rain hits my apartment windows just right, I swear I can still hear the same patient knock, 3 slow taps. Story the end.